admire. No one in front of me and nothing behind. There's a woman on my lap and she's drinking champagne. Got white skin, got assassin's eyes. I'm looking up into the sapphire tinted skies. I'm wild dressed, waiting on the last train. Standing on the gallows with my head in the news. Any minute now I'm expecting all hell to break loose. People are crazy and talks are strange. I'm locked in tight, I'm out of range. I used to care, but things have changed.
Welcome everyone. This is another special bonus Patreon exclusive. Only this time we're not talking about a single movie. No. We're talking about 50 more favorites that we hope you've maybe seen or you can add to your watch list if you haven't. Joining me today is someone very special because, he was kind enough to spend 7 hours with me on the 10th anniversary episode where we talked about our top 50 favorite movies. And well, what the hell? Let's discuss 50 more. Welcome back, the host of Supporting Characters, a remarkably smart cinephile, Mr. Bill Ackerman.
Well, thank you for having me back. I thought I had such a good time talking about our favorite movies last year, and I thought, I was really surprised when you told me so many people had downloaded it, because I really just thought, like, who would listen to us talk about these things? I just thought, like, maybe it would be fun to do a little sequel episode to it, just have a fun conversation. And, of course, I was overthinking it, like, as soon as I suggested it, but I'm doing my best to just turn off that part of my brain that worries about the lack of foreign films or, the lack of diversity in the list. But I just thought it'd be like a fun way to spend a Sunday afternoon while everyone else is getting ready for their Super Bowl parties. And we can be introvert non-sports people and talk about old movies.
Yeah, this is our Super Bowl, talking about favorite movies. And I'm looking forward to it because always you bring up titles that I haven't seen and things I need to add to my list and prioritize more. Certainly there, been movies that, Patrick will email me about that I'm like, oh crap, I gotta step it up and watch that sometime. There's so much on the Criterion channel. It's like, that could be like, I wish I could just give up my day job and only watch the Criterion channel. Cause there's just tons and tons and tons of stuff on there I would love to watch. But, we're gonna pretty much just launch right into it.
Let's talk about 50 more of our favorite movies, Bill.
Is there a movie about a killer refrigerator? I'm pretty sure there is. Isn't there? A horror movie? Let's see. Yeah, from 1991. New York newlyweds rent an apartment with a 60s vintage refrigerator plugged into hell.
I mean, it had to be told, that story, eventually.
Of course.
I'm not surprised. I mean, hopefully they don't keep the stuff in there.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Yeah, I didn't prepare any notes for this either. So, yeah.
It's really just like, I looked at my list on Letterboxd and went, well, there's definitely some ones I'm going to put lower. In fact, everybody, it is now a top 200 list on Letterboxd. It's transformed, and that's fine. And let's face it, even that's not enough. We could just easily keep going forever and ever and ever. I wouldn't say like, okay, in a year, let's talk about 50 more. And then in another year, let's talk about 50 more. But it's out there. Like there's at least 100 movies that I felt I consider to be favorites that warranted being put on a list, in addition to the ones we've talked about before and the ones we'll talk about today.
Yeah, I mean, when I suggested that we do another one of these, I came up with 100 more like right away.
Yeah,
and I'm also following the rules that I had before. Like, I'm not repeating any directors that I said on the first episode. I'm still leaving off Casablanca, It's a Wonderful Life, and Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which are masterpieces that I've seen many, many times. But I don't know. I felt like everyone knows about those, and I didn't feel like needing to include them on the list. But yeah, I did try to keep it consistent, as far as the rules that I set for myself last time.
Those are great rules. I can't follow them. In fact, my number 100 choice is a surprise. And I have a hard like I said, I have a hard time sticking to the one director or one per director criteria that you set. Because this happens to come from my second favorite director, who is also responsible for my favorite film of all time. But it's one that I've grown to love more and more, to where it's going to surprise the hell out of Colin and Eric when we talk about it on our 1992 retrospective in a couple weeks. I cannot say enough good things about David Lynch's Twin Peaks: Fire Walk with Me. A movie I didn't... There's a lot of titles we're going to talk about that were growers that took time to become a favorite. Like, even some of them I didn't even like that much on a first viewing. And this was one of them where I went, huh? I don't know. This is weird. It's like sometimes maybe depending on when you watch it, you're just not prepared. And your brain can't process it on a first viewing anyway. There's a lot of directors like that. And we talked about that too last time, where there's just this hunk of amazing filmmakers who, for one reason or another, it just takes time for you to come around on them. And this is one of those movies where I think seeing it at the Music Box twice now on the big screen really, really helped. Seeing the audience reaction, just seeing like Cheryl Lee's face on the big screen is enough to really... I mean, it's if I were making a list of 100 performances, I think Cheryl Lee would be in the top 20 maybe for this movie. I'm definitely high up there for me now. I've never seen a performance this fearless outside of someone like Jennifer Jason Leigh. And I understand, like, the way this movie starts is kind of just... when I first saw it, I was like, this doesn't seem like it has anything to do with the Twin Peaks mythology until, we get to, like, the origins, or at least what happened with the ring and all that stuff. Like the Chris Isaac, Kiefer Sutherland stuff, I can see people going, what does this have to do with
it's like a satire of Twin Peaks.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, and I think it's like off-putting in a way that maybe something like The Matrix Resurrections was for me when I saw it. I was like, are you making fun of yourself? What the hell? And again, that's a movie that could also grow in my head maybe in the future. But this one, I love everything about it now. The sound design is, I don't need to talk about what David Lynch does with sound. Good Lord. Everybody knows that. But it's a great movie about trauma. And I know that word comes up a lot more and more and more these days, that movies that portray it very well are remarkable. And this is one of them. And I'm a huge Twin Peaks fan. And this really just captures most of what I love about the show and these characters. Even if it doesn't all entirely make sense, I'm okay with that. I have grown to absolutely love when David Bowie shows up in this film, whereas the first time I saw it, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. What the hell is going on? I don't get it. But now I do, I think.
I think I do too. Yeah, no, Twin Peaks: Fire Walk with Me, I think, I saw it on video. I didn't see it in the theater, and it was. I'm probably have talked about this on other podcasts. I know I covered this on Just the Discs once with Stephanie Crawford, but that was a film where it was like a cult film among girls I knew in New Jersey that had experienced things in their personal life that, kind of aligned with the things that Laura Palmer is dealing with in the movie.
Abuse of some kind, yeah.
Abuse of some kind, yeah. And so it was like just one of the rare films that really even explored that topic, but in a commercial thriller kind of context. Like, it wasn't just some after school special kind of thing. It was a surreal horror movie, but that, didn't back away from the the real life horrors of the subject matter, I guess. And I think at the time, Twin Peaks had ended on this cliffhanger, and so to not solve that, but instead go backwards, I think struck some people as incredibly perverse on Lynch's part. And then to take all of the light, sunny aspects of the show, the folksy humor, and pretty much excise that and just leave you with the dark, menacing sides, taken to R-rated extremes. It was challenging for people. And I think there was a backlash that, after Wild at Heart and the success of Twin Peaks and even Blue Velvet, I think that people at the time were just done with, the Frank Capra of surrealism, and he fell out of fashion. And I think it took a little while for him to kind of enter the next phase of his popular career. Because I think, Lost Highway and Straight Story and Mulholland Drive are all great films in their own right. But it was kind of a gradual kind of reestablish. And now he's back to being, super famous in, as the, King of Weird. But like Fire Walk With Me, I think was surprising to me because it was like Eraserhead in that I knew people that passed around that videotape, like, you want to see something odd, or something weird. Like it wasn't even something that I watched because it had anything to do with the television show. It's just because it's like, that dwarf talking backwards and the horse showing up and like, what's going on? And David Bowie's disappeared. Like it was just a kind of a surreal experience, but I think it's emotionally one of his most moving films, maybe the most emotionally moving next to The Elephant Man.
I respond to the most.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
I think is it the first one with a female protagonist? I'm trying to think if it is. Wild at Heart is Wild at Heart is a couple, but I think that's the first one with the Lynchian hero is the Lynchian heroine. So in some ways, it's setting the stage for things like Mulholland Drive. But I think it's a legitimately scary movie. I think it's got humor to it, but I don't think of it as like a puzzle to be solved the way maybe Mulholland Drive is for some people, or like Inland Empire, like that kind of thing. But it does show him like really impatient to break with form in new ways. Like it's pushing beyond. It's not like a safe any more than the Twin Peaks: The Return is like, taking a popular thing and telling a safe story with it. Like he's always taking risks with the material, even if it's something as well known as Twin Peaks.
Yeah, when you take risks like this, or you just randomly do things that may not make sense, but maybe it makes sense to the filmmaker, and it's up to you to try to make sense of it. That's that's totally 100% my jam when I love movies. It's like I don't understand that, but I don't care that I don't understand it, or at least maybe on a first viewing I won't understand it, but then later on I might, and I like that. I like that experience, and that's probably why my two favorite directors are Paul Thomas Anderson and David Lynch, for that reason.
Yeah,
because they just take risks, and I love it.
Yeah, no, I love it too. Lynch is. I have a hard time like ranking directors like that, but it's probably David Lynch. If someone puts a gun to my head, who's your favorite? Like it's probably him. Like when I get a book on directors, like I turn to the L's first and see what they say about them. But
what's your choice?
Yeah, no. For number 100?
Yeah, I'm excited. Let's go.
All right. So for number 100, I went with Getting Straight.
Ooh, I need to see this too. Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah, it's Richard Rush, 1970. It's Elliot Gould. His character is like a former activist and Vietnam vet who's trying to earn his master's degree. But he's getting involved, despite his best efforts, in the kind of tumultuous campus politics of the time and the protests. And he's dating a student there, and she's involved in radical politics. And it's kind of a comedy, but kind of a drama. I just love Elliot Gould, and this is a great vehicle for him. It's kind of step up the ladder for Richard Rush. He was kind of, I guess, known primarily for like biker movies at that point, and this was like, putting him on the pathway towards things like Freebie and the Bean and The Stuntman.
Oh yeah.
But this, I don't know. I mean, I don't have quite as much to say about it because I'm assuming a lot of people haven't seen it yet. But it's just a film I've always really thought about. I'm fascinated with that period in American culture, and I feel like a lot of films that try to tap into that student protest era come at it from a place of fear. Maybe it's like a slightly older generation dealing with like these kind of wild, angry kids, and they don't understand it. And Getting Straight is a little bit more sympathetic, but not kissing up to those characters either. Like it's showing them for their flaws. And the Elliot Gould character is kind of a flawed character too. But I don't know. It's just a film I find really, it's one I return to every couple of years. I've always really liked it. So that's my number 100.
Wow. Yeah, no, I that's a director who keeps coming up as someone I should look further into and cover at some point. I can't remember. Maybe I can't remember who emailed me about that. Because who did the Stuntman? Did he do the Stuntman?
He did the Stuntman.
Okay, yeah, that's somebody mentioned that to me, and he also is responsible for Color of Night of all things.
Yes. So. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of movies, but yeah, he does have a few that you would know. I mean, Color of Night, I guess, was a pretty big fiasco, in terms of its reception.
I guess I'll be covering that in a couple of years again. Wow. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Getting Straight though is I mean, if you're a fan of Elliot Gould, and you've it's a great vehicle for him. Candice Bergen plays the female lead in it, just around the same time that she's doing things like Carnal Knowledge, and it taps into that same kind of like tension that you get in things like Medium Cool, Strawberry Statement. But for me, it's my favorite one just because it has like that specific comic kind of energy of Gould.
Great. Shot by Laszlo Kovacs. Ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Another beautifully shot movie is my number 99, which you talked about. That's the thing too, is like there's going to be repeat titles.
Oh, I guarantee it.
That you've mentioned before that I don't even necessarily need to talk about at length. And you've brought up beautifully and when we first did this, but it's another film that grew higher and higher. I think I've seen it 4 times now. And on the 4th time, I'm like, all right, I get what Patrick and Bill are talking about with Messiah of Evil.
Oh yeah,
and it's like I said, it's not one we have to talk about at length since it was higher on your list, and it comes from the writers and director of Howard the Duck, and it's a truly dreamlike horror nightmare, and yeah, it's just grown in my mind. It's something that like I think about, and whenever I have a weird, crazy, surreal dream, I think about this movie and kind of go, wow, that there's something going on in my brain that connects with Messiah of Evil in a way that's hard to define. It's kind of an enigma, but it reminds me of like H.P. Lovecraft stories or something where I don't understand entirely what's going on and why it's going on. It's just weird and crazy and strange. I guess in some ways, and this is not a fair comparison, but I think of something like when I first saw In the Mouth of Madness, I kind of went, I don't know if I get why everything is happening the way it's happening, but I still love it. And I still think, like, obviously that movie has Carpenter's humor throughout it, but this one is just unsettling and eerie, and it creeps into you the longer it goes on. And there are set pieces like the one in the grocery store or in the movie theater that when you see them, you can't unsee them. And it's not like gross or, absolutely 100% terrifying. It's just there's dread and tension and just this sense of something is following me, almost like It Follows, which is going to come up. Spoiler alert. But I don't know. It's one of those horror films that I would call a work of art, even though I can't entirely define or explain why I love it so much. I haven't done a commentary on it the way Patrick has. And it's one of that kind of just washes over me as I'm watching it, and really when it's over, I kind of go, wow, that's unlike anything I'd seen before, and I love it. So
Yeah, I'm so happy that film is increasingly getting more and more love and respect, because it wasn't a film that had any kind of notoriety at the time that I saw it that I'm aware of. I think maybe Video Watchdog had something.
Right?
Yes and no. I mean, it was out on video. I think I saw it like through the Video Gems VHS release, but it was one of those films that, because of copyright issues, was actually on a ton of those like bargained in kind of like compilation sets, like, but in like a really lousy transfer.
Sure.
So you could see, and it's, those transfers are still out there. It's very easy to see a bad looking copy of Messiah of Evil. But I think it wasn't until I saw it in at Exhumed Films that had did a screening up in Philly, and then Code Red put it out in widescrreen on DVD and then Blu-ray, that I could actually see it even in the right aspect ratio. But I've always loved it. I mean, I've always found it very like a good little cousin film to something like Let's Scare Jessica to Death, but further out, because Let's Scare Jessica to Death has a human quality to it that I think Messiah of Evil is almost all dream. Like, it doesn't really feel like rooted in human behavior, like recognizable human behavior. It's just, but in a way, I would, draw a comparison to even like Italian horror films like Argento or Bava, like in terms of the stylization. It's very different from a lot of independent horror films of the 70s in terms of the stylized look of it. I've talked about this one on a lot of podcasts at this point, including Genre Grinder recently on the Now Playing Network.
Yes, which was great. It was great to hear. I never get tired of hearing about that movie.
Yeah. No, I'm glad it's on your list too. I think it's a great film. My number 99 is also a horror film that is a little bit offbeat, but is Christmas Evil, 1980, directed by Lewis Jackson.
Oh man!
Starring Brandon Maggart as a man who is obsessed with Christmas and Santa Claus, and eventually kind of becomes a sort of an avenging angel of sorts against consumerist forces in his town.
Fiona Apple's dad, for people who don't know.
Yeah.
Just such a weird random thing that I never would have thought of until, I think this is one of the earlier episodes that I want to say Christmas movies actually covered. I don't know if they have yet, or I have to look and see. I just know that, this is one of those movies that when people see it, they put it up there with like a cult classic that you watch around Christmas time. Because it's just, again, like unlike anything you've seen. It has a really great sense of humor, a dark sense of humor, of course. But it's unlike most horror movies, or like you expect kind of an evil Santa Claus slasher, Silent Night, Deadly Night thing going on, but.
Yeah, it's closer to Taxi Driver. It's closer to Taxi Driver than it is to Silent Night, Deadly Night. Like, I mean, it has a killer in a Santa Claus costume, but it's character study. I mean, it's closer.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, even to something like Maniac or Don't Go in the House and other like slasher-ish kind of movies of the time that are like where the killer is the protagonist and it's character study kind of horror movie. Like, it's not like it's not as grim and violent as those. It feels like as obsessive as the character. Like, it feels like Lewis Jackson really puts everything he can into it, and it's a visually inventive, like well-directed movie. I mean, it's not a like a cheap unsophisticated technically film. I mean, it's I think Vinegar Syndrome puts it out on Blu-ray now, and it looks beautiful. I mean, it's a beautiful and well-performed piece of work. I mean, it's the kind of film that you think it's going to be some campy thing because it, opens with like, the childhood trauma thing of like kid seeing his father dressed as Santa Claus, kind of messing around with his mother, and creates some kind of weird Freudian kind of neurosis, I guess. But it's I don't know. it's got a lot of funny bits, but it's also quite sad, and it's also, I don't know. I think it's just a really well realized, quirky, one of a kind movie, and it's one I watch every holiday season. I every time I show it to people, they love it. John Waters wrote a really great bit on it in. I think that essay is in his book Crackpot, about why I love Christmas, and he talks about Christmas Evil, and it's a lot of fun. So yeah, I mean, it feels like that's one that is getting more recognized also over the years. It used to, again, another one I saw, like a $2 EP mode videotape that we got at a grocery store cutout bin. Like, it was not a film that was treated seriously for a long time. And I think, it's a nice surprise for people that, are just thinking it's going to be a Killer Santa movie. It's a slower burn. Like, if you have a party, you probably would put it on Silent Night, Deadly Night. But if you're, if you're in the mood for something that takes its time developing mood and character, it's, I think it's a neat little movie.
My number 98 is a neat little movie, for sure. As much as I wanted to put 5 Easy Pieces on my list, which I first saw a decade ago and reviewed on the very first Paul Thomas Anderson episode with Patrick and Stephen Procopi. But I put on a different Rafelson movie. It's another new addition to my list of favorites, and it's from 1968. It's simply called Head.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, yeah, okay. Yeah. And this was the first movie I ever watched stoned on an edible. And I don't indulge in it nearly as much. Just, it's like, at this point now, it's like a monthly thing instead of a weekly indulgence, just because I have to be careful with things I put into my body more than ever. And I, can easily be, I can have the wrong effect. It can have the wrong effect on me in terms of amping up the anxiety instead of calming me down. But when I watched this, boy, oh boy, I was like, I don't know if I've ever picked a more perfect movie to watch stoned. I like, again, I talked about this already, but I like movies that will throw anything against the wall and see if it sticks and just sort of be random. Yeah. But, and it's, again, like, I like PTA's work when it gets weird for no discernible reason, like a scene where Josh Brolin just eats a bunch of pot. And this is like a psychedelic, almost like sketch-driven mind trip that kind of makes zero sense at times. But again, it's like, it features the Monkees, a band I've always liked and never like absolutely 100% loved in the way I love the Beatles or something. But that opening song, after one of them jumps off a bridge, is just kind of gorgeous and transcendent in a way. It's like
the Porpoise song.
Yeah.
That's a great song.
And it's funny how I associate that song with Vanilla Sky. And then I hear that and, like officially put into this movie. And I was just like, oh yeah. I love all the music. It's playful. It's surreal. It's off the rails. It appeals to my sense of humor, similarly to what like David Byrne did with True Stories. That kind of like summarizes everything I love about David Byrne and Talking Heads. And this kind of summarizes why I really love the Monkees and what they bring to this era of cinema, because this movie feels like 1968 when you're watching it. It's just like, this is probably exactly what it was like to live in this era. Because everybody was experimenting with drugs and going out of their minds and having a great time. And also possibly freaking out about a lot of things going on in the world too. So it's just daring. It's a very
angry movie in places. It's a very political film. It's not. It's. I mean, it's funny you following this with right, like so close on your list of Fire Walk with Me, because again, it's like taking expectations that you might come, based on like a hit TV show and like completely fucking with them.
That's what I love about it. Yeah, I know, because I wasn't expecting certain things that went on in this movie. I mean, I know it was co-written with Jack Nicholson too, and they're obviously thinking about the politics and the sociological depths of humanity, like just in terms of even the way it opens with the mayor trying to give this speech and everything going wrong to where he's about to cut the ribbon for this bridge, and then the Monkees just run through and interrupt everything. That's kind of like sets the tone for things to come, where it's just like the Monkees will come and mess things up in this anarchic way that I totally got on board with. It's incredibly funny. What it all comes down to, but it's also very angry, like you said. And I think about it a lot.
The first time I saw that one, I remember very clearly because I had flown to Wilmington, North Carolina to find a place to live. And so I was staying at a Best Western hotel. And, I was driving a rental car and I was just trying to find an apartment and find a job. And then I was going to fly back and then move down. And I was staying in this Best Western. I got takeout, and Head was on television that night. So I saw it like in this hotel room. Like I didn't know a soul within like 8 hours of where I was staying. It was just like a very weird time, like a weird transitional period of my life. And I think I knew that it was like this psychedelic type movie that was really not very well understood at the time. And I think I was expecting it to be like something like Otto Preminger's Skidoo or something that was like, an older generation's attempt at psychedelia and not getting it. But it is a legit like angry young person's, version of that. Like it's of its moment, even though you might think that it's, because the monkeys have this kind of TV kiddie show kind of image that it's, something less serious, but it's a real, Nicholson was a real screenwriter. I always wonder what would have happened had, that and Drive, he said, and that been like more successful than his movie acting, would he have, become a writer director? But it's a great movie. It just came up on a podcast I was on recently because I was on a podcast about Greetings, the Cult Movies podcast, and
that also reminded me of like, that movie. Good Lord, I love everything about it.
I think Heather Drain brought it up.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm keeping with my Christmas theme for my number 98, and a film that needs no introduction. Everyone knows Gremlins, 1984, Joe Dante. And Gremlins is a funny one because it was one of my favorite films as a child. I saw it in the theater and it really scared me. More than most horror films that we've talked about on podcasts, Gremlins scared me way more as a kid.
Sure, I can see that.
Particularly the middle section, because the thing with Gremlins is like it's got 3 acts, and depending on what age I was, my favorite act has changed. So when I was a kid, I liked the 3rd act where it's like the gremlins are like the id run rampant in the town. In the as in my 20s, I was really into the middle where it's like essentially like Alien or something like like it's like a proper scary movie with like monsters. I think as I'm older, I love the satirical first half hour where it's just like establishing this small town USA, but like slightly offbeat, kind of points the way towards the tone of things like The Burbs or Matinee, the later Joe Dante, like almost every Joe Dante movie I really like. I'm picking like his most popular movie because it has like, maybe the deepest roots into my personal life. But I love Piranha. I love The Howling. I love Matinee. There's very little that he's done that I haven't enjoyed. I never did see Looney Tunes back in action. I know he's not totally thrilled with how that one turned out, but I've really liked his work for a long time.
I like it. I don't love it. I like it. And it's kind of the same with Small Soldiers. I like it. I don't know if I love it the way I love his earlier work. So
I know that you have a history with Explorers, and I love the Inner Space. Is fun.
Oh sure.
Gremlins 2, of course, is great, and I get why people might prefer Gremlins 2 because that's more of a Joe Dante movie. This actually is my favorite Steven Spielberg movie of the 80s too, I think. Even though he's only the producer, I feel like it's got his fingerprints on it, in a way. It feels like it's in conversation with the suburbia of a Poltergeist, of E.T., like that kind of thing. Like it feels like, or even Back to the Future, like it feels like it's in conversation with him as producer, impresario of the 80s. But I just always really enjoyed it. It's a film that I've seen many times. It never gets old for me. Some of the cute gizmo stuff makes my eyes roll a little bit more than it did when I was a little kid, but I still, it's fine, and it's, everyone listening probably knows Gremlins, and that's my 98.
Well, I think the reason why I got into cats is because I wanted my own Gizmo,
Yeah.
and it's like, well, if I can't have Gizmo, then I'll get a kitten, and they'll be very similar. And sometimes my cat will make noises like Gizmo, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I wonder if it is based on a puppy or a kitten. I mean, like the actual design of that creature. But yeah, no, I mean, I think I saw that before I saw It's a Wonderful Life or Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I mean, so when those scenes pop up in the footage that they're watching, it's like I still always get flashback to Gremlins.
I feel like I know I saw Ghostbusters in the theater, but I think Gremlins was something we rented later on, as opposed to seeing it in the theater. But I remember Ghostbusters at least having moments, particularly with Zool. I think Zool really freaked me out when I was a kid. Like now it's it's just makeup and it's not really that scary to me as an adult, but
Ghostbusters is definitely like scary, I mean, with the monster dog chasing that, Rick Moranis around and stuff.
There's stuff in that scared me legitimately, but also turned me into a Bill Murray fan for life. And I think, with Gremlins, once I caught up with it, it was like, all right, this is my jam too. Like the mix of comedy and horror, and certainly the dark sensibility of Joe Dante is just something that I know has appealed to me from a very early, young, impressionable age till now, really. So I wish he could make more movies, but I understand that, hey, if he wants to just be a podcaster and nerd out about movies too, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that he gets to make The Man with Kaleidoscope Eyes one day, the film that Tim Lucas wrote, or about the making of The Trip. I know they've done a live reading of it with Bill Hader playing Roger Corman.
Oh wow!
But I don't know. I mean, I know that's kind of a niche kind of thing, and movies like Ed Wood, however much we love them, haven't always been like the biggest money makers in their initial release, and so I get that it's like maybe a risky project in terms of a financing thing, but I hope that they get that made. I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun if they ever do.
Yeah, and even though E.T. is sitting at number 101 on my list, when it should be higher, a movie like Girlfriends from 1978, because I've seen it recently and it felt fresh and exciting when I saw it, is my number 97.
Oh, I love that movie.
Kind of a hybrid comedy drama, directed by Claudia Weil, and it stars Melanie Mayron as this photographer who kind of experiences loneliness once her roommate moves out of their apartment. I also really love Amy Wright, and Bob Balaban and Christopher Guest shows up in this. And it started out as a short film, if I'm not mistaken, and it expanded. And when you watch this, you see the origins of something like the work of Lena Dunham or Greta Gerwig. And it's just one of those raw, insightful portrayals of friendship and trying to connect with other people while living in a big city, and you're experiencing isolation at the same time. It reminds me of a more accessible version of what maybe Chantal Ackerman would do. It's like something where there is that theme of loneliness. There is that theme of just sort of not being able to fully socialize in ways that lead to these meaningful, intimate relationships, but you also get to experience the ups and downs of being around people, whether they're like you or they aren't. And yeah, it's just one of those vibes that I immediately clicked with when I saw it. And I loved every single scene and was floored by all of these characters and could have easily spent more time with them. I thought of like, well, this is maybe Mumblecore before Mumblecore became a thing, like Bajowski could have made this movie or something,
Yeah, no. I mean, it was a New York independent movie that took a long time to get, completed. And was it Warner Brothers? I think like it got a studio release, and I sometimes wonder if that helped or hurt it, because it wasn't treated with the same sense of priority as like maybe if like if it was one of the biggest films for a smaller company that might have been like pushed more aggressively, because I think it was one of those films that like developed a cult following, but it's only like really in the last few years that people are starting to really give this a a fresh look and understand.
Thank you, Criterion.
Yeah. Well, it was getting like some push on the repertory scene in New York prior to the Criterion release, but yeah, it's a great little movie. I think that I think of things like Frances Ha too. Like, I mean, as far as like study of female friendship, it's. I really like. Is it Claire Skinner, the other friend in that? I forget if that's her name. The actress who plays the friend that moves out.
Anita Skinner.
Yeah. She's the star of Soul Survivor.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's where I've seen her before. That's right. Yeah. And Amy Wright, I think I saw recently when we did the Richard Donner episode with Inside Moves. I think she was in that.
Okay.
I think that was Rip Torn's wife for most of their lives. I think. I want to say.
Did not know that.
Yeah, it's wild. Wild how these character actors hook up.
Yeah. Well, another New York indie of the 1970s that was acquired by a major studio is my number 97, which is Jeremy from 1973.
Oh, that could have easily been on my list too. Ooh, I love that movie so much. Thank you for making sure I saw it.
Oh yeah. No. Co-directed and co-written by Arthur Baron and Joseph Brooks, and starring Robbie Benson and Glynis O'Connor. And it's a sweet romance in the big city between two high school age kids. Not a whole lot plot wise that's that unique, but it's just really touchingly observed. And Robbie Benson plays kind of this slightly nerdy but slightly athletic kind of quirky kid, and he falls head over heels in love with this new student in his school, played by Glynis O'Connor, and she's moved to the area with her father, and little romance ensues. I was lucky enough to contribute a booklet essay on this one for the Fun City Editions Blu-ray, so I got to talk to the DP on this one, and so it's got a special place in my heart because I have that extra bit of history with it. But it was a film I'd liked before that, and it just, doing the deeper dive into it really kind of just pushed it further up my personal list of favorites. So and it's been kind of heartening to see how people have really kind of taken to it, because I don't know, it's such an earnest little movie that it's not like a hip movie, but I think everything I've seen so far, people seem to really respond to it. So I'm, happy that it's, got a really gorgeous looking edition. And I'm glad you liked it too.
Thank you, Fun City Editions. I'm just going to say that every time I know a distributor label puts out a movie that I think deserves more attention. And this is one of those that, and you wrote a great essay about it.
Thank you.
Number 96 is, and I'm not sure if most people would put this up there in the echelon of like all-time classics like Rebel Without a Cause, or cite it as something as unique, like, oh, this is one of the earliest examples of a feminist Western, with Johnny Guitar. But another Nicholas Ray movie that I absolutely love is called Bigger Than Life.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, I nearly put that on my list too. That's a great movie.
Yeah, it contains some of the best melodrama of that time, and it's fueled with this, again, unease that this protagonist is experiencing. Well, he's more or less experiencing psychosis as a result of these cortisone injections that he had gotten for pain. And you could replace this sort of addictive tendency with any substance, really. Like, it could easily be opiates. It could be cocaine or anything. And, he experiences like this mania and goes down this really self-destructive path that involves his family witnessing it and being a part of it. And it's really heartbreaking to watch. I need to watch more Douglas Sirk movies, because I'm assuming that like the melodrama in that is akin to how things play out here. But yeah, and you can comment on that too, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, I mean, it pushes the story into much grimmer territory than Sirk. because
Yeah.
is still kind of operating on the level of a soap opera, and there's not like potential like patricide or with familicide kind of element to the
I wasn't prepared for
story.
that watch. I mean, like, again, movies from this era, you sort of have expectations, like, how dark can it really get? And holy shit, this gets dark.
Yeah, I don't know if that was why it was not really that successful a film. I mean, James Mason was a huge star. It was like I think that you could, I mean, if you like the look and style of something like Rebel Without a Cause, I mean, it's even pushes the style even further. I mean, it's one of Nicholas Ray's most beautiful looking movies, I think.
I agree. I know that like people have come around to it, and I think even I don't know when Jean-Luc Godard cited it as an all-time favorite of his, or like other filmmakers have, I think.
Yeah, well, I actually first saw a clip of it in Martin Scorsese's Journey Through American Cinema back before you could really find Bigger Than Life on home video pretty easily. And I actually have a film on my list today that is also one that I first saw as a clip in that documentary, which is a great documentary. If you haven't seen it, I mean, it's pure pleasure, that Scorsese documentary on American film. But yeah, it was one that I looked for a long time. I think I had to buy an import DVD of Bigger Than Life to see it.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, again, it's out on Criterion, so everybody should see it. I'm sure it's on the Criterion channel, but also it's going to be playing at the Music Box soon. And to watch this, the use of widescreen cinematography and this very distinctive lighting and these towering silhouettes at some points, and it's all just in a house, and it takes place in this bedroom. And I kind of went, man, this is just incredibly stunning to look at, and yet you're so involved with these characters at the same time. So it just works on every level for me. And a lot of Nicholas Ray's movies kind of do. That's definitely one of my favorite older filmmakers from that era that I was glad to talk about with Sergio, because every time we mentioned something like They Live by Night or Johnny Guitar, and this, I just kind of went, man, I love everything about this filmmaker. Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, In a Lonely Place too, right? Yeah.
Yeah, In a Lonely Place. I just bought the new Blu-ray of Party Girl, which I haven't seen in a long time, but I know that was a favorite of the new wave directors also. Yeah, no, I mean, Nicholas Ray is not on my list, but he's on my list of shame right below it, because I love a lot of Nicholas Ray films, and it's hard to pick a favorite. I mean, Rebel Without a Cause is a sentimental favorite, but I mean, Bigger Than Life and In a Lonely Place are like right neck and neck with that as far as my favorites is. No, he's, I mean, interesting talent, and everyone listening to this should definitely see Bigger Than Life if they haven't already. My number 96, it's funny, like it's probably one of the least cool movies on my list, but it's funny because the dialogue, talks about being uncool, and it's probably how we know each other, because it's Almost Famous from 2000, Cameron Crowe. Which is just a comfort watch kind of movie for me. I mean, I can acknowledge every criticism of it. I remember when it came out, I had a friend that said it was just like Wonder Years, rated R, Wonder Years, but I've always loved it. I think it's my favorite thing that Cameron Crowe has done. And it felt like when it came out that maybe he did not have a whole lot more to say after that. I mean, as far as like, it seems like it summed up everything that he was doing as a kind of a popular entertainer, kind of heir to the James L. Brooks style of like comedy dramas. And then it's just a peculiar career after that. I mean,
well, I do have a soft spot for Vanilla Sky, and I think like the ending of Vanilla Sky is where his career could have ended. Like that montage when Tom Cruise is falling to his quote unquote dream death, and all these images start flashing from both Cameron Crowe's real life and Tom Cruise's real life, and it just ends with a shot of an eye sort of like waking up from a dream state. I'm like, all right, Cameron Crowe, your career could have ended right there, because that's summed up to me like a lot of his themes and his ideas and his passions. But no, you're right. Almost Famous is literally autobiographical, so it makes sense that like that is kind of like the ultimate Cameron Crowe thesis movie in a way. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Almost Famous, I just find it funny without finding it cloying, as far as like the kind of cutesiness of the dialogue.
Ooh, I think Patrick
like
would disagree with that, but yeah,
I'm sure. Well, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember that that he didn't like it in the first episode of Directors Club, which is how I even heard Directors Club, is because I was curious to see if there was any podcast to talk about Cameron Crowe, and I found that one. So that's how I even heard your show.
Wild.
Yeah, and it's like Say Anything was a film that I loved a lot in high school. And, I had the single soundtrack. Like a lot of people, I liked that movie well enough. And Jerry Maguire, I came to...
It's fine.
It's fine, and it's interesting that was such a huge movie.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess to me, but but yeah, Almost Famous. I mean, I just love all the characters. I love it. It's got a lot of great character actors. I mean, Philip Seymour Hoffman, is great as Lester Bangs. And, I mean, I showed it with some friends. We'd all seen it before, like a few weeks back, and still quite, fun. It's probably my favorite use of Jason Lee as an actor. It's got, I'm so sad that Mark Zelick is such a scumbag in real life, but I like him, as an actor. And it's got like Mark Maron. Actually, the only other Cameron Crowe movie I've loved since Almost Famous is one that his fingerprints are all over it. He's not a credited director, but he's the interviewer. I think the producer of it is the David Crosby Remember My Name, which makes for an interesting kind of companion to Almost Famous, only in that it's like a rock star who was bigger than life at the same time period that Almost Famous takes place in, but was such an asshole to everybody that he's kind of alienated everybody that he, made music with. And he's just kind of like living this kind of sad, alienated life and still making music. But it's interesting, interesting character study. I never really thought of myself as a, particularly fan one way or the other about that guy, but it's a pretty cool movie. But yeah, no, I mean, everybody listening to this probably has an opinion, pro or con, about Almost Famous, but that's my number 96.
It's one that I've always liked and never got into the love. I mean, I don't know, maybe there's just certain scenes that do come across as sort of sappy and sentimental in ways that
totally
I don't necessarily like feel as strongly about, and yet it's like, oh, it's a movie about a writer, it's a movie about music, it's a movie about all these passions that I have. But
it's a movie with almost no conflict. It is like, yeah. I mean, it is like a gentle hangout movie, and I wouldn't say that it's.
And that's not a bad thing.
Well, I mean, like, all right, like if you compare it to something like Dazed and Confused, which I think is a perfect movie, not on my list, but it's probably a better movie. But I mean, it's just that same kind of thing where it's just, if you like hanging out with those characters in that time period, in that setting, and that music, then it can be like, a really pleasurable kind of cinematic, sugar rush. But yeah, I mean, I know, I mean, I'm sure most of my friends don't like Almost Famous, and I wouldn't begrudge them that. But if I'm homesick, like, that's a film I could put on and feel better.
Yeah, that's what Groundhog Day was for me.
Yeah.
It was always something that, like, oh, if I felt like crap, I could put it on and immediately feel better. It's lower on the list, but it's time to go to something completely different with my choice for 95, and that would be Three Colors Red. And it's one of those, like, oh, I want to just put the whole trilogy on here or whatever, but if I had to pick one, I think most people would agree, this is probably the best of the three. Might be one of the greatest films of the 90s, in fact. It has many layers to it, and anything that has to do with voyeurism or eavesdropping, something like Monsieur Eyre, that's just catnip. I mean, I think that is always something interesting to explore when you're watching a movie, because what are we doing? We're watching people's lives. And there's like telephone communication is very important in this film. It's carried by the luminous Irene, I don't know how to say what the little...
Irene Jacob.
Irene Jacob from The Double Life of Veronique. Interesting relationship develops here between a law student and a judge. And I don't know. We talked about this movie a lot on the Kieslowski episode, and he's become one of my favorite filmmakers the more I see his work. But his films take their time. Like they ultimately kind of sneak up on you with this emotional wallop in a very subtle way at the same time. Like I feel a lot watching his movies, but not in ways where, it's subtle. That's all I can say. Like there's subtlety to it, but there's also just a lot of humanity. And even when people do wrong things, you still understand where they're coming from. This just might be my favorite thing he's ever done. Along with a couple of chapters of the Decalogue and the Double Life of Ronique. He's just someone whose work I want to revisit more again, because it might have been, I don't know, not since the Kieslowski episode have I watched a film of his. So I want to go back and watch this to reaffirm my love of it. But I'm pretty sure it's always going to be Three Colors Red for me. Like red is just everything I want from this director kind of summarized. And it was his last film too.
It was. Yeah. No, it's funny. I almost put it on my list today. I had almost the exact same series of opinions that you just said about it. It's one that I definitely have a lot of fondness for the time that those films were new. I saw Red in the theater, and I think, everything I would have to say about it would probably said on that Kieslowski episode, although it's been so long, I don't remember what I said. I think the Decalogue, I don't count it as a film, or it would be like near the top of my list, because I think it's one of the staggering film achievements of my life, to have seen that on the big screen, as a, they did two episodes a week every week at this theater I was going to, and it was just, mind blowing. And something like Decalogue 4, I think, I would put up against most feature films.
Sure.
But, Red is a very warm and satisfying conclusion. I don't know that you'll ever get consensus on which film is the best. I know plenty of militant Blue fans,
sure.
But, I've always found that to be the most, likable of the three, but they're all great films. No, I love that film. And, I haven't rewatched the Three Colors trilogy since we recorded either. I definitely remember doing a very hardcore deep dive into everything I could get my hands on for Kieslowski when we did that episode.
He's great. That's another director, maybe in a couple years might do again, just because there's so much you can talk about with other people.
Yeah, no, I love all those early Polish films too, like Camera Buff and No End and Blind Chance. All of them, even The Scar, which is probably less talked about, I think is pretty strong little movie. My number 95, probably complete opposite of Almost Famous, is Love, the 2015 Gaspar Noé film.
You really love that movie.
I do. It only gets better every time I go back to it. And I remember being surprised how much I enjoyed it, because I went into it with such trepidation, because all I knew about it was it's the guy that made Irreversible doing
Short Bus. I was thinking it was like Short Bus or something.
Quasi porn film in 3D. So it's going to have a guy ejaculating into the camera. Like, great, but I really love it. No pun intended. It's a nonlinear account of a kind of a tumultuous relationship. It's not that plot oriented. It's not even about characters I especially like. I don't really like the main guy in it. He's a very flawed, selfish, pretentious kind of character, but I'm still moved anyway somehow. I just find it it reminds me of what I feel about certain Andrzej Żuławski films, in that the emotions are just so highly pitched and the filmmaking is so virtuosic that I get energized by it, even as it's telling this very sad story. And I think that I think about directors like Van Trier or Nicholas Winding Refn that are that push style in a real upfront way, in a way that can almost be alienating. And I think that Gaspar Noé it risks that sometimes, but it feels so emotional and so barren and autobiographical on some level that it feels it for me, that it overcomes the stylistic overload and the film references. I mean, it's full of film references to things like Argento or Assault on Precinct 13 in the music. And I don't find any of that distracting or gimmicky. For some reason, that film really, punches me in the gut in a way that his other films, I've enjoyed them, but I don't think any of them have quite hit me like that one. So yeah, number 95 is Love.
When is his new movie coming out?
I don't know. I like that one. Vortex.
Yeah,
I saw it. Yeah, it's demanding because the entire thing is like split screen and it's like over 2 hours long. So it's like it requires a lot of your proper attention. And the old man in it is played by Dario Argento, so it's like kind of fun to see him as an actor for like something like that. But yeah, I don't know when it's coming out.
Yeah, I really liked Climax quite a bit. More than I expected to, just because I don't know. I haven't caught up with Love. I know I will, and I certainly am curious about it. He's just someone, like a Von Trier or Haneke, where it's like I got to be prepared, maybe for what he's going to do to me.
Yeah. So no, I mean, I think of those three in my head together, even though I don't know if they're even like even if they butt heads with one another. But I think I know it's got its fan base. I've known other people that really responded to it. So I know, but I mean, I know plenty of people that think it's garbage too. So, I mean, it's, go into it with some trepidation if you have to. I mean, I certainly did. I think the only person I ever heard that was talking about it positively on a podcast was Eli Roth. I'm like, oh, that's not really an endorsement I can get excited about. But, I think it somehow is a great film.
Okay, I'm going to check it out sooner than later for sure. It's one of those on Letterboxd that would get like 1 star or 3 stars or 5 stars. It's like there are people who really don't like what he does as a filmmaker. Some people are just like, all right, that's fine. And then some people like you absolutely responded to this one. So I'll check it out. Another new addition to my list, but I might be inclined to say that it is up there with now one of my favorite screenplays ever. It's kind of up there with the work of someone like Billy Wilder, and that is The Sweet Smell of Success.
Alexander McKendrick.
Yes. On first viewing, I really didn't think this movie took off until about a half hour in when Burt Lancaster appears. But I think the opening setup to introduce Tony Curtis is every bit as vital to the overall story that unfolds, because I couldn't help but think a little bit as Bill Lancaster playing Trump, or I'm sorry, Burt Lancaster playing Trump in this movie in a way. Before we it's just early on there's certainly examples of movies about men asserting their power and basically being the embodiment of toxic masculinity or something. But I don't know if there was a better example of it than what Burt Lancaster does in this movie. Like, I'm just kind of like, how this, like both of them, these performances are just, nobody was prepared, I think, to experience like like Tony Curtis's tendency to gaslight people in this movie. Like, they were used to loving, enjoyable, charismatic Tony Curtis, and then look what he does in this movie. It's like all these characters do are play these mind games back and forth in hopes of just winning, in hopes of just conquering and being the one on top. And then it plays with these power dynamics and working for certain businesses that may or may not give them more opportunities. So that's why they do these manipulative things to other people. It sort of reminded me a little bit of the work that Neil LaBute later did down the road, because, it involves men being assholes in ways that I don't know if people were expecting at this time, in this day and age. And it seems to this kind of story seems to have influenced a lot of directors. Like I think Patrick even mentioned it when he talked about it as, gosh, Aaron Sorkin must jerk off to this movie. Just because of the way people deliver their lines, and every line has got this special cadence to it, and every line is nearly quotable. And I know the creator of Breaking Bad, Vince Gilligan, cites this as his all-time favorite movie, and I can kind of see why. It's incredibly dark, and you're following despicable characters, but yet you're also really feeling for the sister character, Burt Lancaster's sister. You're feeling for her the most because you just see how much she's being toyed with and hurt by the actions of these horrible, horrible men. I just think this is kind of a masterpiece. It's almost on par with something like Ace in the Hole for me. So, with 2 or 3 viewings, I think at this point, I'm in awe of this script. For sure. Yeah,
it's so funny because Sweet Smell of Success is in the stack of films I was trying to watch this week that didn't get a chance to. So I haven't seen it in so long that I wasn't sure if I should include it on the list or not, but I remember it being really strong. And Ace in the Hole is a good point of comparison. I also think of the tone of Face in the Crowd.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, I remember it being, perfectly acted and written. And, I mean, it was a famous film when I came to, I think Scorsese is another filmmaker fan of it. I mean, I haven't seen it in too long, so I can't really speak much more eloquently on it than you can, but like, I do remember liking it a lot.
Yeah, there's real quick here. I must have wrote this? Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a line of dialogue that I just went, oh my God. I'd hate to take a bite out of you. You're a cookie full of arsenic. There's so many moments like that in this movie where you're just like, who thought of that? That's amazing. You know?
That does sound like a Billy Wilder kind of line.
For
too.
Sure.
My number 94 is Mona Lisa, 1986, Neil Jordan. This is
I haven't
Bob
seen
Hoskins.
Yeah.
I forget why I rented this. It was like something I rented on videotape in the 90s. It's Bob Hoskins. He's an ex-con, and he's working for this gangster kind of figure played by Michael Caine, and he's kind of like the chauffeur for this kind of high-class call girl played by Kathy Tyson. And it's not quite like Shoot the Piano Player, but it kind of is in my head in that it's like on some level like a crime drama, but it's also like a melancholy character study. It's my favorite performance of Bob Hoskins. I mean, that's kind of the film that made him more than just like the Roger Rabbit kind of character that I had seen as a kid. Like I thought of him like, as a De Niro level kind of, great actor after seeing Mona Lisa. And I don't know what to say about it if you haven't seen it, but it's just, a solid little sleeper film that I think Criterion have in the collection. And, I mean, it was a success critically at the time. I think, in terms of Neil Jordan's career, it was like significantly overshadowed by The Crying Game, which comes right after that. But I think Mona Lisa is the better film, and it kind of sets the stage for like him being being like a sort of A-list kind of director for a minute. I mean, he was definitely like a name. I mean, this is after Company of Wolves and Angel and things like that. And I don't know. I think if you haven't seen it, it's like crime character study, comedy drama, and it's very 80s. I mean, it's the kind of film that does have a montage set to Phil Collins, but it's it's one I've always really liked a lot. And so when I was putting the list together, that came in at 94.
Okay, well, yeah, Neil Jordan is a director to add to the list for Directors Club because I think he's interesting in that he's had some very high highs and some very low lows with stuff like We're No Angels and High Spirits. And I just think he's an interesting filmmaker in terms of what he's put out. I don't know if like in terms of technique or, the way he tells stories is anything like mind blowing or wholly original. I just think he's made some really interesting movies that you can talk about for a while. I mean, certainly something like In Dreams is forgettable, but then you have something like The Company of Wolves or The Butcher Boy, especially. I remember being like
Butcher Boy, yeah.
kind of like blown away by that one.
Yeah, I haven't seen that since I saw it in the theater, but I remember it being pretty bold and unusual and interesting. And obviously, plenty of people, love or hate, but Interview with a Vampire means a lot to certain people. I know.
Certainly like it. I don't like the ending, but I like pretty much everything else about it. If memory serves, I had to watch it again. Like that's probably the reason why I would put him on the list, is because I'd be excited to revisit his work. So I'll definitely make Mona Lisa a priority.
I think you'd like it. I think you really
I have a
would.
feeling I will.
Yeah.
93 is a movie that I know some people don't like very much, and I'm not going to talk about it a lot because there are definitely movies on this list that we have talked about quite a bit on this podcast in the past. So, and especially these next two, I don't want to talk about too much. And 93 is It Follows. And like this one, Patrick and I talked about quite a bit when it first came out. It's by a director I hope that continues to work more, named David Robert Mitchell. It's easily one of my favorite newer recent horror films of all time that just has a killer score, great performances, great coming of age, sort of blossoming sexuality tale, yet it's also about how as you get older, death may follow you in any shape or form. Here it just happens to be an actual person and how terrifying that can be just to be followed. I mean, geez, it's something that you actually see in a large city like Chicago or New York, I imagine, where somebody is kind of acting a little peculiar or stalker-esque towards some people. And it might just be in your imagination, it might just be in your head that you're thinking that, but just the way some people look at each other or wind up like walking behind for a long period of time. So anytime that happens, it's hard not to think about It Follows. And it actually is one of those, it's one of the few horror movies of recent memory that actually freaked me out, like that tall man coming through the doorway moment. I literally like gasped and got goosebumps and went, oh God, like out loud in the theater. So God bless this movie. I like all three of these movies that he's made a lot. So
yeah, no, I like this one too. It's funny. David Robert Mitchell is a director I associate with Directors Club because I had never heard of Myth of the American Sleepover until you had included it on your lists for the best films of the year, and I sought it out based on that episode, and so that was my first exposure. And it's still my favorite of his movies, just because I guess for whatever reason I like that one the best. But I mean, it follows. I just rewatched it maybe a couple months ago with somebody, and I like it a lot. I mean, I love the suburbia, darkness and suburbia kind of theme of like Halloween and Blue Velvet, are like two key films for me, and so this feels like it's trying to evoke that, and I'm not mad about that. I think it's a really good movie. I think as far as like those art house horror type films that like The Babadook or The Witch or Barbarian Sound Studio, like It Follows is I think is one of the most fun of that kind of like indie art type horror.
Yes.
To come along, and I liked the one he did after that as well. I mean,
I'm glad because not a lot of people do.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting.
It is.
My 93 is a film that I talked about on my first appearance on this show. It was Bad Timing, 1980, Nicholas Roeg. It was very hard for me to think of what Nicholas Roeg film would be on my list because I could just as easily say Don't Look Now or The Man Who Fell to Earth. I certainly like Walkabout and Performance and a few others as well. But Bad Timing, today is my pick for a Roeg film, and that's and again, like Love, it's another nonlinear portrait of a turbulent, toxic relationship. Art Garfunkel and Teresa Russell play the couple. She's like a free-spirited, wild kind of woman, and he's this kind of kind of wormy, awful professor character, college professor character, and it's taking place in Vienna. They're both kind of expats in a way, and I just always found it really kind of haunting. It goes in some very kind of unexpected directions, and I mean, I like Eureka, but I feel like the run of Nicholas Roeg films that feel like major work for me personally. This is the last one of those. It's like a perfect string of films up until this, and his career, gets increasingly odd after that. But yeah, no, I've it was one I had to seek out as a bootleg tape. It didn't have a home video release for a long time because it was a kind of a big flop. I mean, even the distributor of the film really did not care for it. Rank Films, I think they said it was like a sick film for sick people or something like that. So it's one that picked up a cult following right away. I remember I had a book that Maitland McDonough wrote on erotic films that had a chapter on it, and so that I think was what put it on my radar. But it was a hard film to see for a long time, and it's just one that's always kind of haunted me. I think I jokingly called it Possession, the Dating Years, when I talked to Patrick about it, because it feels like that same kind of unsteady energy. And again, people in a foreign city having this kind of toxic romance. But again, if you're new to Nicholas Roeg, I would probably start with something like Don't Look Now, as far as his flashy editing style. I mean, that's maybe more accessible story. This also has strong resonances with another film I love that's not on my list, Petulia, which Nicholas Roeg was the DP on, a Richard Lester film, but similar story, similar adventurous approach to the way the story is told in terms of the structure of it. But I mean, it's hard for me to pick a favorite with Roeg, and I could just as easily talk about The Man Who Fell to Earth. But Bad Timing is my number 93.
I didn't like it the first time I saw it. I'll watch it again. Yeah, I'll see if I warm up to it. Again, it could be one of those movies that I just wasn't prepared for, and we'll see. We'll see when I get to it again. I might have a completely different take, because that certainly has happened in the past with other titles that are of this ilk, I would say. So we'll see.
Yeah.
But let's keep it going with a title that I'm not going to talk about a lot again, because good Lord, it's your number one favorite film. And you talked about it last time. Chilly Scenes of Winter, which, again, thank you for introducing me to it. It's one of my favorite portrayals of kind of relationship dependence and trying to navigate all these messy feelings you feel when you are experiencing an intense connection towards someone. It's very honest about those harsh realities of romantic love, and in ways that do remind me of something like modern romance. But this, the more I watch it, the more I love it. I can't tell people enough, or, I see this movie, damn it, if you haven't, because it's just an extraordinary work of art. And I associate this one with you, and certainly I can't think of two, in terms of couple dynamics, John Hurt and Mary Beth Hurt, right? Mary Beth Hurt?
John Hurt and Mary Beth Hurt, yeah.
Yep, yeah. I don't know if it gets better than what these two actors bring to these roles. So
yeah. I talked about this one a bit on the last one of these, so I'll just say I applaud that choice.
Okay, great. Let's keep going.
Yeah, 92. Since I mentioned Bad Timing does appear in Z Channel, A Magnificent Obsession, directed by Zan Cassavetes. And this is another film that it's one I revisit every couple of years. It's a documentary about Jerry Harvey, the guy behind the Z Channel, cable channel. And, it's a portrait of a very unhappy and ultimately dangerous cinephile. And, but it's also this celebration, love letter to the kind of films that he helped to promote through that channel. So it's on the one hand, you get this vision of, cinephilia at its most problematic. like someone that clearly does not have a good relationship with other people, and some undiagnosed mental illness, really. And but at the same time, it's kind of cross with these miniature tributes to films like Turkish Delight or Salvador, The Most Important Things to Love, The Leopard, the Bad Timing, McCabe and Mrs. Miller, Once Upon a Time in America, and it's just this really kind of affectionate, like it makes you excited about that era of film, of foreign films and independent films that could have gotten lost in the shuffle, but having this cable channel kind of turning on Los Angeles, and the various areas that got the Z channel, giving them a new life and giving them an audience within the industry area, so that this is the kind of thing that helps Paul Verhoeven get established in Hollywood, or helps Oliver Stone's Salvador get an Oscar nomination, or helps Annie Hall, get beat Star Wars for the Oscar. It's kind of thing where it makes a difference, and and it's a snapshot of a certain period of art house film that I really like. That a lot of these films I think now maybe struggle to find their audience. I mean, through various reasons. I mean, if you can't stream these things, or don't feel like buying Criterion Collection editions, I mean, how do you discover a film like The Leopard? It's just they kind of exist in this kind of shaky kind of territory. But I mean, it's just a film that makes me both kind of sad for the man at the center of the story,
Sure.
but also energized by it expresses the love of film in a way that I find quite affecting and infectious.
Yeah, Jerry Harvey had some demons, man. There's a lot going on internally, but God bless all the hard work he did for that channel. And yeah, you're right. No, it's a great choice. It's something I think about a lot too, in terms of great documentaries about film programming, film in general, and just how people discover it.
Yeah. I feel a little bit awful that I've still got no John Cassavetes movies on my list, even though I love every John Cassavetes movie I've seen, I think. But at least Zan Cassavetes made the list.
No, there are definite examples of that. I think we talked about Cronenberg last time, and although he's in the top 200, he's not in my top 100, even though I would consider him one of my favorite directors. Yeah. But
well, I've righted that particular wrong this time.
Okay. Last time I mentioned how I hadn't seen this movie yet, and hey, I caught up with it within the past year. It's 91. We have The Best Years of Our Lives.
Oh, nice.
Another new addition. One of the more longer films on this list, but I never once thought it overstayed its welcome or felt too long, because I was so invested in nearly every single character in this movie. It's an extraordinary portrayal of PTSD and that era of war, and it's pretty great to think about the character of Homer played by Harold Russell, because that is absolutely unique, especially at that point in movie history where that actor had lost both of his hands in an accident, and he played this soldier who lost his hands in Pearl Harbor, and now he's trying to reacclimate into society and is finding it very, very difficult, and you feel so much for him, and he's trying to find just the strength and courage to love and be loved. And I think a lot of people can relate to that, even if they don't have a disability. But at the same time, knowing that he has this disability, it makes complete sense why he's walking around in fear of being seen as different and ostracized. And yet he wants to walk through life unafraid and to actually experience true love and romance. And I don't know, that storyline obviously I think is the strongest, but I think all of them are great. I think every character is memorable. I think it's kind of a surprisingly quiet and compassionate and poignant movie. I mean, there are a couple of scenes here and there with outbursts, but I think that for the most part, it takes its time. You really get to know these people, and they feel like real human beings that you would come across in your own sort of small town life. So it's one of the better stories about soldiers coming home in ways that definitely influenced many filmmakers to come, and it won the Academy Award for Best Picture, and rightfully so. It's a beautiful film.
Yeah, I can't really add too much to that other than that. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the great Hollywood Americana movies. I think it's justifiably known as a classic. I know when I interviewed Kent Jones, he spoke pretty eloquently about one scene in it. So I had used an image from it for his episode of supporting characters. But
oh yeah, I should go back and listen to that one. That's great.
Yeah, no, I love it. I haven't seen it in a long time, so I can't offer any real fresh insights other than that I remember it being, kind of a perfect, type of perfect example of that kind of movie. Yeah. My number 91 is a film that I don't hear mentioned that much anymore, and I don't know that it was ever really like a big success. I saw it in college as Love and Death on Long Island, the 1997.
Oh wow, yeah, I rented that a long time ago, like when it first came out.
Yeah, with Richard Kwiatkowski, I think is how you say it, Kwiatkowski. He later did a movie called Owning Mahoney with Philip Seymour Hoffman, but otherwise did not have a big career in terms of films that I think maybe a lot of American audiences would know. But it stars John Hurt as a British author who becomes obsessed, suddenly and, uncontrollably obsessed with this young teen heartthrob actor played by Jason Priestley. And it's kind of, a play on Death in Venice, but it's a comedy drama. I mean, it's a comedy about obsession. Male obsession tends to either play for tragedy or laughs. And this, this has both. I won't spoil any of it. It has a very funny parody of teen sex comedies. Hot Pants College too. Yep. The movie within the movie. But it's just a film that I've always thought of as like an enduring little sleeper for me. I mean, I remember being impressed the first time I saw it, and I've always kind of wondered, if it would ever get a renewed kind of sense of it, interest and attention. I have a DVD of it. I don't think that's even in print any longer. And that director didn't go on to become like an art house celebrity along the lines of, Todd Solondz or other people that were coming out around that time. So I don't know. It's a buried treasure worth seeking out. I mean, and it's probably my favorite thing that John Hurt ever did. I mean, I'll take that over The Elephant Man or Alien.
You might be right about that, actually. Yeah. It's one I haven't seen maybe since I rented it, and yet I really liked it. Maybe it's because it's not one of those you can easily track down on streaming. It's like how Pump Up the Volume used to be for a while, where it was just like, oh, nobody's ever really going to see this movie unless they just go out and actually buy the DVD or now the Blu-ray. But I don't even think it's available on DVD or Blu-ray right now. Or maybe it was on DVD, but...
It was on DVD, yeah. And... it's just, I mean, I think a lot of films on my list this time around are films people know well enough, but that's definitely like one that feels more like a sleeper that I would say, seek it out if you read about it and it sounds like something you'd like.
Yeah, and I think those titles are the ones we can go through a little more quickly, and number 90 is another one, mainly because we just talked about it on the Abel Ferrara episode, and that is Ms. 45. For number 90, a film I didn't really care for at first, but we talked about it at length. It's my favorite film of his. It's something I think is actually kind of a transcendent work of art carried by a fully realized and mostly silent performance by Zoe Lund, and it could very well be my favorite, rape revenge story of all time. I think now I don't know if there's anything higher that kind of would fall into that genre, and I'm so glad I rewatched it and experienced it in a different way. So if you want to hear more, check out our Abel Ferrara episode, Ms. 45.
Yeah, it might even be on this list that I'm reading now too, but
keep going.
We'll get to that. Yeah, my number 90 also doesn't need to be discussed because who doesn't know Friday the 13th, 1980, directed by Sean S. Cunningham.
The original.
The original. Yeah. And all I'll say about it is that, I think for me, I've only really ever loved the first two. I like a lot of the sequels with the hockey mask, but I've only really liked but the first two mean something else to me. And I think, those are the only two that are shot at East Coast summer camps. And the thing with Friday 13th, the first one, is it's kind of like Phantasm in that it feels like a friends and family kind of production. And Sean Cunningham was coming off of two kid movies. Like he had, obviously started with sex films and then, had this fluke horror hit producing The Last House on the Left. But he was really not someone that was trying to go into horror movies. He's not really someone drawn to dark subject matter. And so he had tried to make like this softcore detective spoof called The Case of the Smiling Stiffs, kind of not great. And then had made this pair of Bad News Bears knockoffs, Manny's Orphans and Here Come the Tigers. But he was trying to make things that were like, family friendly kind of movies, kind of the way Don Coscarelli had started off making like these teen coming of age type movies with Jim the World's Greatest and Kenny and Company before having his breakthrough with Phantasm. And Friday 13th is kind of like, a guy that has definitely had his struggles throughout the 70s, trying to get another film that would have the same kind of impact as something like Last House on the Left, but, just was not having any luck. And so I think in the wake of Halloween, he saw that the market was revitalized for this kind of horror movie. And I think he, immediately seized upon the other scary sounding date on the calendar, that he could think of and came up with this film that I think because it was like shot at a camp an hour from where I grew up. I went to camp on the other side of that lake. I went to Camp Mason. Camp Novi Bosco is where they shot Friday 13th. It's always got like this kind of tie to my own youth in a way. I love part two even more in some ways because it's scarier, but they both feel like they capture some kind of people that know each other for years, like Sean Mine, like Steve Miner and Sean Cunningham, like these, like it feels like there's like a certain kind of homemade quality to it that feels personal, even if it is, kind of like a crassly conceived commercial enterprise. It's not like Sean Cunningham has a personal story to tell, but they feel like there's like a warm quality to them for me because they do feel like they grow out of that, his kids' movies in a way. I don't know if I'm explaining it too well, but like that, I think that's what kind of gives it. And they are character hangout movies for, especially the first one, which is a real slow burn. And I think when you get into the, the Jason Hockey Mask stuff, they become a little bit more fascinated with him and his murders. And that's cool. I like some of those too, but I think the first Friday 13th just has an atmosphere to it that I think the other ones don't have. There's like moments like where these characters see a shadow on the porch that is the killer and they don't know, that feel like kind of moody in a way that the other films don't really even aspire to that kind of tone. So, I could just as easily say Friday 13th Part 2 tomorrow, but today my number 90 is Friday the 13th.
And here I am. I'm one of those people. Yes. Part 6 and Part 4 are my favorites. Maybe it's because they bring a little levity and they don't take it too seriously. Because it's just.
But they don't have strip monopoly.
Yeah, no, that's true. And no, you're right about those first two. They are definitely creepier and scarier films, if that's what you're looking for in that franchise, for sure. But
Part 4 and Part 6 would go over better at a party. But
yeah,
Part 1 is the one that I watched the most.
Number 89 for me is Two Doors Nicole, aka You're Sleeping Nicole, which to me is this rare anomaly of a movie that at the time it came out, it was like, what? It's one of those moments where you kind of go, did the filmmaker just like know what I wanted at the time I was watching it? Because like I was working in a thrift store and I saw this movie, and there's a scene where they're like throwing a giant teddy bear into the dumpster, and that literally happened at work, where we got this like really shitty, crappy, old used giant teddy bear donated, and we're like, well, we can't sell this. It's in horrible shape. Who would want it? So we went, me and my coworker went in the back and we threw it the way they throw it in the dumpster in this movie. I was just like, how the hell did that happen? But the cinematography, the lead actress in this, I just went, oh. And it just captures like what it's like to be in your 20s and have no clue what you're doing. Including like, is this really the job I want to be working at? I don't know. I'm probably just going to sabotage it anyway. And that's what this character does. It really doesn't have a plot or a narrative drive. And I think that bugs some people, because you're really just following someone around aimlessly because they're kind of wandering through life aimlessly. And I just think each shot is like kind of stunning to where I'm like, what? I want this director to make more movies, because I just think it's the way he captures everyday mundane existence is kind of exactly what it feels like when you're in those moments in real life. And it's also a wonderful portrayal of friendship, not unlike Girlfriends or Frances Ha, and because she has a kind of a rough, rocky relationship with her friend in this, and she has trouble connecting with other people in certain ways that I can identify with. But yeah, no, I didn't think this director would make anything else since it's been 7 years, but apparently he's in production on something. So I will be seeing that first thing whenever it comes out. I believe it's called Viking. That's all I know.
Okay.
So
all right.
I want more from this director, because I was kind of blown away with Two Doors Nicole when it came out.
Yeah.
And it's still one of those that I can put on and just kind of be in awe of. So
yeah, no, I saw this because of your recommendation, and it was one of my favorite films of that year. I haven't seen it in a couple of years. It's been in the stack of things to pick for movie night with some friends of mine that come over. So I keep waiting for them to pick it. I think because it's a film they don't recognize, they never really pick it. But I might have to force it, soon, because I think they'd like it. I was really blown away by it. I think it's a great film, and one of the better teen coming of age type movies of recent years. I wish more people would see it, but maybe Viking will create renewed interest in his earlier film. But
I know he made something else before this that I never caught up with that I should try to see, because I'm curious to see if it's anything like this in terms of tone. So
yeah, and if anyone's listening along, it's TU and DORS, because it sounds like we're saying like the number 2 and like doors that you open.
Yes. It's French Canadian, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. My number 89, which is not anything like Two Doors Nicole, but is also dealing with female friendship, toxic female friendship, I guess, in a way. But is an exploitation movie from 1972 called The Unholy Rollers by Vernon Zimmerman.
Holy crap! A title I haven't heard of. Wow.
Yeah. So there's a B-movie actress that I was really fascinated with years ago named Claudia Jennings. She was a former Playboy model turned B-movie starlet. And the thing with Claudia Jennings movies is that she's usually kind of tough. Like she's not like a pushover or like someone to be dominated by men. Like she's usually someone that kicks ass in her movies. And Unholy Rollers, she's a kind of like this coldly ambitious, wild young woman who wants to become like the big star of her local roller derby, and works her way through it, but is not a team player, and so there's interpersonal drama, like as she kind of claws her way to the top in this roller derby kind of thing. I mean, it's it's an AIP Roger Corman thing. Like it's a sexploitation movie. Like there's gratuitous nudity, there's fights. I mean, it's aimed at like the 42nd Street drive-in kind of market of the day. But I've always really liked it, and I like a lot of Claudia Jennings movies from this period. I nearly picked Truck Stop Women, which is a film that Mark Lester had made before, turning to Hollywood films like Commando.
Right.
He made Truck Stop Women back in the day. But her films like Group Marriage or Judd, or I first heard of her because of a film called The Great Texas Dynamite Chase, which Danny Perry wrote about in
that's
Cult
a great
Movies.
title. Wow.
Yeah, but her films, I'm maybe because they're owned by different studios and like distributed by labels like Code Red or Scorpion, like they don't seem to get kind of boxed together in a way that like exploits her marketability. I mean, and I don't even know if like new audiences discover her the way that like baby boomers like knew who she was. But I and Fate, the director of Unholy Rollers, Vernon Zimmerman, later went on to do Fade to Black, which is a film that Amanda and I,
Yes.
Amanda Reyes and I did the commentary for it. But this is my favorite of his films. The supervising editor on it, Martin Scorsese, went on to do some features as a director. But this is like, one of the few like exploitation movies on his resume. It's like a proper exploitation movie. But yeah, I think there's like a music rights situation with it, so that like the DVD versions that have come and gone have like rescored parts of it, but it sometimes streams. I think you can actually stream it now, like through certain sites. And yeah, I mean, it's a Roger Corman B movie. Like, don't expect great art, but it's a solid little. If you want like a good roller derby movie, like it's better than there's a Raquel Welch film at the same time that's also dealing with that world, but it's not as progressive as something like Whip It, but it's I don't know. It's one I've always really liked him. It made me laugh to throw it on a list like this. So yeah, The Unholy Rollers is my number 89.
All right, that sounds like fun. Like I mentioned to you, I think via text, Sharon's a big fan of kind of those types of movies that are, I guess, considered exploitation films or whatever of any sort of weird random genre. This kind of stuff that ends up on Vinegar Syndrome or something, Yeah. So that might be a fun watch to have just randomly one day. I'll seek it out.
Yeah.
Very different movie. Number 88, A Married Couple from 1968 by Alan King.
Yeah.
This is a movie that I saw a while, maybe like 5-6 years ago or something, and it actually kind of scared me, similar to Two Doors, Nicole. It scared me in a different way, but it was just like, this director somehow managed to capture moments that I guess I'd kind of repressed in my own brain, because there was like moments in my childhood where I would wake up in the middle of the night for whatever reason, and I would hear my parents in the basement maybe having an argument or some sort of conflict or confrontation, or at least they were just having differences about something. And I would always overhear bits and pieces of it and never fully understand it, because I was a kid and I don't know what's going on with older adults and what they're feeling and the emotional sort of layers they're experiencing together as a married couple. But I just like this movie sort of like brought those feelings back. It was kind of like when when you're in therapy and suddenly your therapist like brings up something and then you go, oh, that's a breakthrough, or oh, those are things that I had completely forgotten about that happened to me. And even though these didn't happen to me directly, it was more of like I was listening in on my parents having some sort of intense moment in their relationship and not knowing what it was about. And sort of watching this documentary was kind of like that experience all over again, only it's very direct. You really watch, I believe, Billy and Antoinette Edwards, like literally just like letting it all hang out. Like they're naked at times in this sort of like jaw-dropping examination of a marriage. I think, was it Time Magazine that said it looked like, it makes John Cassavetes' faces look like early Doris Day or something ridiculous like that. Like, oh, this makes John Cassavetes look like a Disney movie or whatever. It's because it's so intense. It's so frightening and hectic and wild. And watching these two people basically get drunk and really go at it together. Like they get real in a way that you're not, it does feel like you're sitting in on a therapy session when you're watching this, or, like a marriage therapy session. It's just kind of like, I don't know if I should be watching this, but I can't stop looking at what these people are saying and doing. And it's really about just the power struggle in marriage and how you're not always emotionally prepared for it. So it's wild. Like, this movie is just insane to watch in a really revealing, vulnerable way that very few documentaries can capture. And it's really just a camera, pointed at a married couple. I mean, the title says it all, really, when you think about it. So it's powerful. It's really powerful.
I haven't seen it in a long time, but I remember that being like a mind-blowing movie.
It is.
I have that Alan King Eclipse set from Criterion, and I remember that being, I can't add much to what you just said, but I remember it being great.
100%. I love it in the same way. Like I mentioned this movie last when we talked, but The Work, where that documentary kind of blew me away in terms of seeing people be just completely honest and forthright and just revealing so much about who they are and their past that it was just kind of like, man, I can't believe that they signed on to put this out there into the world, but I'm so glad they did.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to dig out my copy of that. I should watch that again. I remember it being really strong, but yeah, I don't know if it made Cassavetes look like a Disney movie, but I get that comparison. My number 88 is I don't know. I mean, it's one of those movies that's so famous that I don't think anyone listening probably is unfamiliar with it, but is Tootsie, 1982,
yeah.
Sidney Pollack. I just find it really charming. It's a New York comedy. It's Dustin Hoffman and Jessica Lange and Bill Murray and Terry Garr and Gina Davis and all these, actors I enjoy seeing. Dabney Coleman is very funny in it as a sleazy kind of character. And people probably already know the concept behind it. It's an actor that, makes himself up to look like a woman to get a part on a soap opera. I've seen some reviews in recent years that find issues with Tootsie but I think for me it's just a very funny, charming comedy, and one I've always really liked. And we don't have to talk about that one at length because I feel like people probably know it, but Sidney Pollack made a lot of films that I really thought about. Like They Shoot Horses, Don't They? Is one I really like a lot too. Much more grim than Tootsie, but it's funny because it's somebody that was like known for serious movies like Bobby Deerfield or The Way We Were. This was like almost like a throwback to a Billy Wilder kind of comedy or something. And I don't know, it's one that I liked well enough as a kid, but as an adult I really respect just how perfectly realized it is as far as like a comedy of a farce, but smart. It's a smart movie.
It is. Yeah. You could just call it like, oh, this is a very charming kind of slight movie, but no, it's got a really smart script without a doubt. And I don't know, could it be my favorite Dustin Hoffman performance? It might be. When I think about it, like I guess he's had some earlier work in something like Midnight Cowboy that is probably more of like elevated to in terms of drama, but I don't know. He finds a lot of humanity and heart in his character in a way that surprised me when I saw it. So
I just every time I go back to it, it continues to engage me. And it was one of those like staples of like HBO back when I was a kid, and I thought it was fine then, but I think as an adult I really just see how every scene is like perfectly carried off. And Bill Murray, it's probably my favorite use of Bill Murray as like random comedic support.
Sure.
I forget if he's even credited in the film. I think he just shows up and steals scenes, which is something he was doing a lot in the 90s. But I think this is the best Bill Murray performance, like that is like not a Bill Murray vehicle.
Right. Right.
So yeah, that's my number 88.
We've reached the point where there's about 4 titles in a row that I've talked a lot about, to where I don't know if I'll have a whole lot to add outside of, hey, guess what? I love him. And you know it. 87 is Phantom Thread. I'm again, like, he's my favorite director. And another movie that when I saw it, it gave me goosebumps once Johnny Greenwood's piano kicked in the camera just followed these seamstresses walking down the stairs, I believe, or maybe it was up the stairs. And that the little montage of Daniel Day-Lewis getting ready for work, I just felt like I'm kind of in movie heaven right now. I can't say why or how. It's just working for me in every way. And once she serves that omelet and his reaction to eating that omelet, that was another, like, it's not on par with the shock and surprise of frogs falling out of the sky, but it was almost like I felt bliss. I felt this sense of wonder and amazement at that choice and his reaction, and just like, oh, you're going to do that? Okay. Why not? It's just a weird and twisted romantic movie that's also, I know Patrick said that there was no comedy in this movie. I don't know. I find certain moments very funny, even just him ordering breakfast. I don't know. It's not like laugh out loud hilarious where, it's not a Zucker Brothers kind of thing, but there's just like certain choices that he makes in this movie that surprises me and that I happen to smile at the very least. But also just what it has to say about relationships, I think, is interesting. I don't know if I could actually write like a thesis paper or something about it, but just like the idea of turning maybe potentially unhealthy codependence into something that can work for one another. I don't know. That idea interests me. Even I don't know if that was what he intentionally set out to do or not, but that's what I get out of it. And I just love Vicky Creeps so much. So, I mean, it's a movie like Punch Drunk Love. I totally understand if people don't connect with it or don't love it the way I do, but I do. So there.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add on Phantom Thread. I saw it and I have not had a chance to see it since the theater, so it's not fresh in my memory. But I remember liking it. I mean, I don't have much to add. But yeah, I'll rewatch it again this year and see how it plays on a second watch, because I think I kind of relate to what Patrick was saying about, like, he doesn't think of Paul Thomas Anderson as maybe like a deep artist, but appears to be deep. And I love all of Paul Thomas Anderson's movies. I don't know. I mean, that one, I think when he gets respectable and prim and proper, I don't know he's trusted as much as I do like the shaggy, goofy Paul Thomas Anderson.
Sure.
I don't know.
I can see that. I can see that totally.
But I mean, I remember it having like a lot of style that I responded to just like on a visceral level, but I don't remember it well enough to get into the details of the scenes to talk.
I just love the dynamic between those three, including Leslie Manville, who's just great in everything anyway. But that just those three actors together in this movie, and it was obviously the first time I ever seen Vicky Creeps. I was kind of like blown away that she held her own so strongly among those more experienced actors. Not that I had any doubt that she could do great work, because Paul Thomas Anderson knows how to cast people, and that's true of Licorice Pizza especially. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, there definitely are films where Daniel Day-Lewis eats the other performers alive.
Yeah.
And that is not one of them, though. My number 87 is Kings of the Road, 1976, the Wim Wenders road movie.
Great choice.
Yeah, no, I love Paris, Texas, and I could just as easily pick that one, but I think there's something about the mood, the melancholy road movie, mood of Kings of the Road. I've always kind of really liked. It's about a man who is driving around repairing old movie projectors, and he picks up a guy who had just unsuccessfully tried to kill himself, and they go on this kind of road odyssey, encountering different characters. It's not especially plot heavy. It's in a way, it kind of sets the stage for maybe some of the early 80s Jim Jarmusch movies. But
I can see that,
but not quite as hipster humorous as his stuff. But no, it's one that the first time I saw it, it was like, okay, this lives up to my high expectations, because it used to be hard to see it. I think there might have been a 2-tape VHS release that I couldn't seem to find, but I think I rented it. I forget how I saw it, but and this is actually how I first became friends with Heather Drain, because she reviewed it for a zine that we both wrote in, and I wrote to her about it. But yeah, no, I think it's certainly the great early Wim Wenders film, and one of my favorite films of that whole like German new wave of German cinema kind of period. But yeah, Kings of the Road, I think it looks pretty amazing in that Criterion set now, and it's something that people can check out if you want a very slow mood piece kind of 70s art movie. I mean, I think, I don't know. I mean, for me, that's his great film, but I mean, he's got a lot that are, contenders for it. I mean, Wings of Desire, obviously, and
Oh yeah.
Alice in the Cities. And I haven't seen that longer cut Until the End of the World. Was it Eric Childress?
God. No, I think
Yeah.
Colin loves it the most, I think, out of everybody I know.
Oh yeah. It was him. 'Cause I remember it coming up on that one of your year in review episodes, and it really sold it. I just have not made the time.
It is it's remarkable. I mean, I think, well, I mean, there's a time where he kind of, I don't know, lost the plot a little bit later on in his career, I would say. Like, there's a couple of titles where you kind of go, those didn't quite work. I mean, even something like The End of Violence is something I should watch again, but I don't know if it was strong. And it's weird that sort of came out around the same time as Lost Highway with Bill Pullman. But
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, that's something I kind of went, I don't know what to make of that. But he's an amazing director, so we all know my love of Paris, Texas. But we also know your love of my number 86 pick, and that's The Last Picture Show, which is probably should be higher, honestly. I mean, it's my favorite Peter Bogdanovich film. There's a shot here where, is it Ben Johnson who recites the heartbreaking monologue?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that it's up there with one of my favorite scenes in cinema history, really. And the whole coming of age theme that we've talked about with a lot of different picks is here and then some, but it's also just gorgeously shot, and really this cast is every single performance is just one for the ages, and you feel so much watching this movie. And we talked about it a lot last time and during the Bogdanovich episode, so I'm not going to talk a whole lot about it. You've seen The Last Picture Show. I'm assuming you listening, whoever you are, you must have seen this movie already, so you know why it's so great and so special. So of course it's going to be on my list. Probably should be higher, but yeah, it's The Last Picture Show. Come on.
Yeah. I've got nothing more to add. We've talked about that one before. For years I was saying it was my favorite film, and ranking these things like we've established is kind of silly, and I could just as easily say it's my favorite if I watch it again today. But
Sure.
Yeah, no, I think Bogdanovich means a lot to me. I was really sad to see him go recently, but yeah, no, he's got a lot of films I love. But that is a special one for sure. My number 86 is a film called Pin from 1988, directed by Sander Stern. This is a film
choice.
that the first time I saw it was the first time that I ever hung out with my my late best friend James Izzo when we were teenagers.
Aww.
And he sat me down on a couch. He said, "Here, I'm going to put on a movie and just watch this." And he put on Pin and then left the room. I forget
That's
what he
amazing.
was up to. But so I watched this film. I don't even know this guy really, and I don't know anything about this movie as it unfolds. And so it's a very peculiar horror character study type movie. It's a Canadian film, and I don't want to spoil too much, but it involves a troubled young man and a medical dummy, and tense family dynamics. And it's a horror melodrama. The father is played by Terry O'Quinn, who people might know from things like The Stepfather. But it's just one of the great, like Christmas Evil, it's one of the great peculiar character-driven horror movies of the 80s. And I know it has its cult audience. I mean, you laugh in recognition when I say the title. I know some people know it, but I don't know where it is currently. I don't know if it has a Blu-ray release these days. It had some DVD releases, and I think my friend Lee wrote the liner notes for the Arrow release. But yeah, it's one I've got a very special place in my heart for the first time I saw it. And every time I show it to people, they they all love it somehow, even though it's a very weird movie. But yeah, Pin. I don't want to spoil anything because I know it's not that widely seen, but it's a great little sleeper horror movie.
It sure is. That's a title that I'm going to next ask Sharon if she's seen, and if she hasn't, we're going to watch it. Because unlike anything I've ever seen, it's a delight. I'm assuming she's seen it because she's seen a lot of weird stuff, but that's the good kind of weird, without a doubt.
Yes.
Another weird movie that I won't talk too much about because I've already mentioned it, and we already mentioned Colin Suter. It's Joe versus the Volcano at 85. Probably another title that could be higher, but and Colin Suter wrote a whole piece on why it's very well likely to be his favorite movie, I believe. But I love its humor. I love its views on life, and outside of maybe In the Cut, this is probably the best thing Meg Ryan has done in terms of just being very quirky and eccentric Meg Ryan, but in three different roles. It's just it's an enigma. It's just like, who John Patrick Shanley thought of this movie, and this studio put it out, and it just starts off with this like Terry Gilliam vibe, and I can understand why some people don't love it or just think it's fine, and you might fall under that category, and that's totally cool. It's just one of those personal movies for me that is hard to sum up why I respond so strongly to it. I just do, and that's that. And I talked about it a lot on the show, so.
Yeah, I need to see it again. I haven't seen it in a long time. I saw it in the theater as a kid and didn't quite understand it as a kid, and then I saw it again on video, knowing that it had developed a cult following. I remember liking it well enough, but it's not fresh in my head. I do remember that it opens with that Gilliam tone that you mentioned. And I remember thinking like, okay, that's not the film I thought I was getting into when I bought my ticket for this Tom Hanks comedy. But yeah, no, I should see it again. I remember, I certainly heard you talk about it with Patrick on that one episode at length. Yeah, I should see it again. My number 85 is a film I think you know. It's called Pump Up the Volume from 1990.
You have to remind me of what that's about. Not sure.
Yeah, it's that movie where they listen to The Descendants twice in a row.
Oh, okay.
The Wiener Schnitzel.
Right.
That
yes,
one.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's a film that I saw it in high school and immediately connected with it. It was something I saw at an impressionable age. Became a major video cassette favorite of mine. Turned me on to bands that I hadn't heard before, like The Descendants, since I mentioned them. And, I love troubled teen movies. I think I did a triple feature with a friend of mine a few months back. Yeah, where this is one of the ones we watched. And it's just a lot of fun. I mean, I can poke holes in it. I get that not everybody feels the way you and I do about this movie, but yeah, I mean, people that listen to Directors Club already have heard plenty of Pump Up the Volume talk, and I'm part of that cult as well.
That's great to hear, because it's a great movie. 84 is Fight Club. Besides Zodiac, the only other Fincher movie I go back to and kind of love all the same. You know it, you probably love it. It's one of those 1999 films that felt like nothing else that had come before it. I watched it, and then I immediately made plans to watch it again with a couple of friends later that night, because I was excited to watch it again and see other people's reactions to it. It's just damn entertaining. It says a lot about, yes, that term that we've heard so much more than ever lately, toxic masculinity, but it does it in a way that is clearly like a social satire, but it's also another sort of twisted character study of sorts, with watching somebody go through some kind of crisis of identity. And on top of that, it's just got one of the most infectious scores and one of the best uses of a Pixie song you'll ever hear. And it took them like months for that, just to do that final shot. It's just, yeah, it was one of those DVD packages when it first came out too, where you just like consumed all those extras in a way that I was just kind of like, I had no idea, like the kind of, at the time I didn't know the kind of workaholic, intense dude that Fincher was, to like make sure everything is the way it is for a particular reason, and he does all these takes and all that. But I still go back to it. It might be like one of those movies that doesn't hold up very well for some people, but it sure does for me. So it's there. It has to be Fight Club.
Yeah. I haven't seen it in a while, but I liked it when it came out, and I like most David Fincher movies. Zodiac is probably my favorite one,
Same
but
here.
I
It's
think
higher up,
I think I enjoy most of them to some extent. I think Fight Club, I mean, definitely made an impact in '99 when I saw it with my friends. I think it was a crazy day because it came out the same day as The Straight Story. So we went to New York to see The Straight Story and then back to Jersey for Fight Club. And that was two very different,
no kidding,
kind of tones, but both ones that kind of like linger for me when I think about the year in movies that was '99. Everyone listening knows Fight Club, and I enjoyed that one as well. I haven't seen it in a while, but I do like it. My number 84 is a very weird little movie. I just I don't think it's the best movie that John Huston has made, but it's the one that I think about the most. Is Wise Blood from 1979.
A lot like Bad Timing, where I kind of went at the end of it. So I'm going to watch that again sometime.
Yeah, I mean, it's an abrasive film in some respects. I mean, there's no likable characters in it. There's an awful lot of racial slurs in it. I mean, it's not like a pro-racist film, but it is dealing with like a racist kind of environment. It stars Brad Dourif in like his best role, I think, as this kind of demented, intense preacher of a new type of Christianity without Christ. And he meets a charlatan preacher played by Harry Dean Stanton, and his daughter played by Amy Wright. Since we mentioned things like Girlfriends, she's
that's right.
She's in it.
Literally, that's right. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. But it's this awfully peculiar movie that's based on the writing of what is her name? Flannery O'Connor, and it starts off kind of like a quirky comedy. It's got a lot of humor to it, but then it ultimately ends in this kind of really sad kind of last chapter. I just can't seem to shake it off, even though I could just as easily say Fat City. And I think that when you mentioned Treasure of Sierra Madre on your list last time we did this, I had mentioned that even though I do love the earlier classic Hollywood, studio system era John Huston films like Maltese Falcon and Treasure of Sierra Madre and a few others, I think when he starts becoming a quasi New Hollywood era kind of, I don't know how best to say, but like when he starts taking advantage of those new freedoms the same way that people like Peckinpah and Altman do, he becomes, for me, an even richer director. I love things like Fat City and Wise Blood and Under the Volcano and The Dead. And I mean, there's films that don't work mixed in there, but I think that when he hits, it's quite something, because he's somebody that's like lived a very rich and unusual life, and he brings such intelligence to these stories that I don't know. I would say that if you are unfamiliar with that chapter of his career, I would start with something like Fat City, which has Jeff Bridges and Stacy Keach and is a masterpiece. I mean, really. But I think if I'm just in terms of my own personal taste, I think Wise Blood, even though it's a damn weird movie, I just always think of that one. And I know Brad Dourif, when I met him at a horror convention, he told me that was the film that got him Blue Velvet, or at least got him into Dune, maybe, I guess. And then that relationship led to him appearing in Blue Velvet. But I don't know. It's something unlike any other film I can name. And that is my number 84.
Yeah, again, a little bit of a, at the time I saw it, I guess it was more of an enigma when I watched it for the John Huston episode. Again, I probably wasn't prepared for it in terms of its tone and what it was trying to say at the time. And I normally I'm open to it. I just kind of went, Again, it's one of those movies where instead of an exclamation point, I left with a question mark hanging over my head, which isn't always a bad thing either. I'm not saying it's a bad movie, but
oh yeah, no, it's the kind of film that like has like intense drama scenes, but also has like comedy with a guy in a gorilla suit running around town.
Yeah,
like it's totally very unusual. I mean, a lot of people I think were befuddled by it. I mean, your first impressions are not. I mean, maybe most people had that reaction to it, but I think I don't know. There's something about it that always kind of haunted me. I mean, I think Criterion put it out later on, and so it has its, it has a certain kind of critical cachet nowadays, I guess. But yeah, I think it's a worthwhile curio for the curious.
a movie that I normally wouldn't do this because it's kind of silly, but I'm going to go to my Letterboxd review. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but since I really didn't come up with any notes, I still think some of the things I said in this review are very apt, and I'm glad that people liked this review because I didn't think a lot of people have seen it, but oddly enough, it is now available on Netflix. I'm telling everybody to watch this movie. That is at number 83. It is James Mangold's best movie. It's called Heavy from 1995.
Oh, yeah. I love that movie.
One that I'll champion till my grave. And, there's just things, as I wrote in this review, I think, pretty much around 12 or 13. I don't know. I guess part of it's puberty. I guess part of it's genetics, but I started to gain more weight and I started to eat more fast food or whatever. It just happens. When you're that age, you don't necessarily think about diet and nutrition. And that was kind of how the trajectory was throughout high school, because I would get in my car with my friends and what are we going to do? We're not going to go to the gym together. We're going to go hang out at McDonald's or whatever fast food joint we felt like going to and order high calorie meals and just sit there for hours and talk. And so in this movie, Pruitt Taylor Vince plays somebody who is heavy, who is overweight and insecure and really struggles with social cues in a lot of ways. He could very well be on the spectrum. But I worked at a job where I had an unrequited crush on someone that had an incredibly shitty boyfriend. And I drove her home a couple of times. And one time we just sort of pulled over, like kind of like an abandoned field or lot or whatever of sorts, and just had a really intimate conversation. And, there's this scene in this movie where these two people, Pruitt Taylor Vince and Liv Tyler, actually do something similar. And, there's some kind of empathic connection between these two people, but it's never, becoming anything more than just an unrequited love story. And I just really can't get over how this movie captures introversion, to where when I think about it, that's something I wouldn't mind exploring in depth and writing about, possibly. Like introverted characters in cinema is something I think I could easily write about because I am one, but also I love it when movies really do capture that. But yeah, this came out in 95. It came out at a time when, there was a little indie boom of sorts. But this to me also reminds me of the kind of early work of David Gordon Green. And there's like scenes where he binge eats and it plays like a horror movie with that score by Thurston Moore of Sonic Youth, and Evan Dando of the Lemonheads in here is really great and quite believable as an asshole boyfriend. Debbie Harry, obviously amazing, but really Pruitt Taylor Vince who is just one of those great character actors who shows up randomly in so many movies, and you see him and you go, oh, that guy with the sort of twitchy eyes, you know? But here, he just really stepped it up to a level that I didn't honestly know he was capable of until I saw this. So Heavy is one of those movies I always think about, and I'm glad it's on Netflix because now I can tell everybody, you should really see this because it hasn't been easy to find.
Yeah, I have the DVD for that one, but yeah, no, I love Heavy. I mean, it's one of the great, buried treasures of that 90s American independent kind of era, mid 90s. So, I actually love Copland too, the film he made right after that.
No, that's great too. That's probably like his best movies before he sort of got into like walk the line territory,
Well, I think about James Mangold. After seeing Ford versus Ferrari, I started thinking about like just trying to get a sense of him because he seems to be somebody that started off in the auteur kind of category with Heavy and Copland, and maybe with Girl Interrupted onward, he becomes maybe closer to a studio journeyman. I mean, people would know Walk the Line or 310 to Yuma. I mean, obviously
he's doing the new Indiana Jones movie. Yeah,
and had a one of the more critically well received superhero movies with Logan, the Wolverine movie. I know a few people that like Identity. Like he's somebody that I mean, I'm not one of them, but I mean, people. But he's got a resume of films people would know, and Heavy. I mean, is probably overshadowed by like that career, but I think it's. I mean, for my money, like that and Copland just seem to stand apart. But I'm curious to like, I have not seen all of his movies, and I'd be curious to watch them in order just to, because he always seemed like someone that was like a good crafts person and not somebody that is given over to stylistic experimentation the way that someone like a Steven Soderbergh would be, as far as like somebody that like seems comfortable playing the journeyman role, sort of, but also is too idiosyncratic to quite commit to being, just a hired hand on studio projects. So I don't know. I remember his commentary on Heavy being really good.
Yeah, I should listen to that. I'd be curious.
Yeah, I might have an MP3 of it somewhere. If I do, I'll send it to you. Cool. I have to look. I think I do. But I like that movie a lot. I think more people should discover it if they haven't already. I mean, I still associate Pruitt Taylor Vince primarily with that movie, even though he's in a lot of things.
He shows up in like, bit parts or as like, like a cop or something here and there and like throughout his career.
He's in Wild at Heart.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, very briefly. And and he's, plays a memorable role of sorts in Identity. He shows up in that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I always thought that Copland was like, well, what if we make Heavy, but as a crime movie with like all the Scorsese people? Like, all right.
Nothing wrong with that. Great Stallone performance for sure.
Yeah. Maybe his most affecting performance outside of Rocky.
Yeah.
I don't know. So my 83 is Cutter's Way, 1981. Ivan
that should
Passer.
also be on my list. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, short of the Joan Micklin Silver performances, this is the John Hurd performance that I treasure the most. And Jeff Bridges is one of my favorite things he's done. I was thinking like I don't have any Milos Forman films on my list, even though I like quite a lot of his films, and he's kind of like the big success story of that whole Czech New Wave. But Ivan Passer is got a less celebrated career, and this is kind of thought of as his maybe a masterpiece of his certainly of his American films. I think the cult is kind of only growing for Cutter's Way. I don't know how many people already know it, they're listening, but it's a great neo-noir, a great portrait of people like kind of at a crossroads in their life, as far as like that same kind of baby boomer younger political generation that you see in films like Chilly Seasons of Winter or Return of the Secaucus 7, or I'm trying to think of maybe like the big chill, like things like from that period, like aging into their late 20s, early 30s, and like just still kind of skating by economically. It's a murder mystery of sorts, but it's kind of ambiguous for a lot of the running time as to whether or not there even is a conspiracy that they're obsessed with trying to solve. I don't know. It's like Mona Lisa, like it's a it's an 80s thriller, but primarily like melancholy character study that just happens to have the right amount of gunplay, to qualify as showing up in that side of the video store, but it's not really too concerned with action as much as it is like character dialogue scenes. But no, one of my favorite scores of any movie too, the Jack Nitzsche score for Cutter's Way is one of my favorite piece of music for film.
Oh, that's right. He did the score for Starman, which I also love. Yeah.
Yeah, and Cuckoo's Nest.
Right.
Since I mentioned Milos Forman, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is probably his best known score. But this is one of those films I sought out because of Danny Perry writing about it in one of his Cult Movies books, and made me into a John Hurd fan. So that when I caught up with Chili Scenes of Winter, it's like, okay, this guy is just being so underused by Hollywood. But that's my number 83 is Cutter's Way.
All right. I think we'll take a break at about number 75 because that's kind of more or less halfway, I think. Kind of. Okay. But number 82, another movie I probably don't need to talk about too much because everybody's seen it, loves it, I think. If it wasn't for Waking Life, this would be my favorite thing Richard Linklater has done, and that's the middle of the Before trilogy with Before Sunset.
It's so funny that you say that because so many of these that are on your list are films that I nearly picked today.
Well, that's because they're great. And
yeah,
there's definitely more titles that I've gone on and on and on about on other episodes coming up too. And this is definitely one of them when you think of great final scenes or even just the final, 15 minutes or so of this movie. I mean, but there's even a gesture that takes place in a car. I think both of them kind of do it, where they both try to touch and comfort one another while the other is expressing like such distress about their current love life. And yet they sort of can't touch each other in a way because it's like crossing a boundary because they're both seeing other people and or at least she used to see this other person. I mean, it's like they're really frustrated with the fact that they couldn't fully become the couple that they were or that they wanted to be. And they're like sitting in the back of this cab, I think. And I don't know, there's just something about that scene. There's something about just that final scene. I know some people are like, oh, that song she writes is a little too cute or whatever, but I love it. And then what can you say about the use of that Nina Simone song and that final shot? That's one of those moments where I remember where I was in the theater, what seat I was sitting in, and like the fact that, somebody in the row ahead of me, I could see them in my peripheral vision just smiling and being in awe of that choice. And I'm like, yes. This is why you love going to the movies, for that, kind of psychic connection you have with another person that you'll never talk to or even meet, really. It's just like, yep, we both get this movie. We both love this movie. I don't even know who the hell you are, but I can just tell that you connected with it as strongly as I just did. It's sublime. It's a beautiful movie about realizing that you're that sort of like idealistic, romantic idea of love that you had earlier on, maybe in your 20s, you're now in your 30s and realizing, oh, that's not actually how it works. That's not how actually it is. You can have a beautiful night together and hope that you can make it last, but in reality you don't. And then, of course, the one that follows this is more about the aftermath of being together so long that you kind of drive each other crazy. But really, it's, I don't know, there's just something about this middle ground between these two movies where it's like, I can't fully, I mean, I love all three, to be honest, but I can't fully go, I'm the absolute idealistic romantic types that are portrayed in the first movie, but I'm also not like so cynical and jaded and kind of like, being married, it sounds like the worst or something like in the last movie. I don't think it's necessarily what it's trying to say, but still, it's a little darker. I'm more in the middle with something like Before Sunset, where I recognize both sides, really.
Yeah, I think it's my favorite of the three as well, and I like all three. I mean, I think Before Sunrise was a film that I liked well enough, when it came out in the theater. I went on a date and my date hated it, but I remember
Wow.
liking it. Yeah.
That's not going to work out. That's just not going to work. I don't know.
And it did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't. But I think, this was like, I think Before Sunset came at a time when I was really kind of surprised that a second film, like a sequel to that film, would suddenly exist. This is before movies like Happiness and Henry Fool that would seem like very unlikely to spawn sequels suddenly had like these late in the game kind of sequels much later on. It's a very weird trend in, American independent film when some random like minor cult item has this second film. And Before Sunrise, I guess, was, I don't know if it was a studio film, but it was not it was not a success the way you might think, given how famous it is now. No, I've always found those really, all those movies really kind of endearing, even the much harsher, Before Midnight, which I find like a very sad movie to watch because the arguments seem so plausible.
Yeah.
But I do love, films like My Dinner with Andre and My Night at Maud's to some extent, like films that are just conversation films. And, Before Sunrise was one of the first ones I saw like that. And Before Sunset, I just find because it's more bittersweet, but not absolutely without hope that, I just always, I agree with all what you said as far as the music choices and the little grace notes. And it doesn't overstay its welcome either. It's a pretty short film for a feature.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
Yeah. My number 82 is one of the few films on my list that I loved as a kid. I actually hosted 2 different sleepover parties, like in grammar school, that I showed this to my friends because I was just so obsessed with it. And I don't know if it's a great film, but it's one that means a lot to me. And it's House on Haunted Hill from 1959, I think. It's William Castle.
Yeah,
and,
that's a good choice. Wow.
It's just a great old dark house horror movie. It's very, very 50s in terms of its look. Since you mentioned Messiah of Evil, one of the things I love about Messiah of Evil is that Elisha Cook Jr. is playing a very similar part as far as like the slightly neurotic, haunted guy that tries to warn people, but they just think he's a crazy old man. In that film, and he's a crazy young man in House on Haunted Hill. It has at least one jump scare that works for everybody I've ever shown it to, which I won't spoil, but it's pretty famous. It's just, like I think I mentioned Topper Returns on the first list, and it's another was, like old dark house kind of creepy, bump in the night kind of movie. I just like those kind of movies. And this one, I think was my first exposure to Vincent Price, an actor that is always fun to see in anything. And, I know that there's a fan base for a big budget remake that was made much later on, but for my taste, when it's October and I'm looking for like 50s horror, it's like my favorite 50s horror movie, I think. It's not as classy as The Haunting, but I watch it way more.
Yeah, no, I definitely like it. I haven't watched it in quite a while. I think I was on a Vincent Price kick for a while and certainly watched some William Castle movies, but no, I definitely like it. I think I might even watched the remake and that back to back and was kind of like, all right, Jeffrey Rush, you're no Vincent Price, but okay, you made an effort. I see. Like there was that whole era. I forgot what studio it was or whatever that was like doing those crazy
Ghost House.
Yeah, it might have been Ghost House. Yeah, the 13
the
Ghosts
Sam Raimi's people.
And yeah, it might have been. And House of Wax, like. Those movies are dumb, but but I still enjoyed them. I still found them entertaining, even though they have those like ridiculous CGI moments or something. But
oh yeah,
they're good, and that's a great choice for sure. It's one I should revisit.
Yeah, I like that one.
81 is you kind of mentioned earlier, like there's movies that are just good old fashioned kind of fun, and for me. It's definitely going to be high up on my list when I revisit 1992 with Eric and Colin. And every time I watch it, and it's pretty much a yearly tradition for me, I'm kind of just in awe of how top to bottom perfectly entertaining it is, and that is Sneakers.
I still haven't seen Sneakers. I remember you were surprised I hadn't when we did this last time.
It is a surprise. It's okay. There's still time.
Yeah, no, it's funny. One of the tabs I have up on my browser right now is Sneakers for rental. I was actually going to try to watch it in case it came up in your list. I just ran out of time.
Yeah, I think it might even be a little high. Like there are certain movies, of this era that I've watched many, 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 many times, whether they were on cable or whatever. It's one of those that you can easily put on and not feel overwhelmed by. It's just entertaining. It's just like, there's no other word that I can think, like, something like Midnight Run might fall into that category, where it's just kind of like, this does everything right, even though it's kind of in its own genre. And like, you put together the right cast at the right time with the right script. And it's not like shot amazingly or anything. It's pretty straightforward. It's just another movie about surveillance, but it's like a popcorn thriller version of The Conversation, where scene for scene, beat for beat, line for line, it's a movie that when I watch it, it feels like going back to an old friend that I love catching up with over dinner or something, because it's familiar and it's very enjoyable, and it was my first time having a vivid memory with my dad of a character. When we watched Groundhog Day around the same time, because I think Sneakers came out to rent in 93 perhaps, and we rented it, and then we saw Groundhog Day, and I'm like, how do I know that Ned Ryerson character? Where have I seen him before? And then my dad would say, oh no, he was in Sneakers. He was the computer nerd in Sneakers. I'm like, oh, that guy, Stephen Tobolowsky, how cool. And then who knew I would end up interviewing him when Harold Ramis passed away. That was like kind of a shocker for me, because like there is no better storyteller than Stephen Tobolowsky, to where there's this whole like documentary about his storytelling skills while he's having a birthday party, where I don't even know if that's available anywhere, but it's great.
It's funny. Stephen Tobolowsky is the young male ingenue in Keep My Grave Open, one of the films that I talked about with Gabe Powers on his podcast recently.
Wow. I should see that for sure then. Yeah, I'm just curious about, like, he's been in everything, and everybody knows, like, there was that period where it was like Sneakers, Single White Female, and Groundhog Day. Stephen Tobolowsky shows up and you're like, uh-oh. But he's great at being Stephen Tobolowsky in those movies. And Single White Female, he's obviously a complete creep, and you weren't prepared for that. But I love Sneakers. I love this cast. Like, it's a dream cast in every way. Like, even Dan Aykroyd doesn't annoy me. He's kind of playing Dan Aykroyd, to be honest. Like, I think he might have even improvised some of the conspiracy theory stuff that he comes up with in this movie. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. But
I believe that.
But yeah, no, there's, you love Blowout, you love The Conversation. Even recently, the Steven Soderbergh movie, Kimmy. Like, there's all these movies about, like, somebody hearing or seeing something they probably shouldn't have seen, and then it becomes this intricate web of intrigue and, like, oh, what happened? What really happened? Who did this thing? And how do we find out? And how can we get to the bottom of it? I love that setup. And there's a little bit of political edge to this one too, but yeah, Phil Alden Robinson, really good guy. Like, in terms of just like coming in and doing things like Field of Dreams, or I think he did Searching for Bobby Fischer as well. I just love Sneakers. There's no other way to really sum it up other than just, it's damn fun. I can watch it.
Yeah, finally see it this year. I'm gonna see it,
and then you're gonna tell me it was all right. That would be funny.
I mean, hopefully I feel the same way you do, but I haven't seen it yet. But I will. I will write that wrong.
I think Patrick loves it too. I'm pretty sure he does. Yeah.
I know my parents like it. I think I bought it for them once. I just have never seen it.
Do it.
Well, my number 81, which is not Nothing Like Sneakers, as far as I know, is The Red House from 1947, directed by Delmer Daves. Now, this is a
Have I seen this?
this is a film that since you mentioned Bigger Than Life earlier, this was another film that is excerpted in that Scorsese documentary on American film that I just saw this clip from it. I'm just like, what is The Red House? What could it be? And it's like this film noirish, horror-ish kind of thing. It's Edward G. Robinson plays a farmer who lives with his sister, and they have an adopted daughter, and they're kind of like the eccentric family in town. Like, I think people are a little bit wary of them. But the farmer, he hires one of his daughter's high school classmates, a young guy, and drama ensues. And there's like this old house on the property, this red house that the farmer forbids his family to go near. And so there's this kind of like, what is in that house? And it has like this eerie kind of, like eerie Americana feel. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to spoil anything about it, but it's like one of those films like Nightmare Alley or The Seventh Victim, the Val Lewton thing, where it's like it kind of feels a little bit like horror, a little bit like noir. I mean, Edward G. Robinson, I think you probably would associate more with kind of crime films of that era. But I don't know. It just always kind of stuck with me. I wouldn't say Lynchian, but maybe I would a little bit. It's not quite surreal, but it has like that same kind of small town eeriness that you might associate with some of his films. But it's just a personal favorite sleeper of mine. I know that, that it's one that I have to thank Martin Scorsese for calling out. I know that it's got a couple of Blu-ray releases now. It's never looked great on any home video. I don't know if the negative survives for this one, but it's a little sleeper movie I've always really liked. Red House.
Okay, I'm going to have to track that one down. No, I haven't seen it. Sounds interesting. Really.
I think you'd like it.
Okay. Number 80. I'm not going to go on and on about. I don't need to. Whenever I'm asked which movie did you wish you could have written, it's this one. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind by Michel Gondry. Another one of those movies like Fight Club where, even my non-cinephile friends have seen it, responded to it. There's just something universal about it. I mean, it's essentially like an Annie Hall breakup story, but done with Charlie Kaufman's crazy, weird sensibility. And of course, Michel Gondry doing all sorts of insane things visually to where there's certain moments and scenes you'll never forget when you see it. But I understand the reservation that I think someone like Patrick has with Jim Carrey kind of being miscast. I can understand somebody's thinking that and feeling that way about it. I don't necessarily. I think the relationship between the two of them is very plausible and very believable. I think they brought a lot of their own history with relationships to this movie from what I remember when I saw like the making of. But I still get emotional whenever I think about it. One of my all-time favorite scores, of course, by John Bryan. They're just it's just like one of those movies when I saw is like, again, everything I want from a movie is kind of here. So how can I not love it? Even though, like, maybe if you asked me 10 years ago, this would probably be in the top 20 or something, It just went down, not for any specific reason. It's just, I don't go back to it nearly as often as I did maybe 10 years ago or something. So, but it's still a masterpiece for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kino Lorber might be working on a new release of this, and so I've been holding off rewatching it until that version comes out. But I responded to it strongly as well. I think that period of American film, Hollywood films, I feel like that is not one of my favorite times for American films. I think I kind of felt like, was that 2003, 2004?
Yeah, 2004, I think.
Yeah, I kind of felt like my interest in new films was waning a little bit in those years. I think I kind of got it back maybe around like 2010 or 11, really. But that was a rare highlight for me as far as like new films that I thought were, quite interesting and unique script and clever direction and good performance. I just thought that was one that kind of always stood out for that time period for film, for me personally, for American film. I don't know if I like it as much as Synecdoche, New York, but it's way more accessible. You know, and I don't like it as much as Dave Chappelle's Block Party for Michel Gondry's body work, but it's for narrative features, I think it's easily the best one. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's not a film that, you know, I assume that most people listening already know their feelings on that one. I think it's a great movie. I think it's my favorite Jim Carrey movie. Yeah, no, I've got nothing more to add. I also have that soundtrack. I think it's great. The John Bryan score.
Yeah, and that Beck cover at the end of the movie too. Wow, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good movie. I'm excited to see that again. It's been a little while since I've seen it, but I have fond memories of the first time I saw it. I think I saw it with my parents and they liked it too.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Yeah. My number 80 is Boys in the Hood, 1991, John Singleton.
Yeah. That's a great one too.
I mean, it's, you know, if you had asked me, gosh, when I was in my 20s, I mean, this would probably be much higher on my list. And I still love it. I think as I got older with the hood crime drama films of that early 90s period, I kind of gravitated more to Juice. But, and I know that a lot of people felt like Menace to Society does this better, but I don't agree. I mean, I think that's a better directed film maybe, but this is the one I have seen. I mean, I probably know it by heart.
I feel a lot more emotion watching Boys in the Hood, but I do love Menace Society too.
Yeah, I mean, Menace is dark. Like it's a closer to film noir. I mean, they're both stories about young men in LA and getting involved in you know, criminal kind of. Well, Trey is not really involved. Like he's on the outskirts of criminal activity because of the Ice Cube character Doughboy. But I mean, they're both kind of coming of age stories in that environment. But I mean, one is like brutally nihilistic, and then one is, you know, I get that it's like a little sentimental, but I don't mind. I find it very touching. I find some of it quite heartbreaking, especially the death of one character. If you haven't seen it, I won't spoil who that is. But no, in terms of like the score, the use of pop songs like "Ooh Child" on the soundtrack. Actually, it's one of my favorite Lawrence Fishburne performances too. I think this is one of the things that kind of kicked him into maybe a higher level of notoriety. I mean,
I think he was nominated. He was nominated for it, wasn't he? If he should have been.
I don't know. I mean, it was a film that was recognized at the Oscars. I mean, he was like the youngest nominee for direction, I think, John Singleton.
That's right.
But it's weird that he's gone on some level. I mean, he was somebody that I followed. It's funny because you mentioned James Mangold. You know, somebody that had his years as an auteur and then kind of seemingly became more of a journeyman. You know, like I mean, John Singleton was doing like Fast and Furious 2 kind of stuff after a while. But I mean, you know, his early years, like The Poetic Justice, Higher Learning, Baby Boy, Rosewood, like I thought that was a career worth paying attention to. You know, I thought that, I mean, he was not quite the eccentric, idiosyncratic artist that someone like Spike Lee would be. I mean, but I don't know. I kind of regretted it when he stopped making what felt like personal films. But, you know, the early films I think have still hold a lot of interest for me, you know, as far as like they capture a time and a place pretty well. And Boys in the Hood, I mean, I assume most people know. I don't know that they've ever really kind of fallen away. I mean, it's maybe people think of it as an American classic. I mean, right away, like when it first came out, it was like the most acclaimed, you know, by critics, and that it was a huge hit. But yeah, I don't know if there's much more I need to say about it. I mean, that's just one I've always really liked, and I never get bored when I rewatch it. I've seen it countless times.
It's a great choice. Yeah, I should go back to it again sometime. It's been a while. I know was Higher Learning in 95, maybe?
93.
I don't
think
know.
93.
Yeah.
3 or 4, because when I went to University of Rhode Island for 2
Oh, it
years.
was 95. Huh.
Was it 95?
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember being
I
kind of
went-
blown away by that movie when I first saw it too. I was just like, I mean, it's very on the surface and like everybody kind of plays it at maximum volume. Like, you know, Michael Rappaport's character, good Lord. There's just, but I found it really moving and like capturing that experience of, you know, different nationalities and different types of people all clashing together in a college setting really worked for me at the time. I don't know how strongly it holds up, but I do remember really liking Lawrence Fishburne in that too, and Omar Epps. Yeah.
I thought that film, I mean, it seems almost cartoonish in some ways in terms of overstatement, but I was going to say that when I went to University of Rhode Island, it felt like super close to the bone as far as like the racial tension on the campus that I was on. I mean, it was not too far from how it comes off in that movie in terms of the, you know, the dorms, you know, that had primarily white students and the dorms that had primarily black students. I mean, it was like, it felt vaguely segregated. And this was like in the mid 90s. And it was bizarre to me that it was like that. But, you know, I thought that Higher Learning kind of captured something that was, I mean, it is a little strident, but it feels like it taps into something that was real. And I think it's a very interesting, entertaining movie, whatever flaws it might have.
Yes. I agree.
But yeah, and I think that after Rosewood, I think when that didn't cross over, I think it maybe scared him off of Baby Boys, like the last thing that really feels like personal filmmaking out of him, I think.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. Mm-hmm.
But I've never done a proper like marathon of his works. He's just somebody I've always paid attention to from Boys in the Hood onward, and even Fast and the Furious. I've never actually seen any of that franchise except for the one that he directed, because I was just curious to see what, you know, he would do with that kind of material. But I should write that. I mean, I do want to, you know, right that wrong, you know, as far as the catching up with that, because I know that's like a, you know, massively culturally important franchise. I just never got around to watching any of them, but besides Too Fast, Too Furious.
Yeah, I'd add him to the director's club list at some point. I think he'd be great to talk about. Number 79 is a director that talked about with Brad and Al, and it seems people feel very passionately about Denis Villeneuve. I've realized, like, that's also resulted in a rather, I guess, one of the more unfortunate iTunes reviews we've gotten about, like, they didn't discuss this facet of Blade Runner 2049 or whatever. I don't know. It was just,
I saw that review. Yeah.
I'm just like, come on, shut up. I understand, like, people get really, really high up on, like, oh my God, let's talk about Dune, right? You know, just people go really crazy for his movies. I kind of gone to bat for my own Denis Villeneuve movie, because there are people who don't like it, and people certainly who thought, man, that was overrated, and that was Arrival from 2016. You know, and like, yeah, I certainly have gone back to something like Enemy, and I think about it more because it's certainly in the Lynchian Cronenberg universe kind of, you know, feel. So it's like one of those dream logic movies that I really respond to strongly. So that would be another that could have been, probably in the top 200 or something. But Arrival is just an overwhelming experience for me. I watch it and I'm completely moved. I'm completely intoxicated by everything that happens in the film. I feel like Amy Adams should have won the Academy Award for Best Actress. And, you know, there's this is such a silly bias, but like sometimes when you just use a piece of music that moves me to no end, this is not the only movie in my top 100 that uses Max Richter's On the Nature of Daylight, which might be my favorite piece of music I've ever heard. It's used beautifully and brilliantly in a movie you don't like called Shutter Island. That's one of the more moving moments of that whole movie for me. I don't know. It's weird. Like, it shouldn't be as something as simple as, oh, if you play a Sigur Rós song, then I'm going to love the movie. It's not that. It's just, if you use it right, there's just something about it that hits me in a way that's kind of on a subconscious level that I don't understand. It just happens. But I will say that maybe it's not in my top 50 of all time, because there's one thing about it I don't like that I agree with anybody who has this critique. I never want to hear Jeremy Renner say the words, "Do you want to make a baby?" And that happens at the end of this movie. And that's the only thing I don't like. That's the only... And a lot of people don't like this movie. And a lot of people have problems with it. And I respect them. I understand that response. If you don't connect with it, that's fine. I happen to really, really connect with this movie. I really love Amy Adams and just about everything, until recently when she was in Woman in the Window. But I think what it has to say about human connection and empathy, I know these are themes that pop up time and time again in science fiction films, but I never get tired of it. I always love when we sort of touch upon those ideas of, oh, if we just actually listen to one another, or actually tried to break down these, sort of cultural barriers, or at least try to understand what they're coming from, even if we don't understand the language. That sort of stuff works for me. It's, what happens when, like there's and I wrote about this, I think, in my Letterboxd review or in the comments or something. There's people who really don't like a decision that Amy Adams makes, regarding what happens with her daughter, and the fact that she has this knowledge now, and her choice to not really share it with her husband or something is actually a despicable choice. I know that's where Eric Childress stands. I've always wanted to have an argument with him about this movie, because, he's one of those people who doesn't like it mainly because of that reason, but I don't know. I think this is my favorite thing Denis Villeneuve has done and probably will ever do. Who knows?
Yeah, I haven't seen it since I saw it in the theater. I remember liking it well enough. I didn't have a strong love for it, or any problem or issues with it I can remember. I remember thinking it had some strong imagery and a tone that kept me kind of engaged. I don't like it as much as Enemy, which is my favorite, but feels like so much like an outlier in his filmography the more time goes by.
Yeah.
I'm
glad you at least like it.
Yeah. I bought it because of your strong endorsement of it. I just haven't got a chance to rewatch it. But I do remember thinking it was good. I think I know they're very different, but I kind of put it next to Interstellar in my head as far as like big budget sci-fi that has the Jim Laskowski seal of approval. That I have it in the house, but I haven't gone back and done a maybe I'll do a double bill of them. I like the idea of big budget spectacle science fiction that is thoughtful,
very thoughtful,
as opposed to purely, action spectacle kind of thing. But I just haven't gone back to it. But yeah, I saw it by myself, visiting my folks. Like I remember the afternoon that I saw it, and just the, I like his films, but my favorite ones are not in the sci-fi fantasy, unless Enemy counts as that. I don't know. It's a little bit kind of on the verge of being that, but I don't know how well Prisoners would hold up for me if I rewatched it. I remember it being a nice surprise, because I went into it with no real expectations at the time that came out.
Yeah, that's one of the few I didn't connect with as strongly as everybody else did. But I know.
Yeah,
I should go back to.
But that was I saw him show Dune last year at New York Film Festival, and people definitely like that guy a lot. So I understand. I understand, like when the Oscar nominations came out, like every negative one was just a fan of his complaining he wasn't up for director. So I get he has his fan base, and good, like people like him should have fan bases like that, I guess. But I mean, for me, Enemy is the only one I really would say I love, and even that one, I thought about putting it on my list, but I just didn't. But I've seen it several times. I will give Arrival another look at some point, but I did buy it. There's like a 2-for-1 set with that and Annihilation, which I also would like to see again.
Ooh, yeah, that's another one that's actually gone up a little bit more on rewatches. Just a little bit, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember liking it. My number 79, this was a hard one for me to pick because I wanted to finally have an Ingmar Bergman film on the list. I love so many of them that, and they're so different in some way. I mean, because like you look at something like The Wild Strawberries or The Seventh Seal, it's a different feeling than something like Scenes from a Marriage or Fanny Alexander, like the later films. The one that has always kind of stuck with me ever since I saw it in college is that I decided to put on the list was Through a Glass Darkly, 1961.
Ooh.
And it's kind of right at the crossroads before, it's a couple years before he gets to Persona and kind of changes things up a bit. Because like he was somebody that kind of went from like melodramas and kind of almost coming of age-ish kind of things to films that kind of started exploring life and death philosophical kind of matters, and then at a certain point he just gets a lot more down to earth. Like the concerns become a lot more like relationship issues and like family issues and mental illness. And Through a Glass Darkly is almost like a horror movie in a way, but it's also like almost like an indie chamber drama. It's set on the island of Faro, and it's about a family who get together, and you have the father who's like a suicidal author. You have his daughter who has schizophrenia, and her long-suffering husband, played by Max von Sydow. You have sexual dysfunction. You have a little bit of incest. You have a woman seeing visions of God in the walls, and it's kind of eerie and kind of powerful, and it has this kind of just mood to it that I just really respond to. I mean, when you get to one film we talked about on the last time we did this was Carnival of Souls, and the look of that is aiming for a kind of Bergman or Cocteau kind of art film feel. And this is the kind of art film that he's thinking of. I mean, like it's just kind of a dour, dreary kind of feeling to it. And it feels like a filmed play, even though it was I think written for the screen, maybe. I'm not positive. It might have written as a play because Bergman was someone that did a lot of work in the stage as well as in cinema. But this one just had a vaguely whiff of horror about it, but was still ultimately like a character, family drama, melodrama. Mm-hmm. So I just always really kind of loved it. And so, I mean, I could just as easily say like at least half a dozen others. I mean, Bergman, I don't think there's another director that has more great films with a capital G than him. And I don't even know that there's even one I think I dislike that I've seen. I mean, he's got a lot. I haven't seen them all. So he's probably got some, lesser films in his earlier years. But I mean, if you're new to Ingmar Bergman work, I would probably start with something like Wild Strawberries or The Seventh Seal, or even a little later like Cries and Whispers. But this is one that's always meant a lot to me. And so I think I'm just sticking up with a sentimental favorite, Underdog, for my number 79.
And I've seen it a long time ago to where it's very fuzzy in my head, and I should watch that again because I remember I was going through a dark time in Michigan, and I think I just put on randomly Winter Light and was like kind of overwhelmed by that one too, and went, man, I need to watch more Bergman. So I watched that pretty close, maybe like a week later or something, and I was also very taken with that one, very moved by it, but I just actually don't have a clearer memory of it. To where
Winter Light is probably I think if you had to rank them, Winter Light is probably a more perfectly realized film. I think Through Glass Darkly is a little pulpier, but I kind of like that sometimes.
Oh yeah, no, totally. And Bergman is someone that I'm intimidated by, like Kurosawa or something, where it's like, I don't know. I'm just going to have to watch them and not worry about what I have to say. Because to me, like, I know I host a movie podcast, and certainly want to write about movies more too, but there are just some directors where I'm like, there are people who know way more, who understand the context, who've like actually studied these directors' histories, and like, just, yeah, I don't know if I can bring my A game to those storytellers. You know, this isn't the way I would with Pump Up the Volume or something like that. You know, it's just like I experience those movies. They wash over me. I'm overwhelmed by a lot of them, but I also don't necessarily know how to convey into words what they mean necessarily.
Well, it's funny because I think I forget if I said this when we talked about, I had Antonioni on my list last time. And a lot of these quote unquote serious intellectual art film directors, I like them as movies, you know, like I don't really think through like and wrestle with the ideas very often in them. I mean, they're there. I used to do that more when James and I used to watch these things. I mean, we watched plenty of Bergman films when we were, you know, college age kind of kids. And, you know, I mean, they definitely excited me just to like have those chin stroking discussions in the, you know, outside afterwards with a cup of coffee. Like we were those kind of kids, but like, I like them just because they, you know, I just find them entertaining, and I find them, you know, I like the look of them. I like, you know, just how they feel just as that. Like, I don't know that I always like respond to them and like grapple with the themes, you know, in an intellectual way. And like, this is the thing, like with so many films I've talked about in Directors Club, have been like directors like Tarkovsky or Rogue or Kieslowski, or like all these films that like deal with like great themes. And I always feel like a little bit lazy, and that I don't always like try to like necessarily break them down the way maybe they're meant to be broken down. I respond to them as movies and, you know, entertainments primarily, even if they don't necessarily seem as like, you know, traditionally entertaining the way like a Steven Spielberg film would be. But I like them the way I like that.
Well, that's great to hear. I mean, I always feel like, yeah, those are directors, you know, where you have to like write a philosophical essay or, you know, deconstruct them deeply and know it's what they were trying to say with each film or something. But honestly, you're right. They can just be movies too. Yeah. That's a great point. Yeah. And you don't have to feel intimidated. I think it's just one of those things too, where it's more self-imposed intimidation by just what they mean to cinema history. Like someone like Scorsese obviously can talk about Kurosawa till the cows come home. Whereas I'm just like, I've seen a few of his films and I think they're pretty great, you know, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we talked about this a little bit with like Jeziowski, you know, with the way that,
or Fassbender.
I mean, if you want to do like the deeper reading, I mean, those films do reward that deeper effort.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't, then you've just got to contend with the surface, and is the surface enough? Because I think for a lot of times, you know, people have that capacity for that deeper reading, but they apply it to Star Wars movies or Avengers movies or things that like, and people I know come up with like really complex emotional and intellectual responses to those films because they have that part of their brain that is driven to do that. But they need to have the candy coating of a popcorn movie, you know, in order to even feel like spending the time with the film. But then they have that same kind of deconstructing brain that would, you know, totally work for Bergman, but they might find Bergman boring because Bergman movies are most just people talking.
Yeah. Which I don't mind, obviously.
Yeah.
78, my second favorite Coen Brothers movie after Inside Llewyn Davis, and that would be Barton Fink. Definitely one. The Coen Brothers are definitely that's a Directors Club episode I did in the past that I would love to redo and revisit for obvious reasons. They've made a lot of movies that you can talk about that we probably barely scratched the surface in that episode. And also, I was not on my A game. I can't remember specifically why. I don't know if I wasn't feeling well or if I was just like, I'll let my guests handle this more than I am. But I was more like, I felt like I was more in the background with that particular episde, just a little off. And, you know, it happens. No, we can't always be like totally on. But this one follows some sort of, again, I probably use this a lot because I want movies to be like dreams, but there's some twisted dream logic towards the end of this that, again, throws caution to the wind. That just like says, here, we're going to do this crazy shit now and you're going to watch it. Here comes the fire, really. And, you know, any movie where it's like somebody's isolated, living in a hotel room, and we're watching this self-absorbed writer struggle to the point of insanity. These are just, yeah, that's I things I enjoy in movies are all here once again. This could very well be my favorite John Goodman performance. It's just a great movie about writing. It's a great movie about isolation and trying to find your voice and trying to connect with somebody, but really you're so stuck and lost in your own head that you actually can't really make a genuine human connection with somebody who's trying to reach out to you. And I think, you know, in the end, he sort of gets punished for that. I mean, everybody can have a lot of different reads on this movie. It's one of those, I can imagine, like, this is, to me, this was a film that works as, okay, just a dark comedy about a Hollywood writer, and it's a satire on the Hollywood studio system, but it also gets really nasty and really surreal that isn't out of place in the world of someone like David Lynch in this final act, you know? Like, there's just things that happen in this movie, you're like, whoa, that doesn't seem grounded in reality, yet I completely accept it. I completely accept what's happening in this reality. And it's another movie with a perfect final shot. It really is. And John Turturro's best performance, probably, I think. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's every time I watch it, it's one that haunts me in all the right ways. And yet it's very funny. And you know, John Mahoney is great in this too. So there's just, again, every choice made adds to its strengths. And it's kind of a summation of everything I love about the Coen brothers in this movie.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely up there for me with them. I don't know if I think Inside Llewyn Davis is the one that I return to the most in recent years, but I mean, everything from Blood Simple to Miller's Crossing to Man Who Wasn't There. I mean, there's so many that I mean, obviously things like Fargo and Big Lebowski, you know, I like them too. And I haven't rewatched a lot of the recent films, and I feel like with them, I usually need a second watch. So I don't know if I'm underrating things like Hail Caesar or the Ballad of Buster Scruggs, and you know even that new you know Coen brother singular Macbeth movie. Like I like Barton Fink probably maybe the best next to Inside Llewyn Davis for me, but I don't know. I mean, it's hard to rank them, and I find almost all of their films like rewatchable and like new layers each time I watch them. So I don't know. I think I don't have any of the films on my list, but it's only just because I don't know. There's not one film that I feel like super like personally like I never had a sense of discovery with the Coen brothers, and they never really felt like. And I had no sense of ownership or discovery with them. And I think that makes a difference for some reason when I make lists like this.
Sure. No, that makes sense.
But I don't feel that way about my number 78, which is a film that I was the first person I knew that saw it. And I showed all my friends. And we've talked about it at length already on a podcast. But What Happened Was 1994, Tom Noonan. Used to be one of my favorite films. It's still quite important to me. It's the first date told in real time, independent film. Tom Noonan and Karen Silas play the two characters, and you know, I mean, compared to Before Sunrise, which I saw around that same age, it's a little bit you know, more melancholy, two-hander, but yeah, one that's held up very well. I mean, and the new Blu-ray that came out through Oscilloscope Laboratories. It's like night and day compared to the old VHS I had. But yeah, important film to me. And I know that we've talked about that one, so we don't have to go on too long about it.
Yeah, no, that's true. And even something like 77 here, I don't know. Well, I did a whole episode on this director. What am I talking about? It was with Brad Nell that I talked about Albert Brooks. His first, 4 movies? I could all be on my list, right? I think. Real Life, Modern Romance, Lost in America. Right, and then this one.
Defending Your Life.
Yeah, it's my favorite. And maybe it just because it sticks the landing and ends up being incredibly sweet. Like maybe to the point of some people rolling their eyes. You know, it just, to me, it's the fully realized Albert Brooks movie. Whereas like sometimes even early on, his endings are just like kind of there. Even something like Modern Romance is just like, we're going to do the scroll thing and tell you what happened to this couple. And as much as I love all of his movies, this was the first exposure to Albert Brooks for me. And my dad and I, this was a me and my dad movie where it was on cable. We would watch it. We would love it. We would laugh. We'd talk about it afterwards. And how rare was it at the time to see Meryl Streep do comedy? Right? Like, I don't think she had, maybe. Maybe she had. She must have before this. But this is also my introduction to Rip Torn, who kills me in this movie. He's hilarious. Every line delivery. Huge laughs, but also lots of thoughtful insight into the way human beings operate. And the many layers we seem to have when it comes to experiencing fear and uncertainty in life. And to me, it's like a great idea to spend the afterlife in a screening room, right? Like, I wouldn't mind if I had to defend my own life and watch, probably horrible moments, maybe like things that I wish hadn't happened in my life, and I would have to justify why I made the decisions. I just think that's a brilliant sort of existential concept that also happens to be really fun to experience with this character. I don't know. I think in terms of concept, very similar to like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, where it's like, I wish I'd thought of something like this, because it seems like it's something that I would think of, and here it is. And I'm grateful that it exists. And it's also just a great kind of romantic comedy. Like, Albert Brooks is a leading romantic man, right? It's not something you'd expect, but it's here. And there's just like every scene he has in a restaurant is hilarious. And just this world that he envisioned and created from scratch. I forgot the name of the Judgment City, I think is what it's called, right? Judgment City.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and it's recently released on Criterion. I wish there was more extras on it, but there is a nice extra of Albert Brooks reflecting on this movie and doing like a quick half-hour interview about it that I think is very nice. But I wish there was more to it. I wish there was a full commentary or something, but
yeah, he used to be kind of opposed to DVD extras, and so I'm glad that I'm glad he's at least lightened up to appear on the discs.
Yeah, no, I every time I watch this, and it might even be at least every couple years I go back to it, I'm in awe of it. Like, it's just one of those screenplays, again, something like Broadcast News, where I kind of go, yeah, this is exactly the kind of movie I would love to have written. It's beautiful, it's wonderful, and it's smart. It's smart comedy. That's what we need more of in this world.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't have any Albert Brooks movies on my list, but I love all of them. I think Looking for Comedy in the Muslim World is the only one that it's okay. It's not my favorite.
And The Muse is okay,
No, I love The Muse.
Oh, wow.
And I love
Mother.
Okay. Yeah, no, I love. Yeah, I mean, I think Mother and the Muse tend to get. I mean, I don't know if it's because they're like kind of more glossy and domestic comedy kind of movies compared to the more ambitious or more abrasive movies that he used to do. But I mean, maybe because they were films I could put on in a video store and not, worry about like offending any of the customers. Those were films that I watched dozens of times, working shifts in video stores. So I have like a, real affection for those as well. I know that something like Modern Romance was my favorite for a long time. That is probably the most abrasive version of his comic persona.
Oh, I love it
But
though.
yeah, and real life is, I mean, brilliant. I mean, they're all. I mean, he doesn't have any films I don't really like. So I mean, Defending Your Life is the first one I think I saw as well. I saw it in the theater with my parents. I forget how old I was, but yeah, I remember liking it, and it's just one that it's only grown richer over time. I'm glad that Criterion seem to have a relationship with him now. Hopefully, they'll get to do more of his works, even if I'm in the minority liking the films that follow Defending Your Life.
No, I really like Mother. Anything about neurotic mothers, I'm all for. I like that one too a lot, actually. It's just, I think the Muse gets a little sidetracked with Andy McDowell's cookie business.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that kind of keeps it from being a little higher up for me. But yeah, but then looking for comedy in the Muslim world, I was like, oh well. But I wish he would make more, and I should read his book because I love his sense of humor. So
yeah. I mean, there is an Albert Brooks appearance later on my list, but my number 77 is probably the hardest one to see now on my list, I think. But it's a film called Thieves from 1996, directed by Andrei Technay. And I never know how to say this guy's name, but starring Daniel Auteuil and Catherine Deneuve. And it's this kind of nonlinear drama about a cop and a philosophy professor who both get romantically involved with this kind of reckless, much younger woman who is affiliated with like kind of criminal activity. And it has the sweep of a novel. I mean, it deals, I mean, it's not like, I think it's about 2 hours, but it feels quite epic in terms of its scope to me. And it's a film I saw in college, and it's always kind of stuck with me. I mean, Daniel, I might be butchering his pronunciation, so I think it's Daniel Auteuil. He's an actor that was a huge star in France. I don't think he's really had a crossover hit in America, but he was in Man of the Spring and Jean de Florette, which were like art house hits in the 80s. And he was in a film I love called A Heart in Winter, a Claude Sauté film, which almost was on my list also.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, with Emmanuel Béart. And he was in this broad comedy that I also love called The Closet. I think Miramax put it out in like the early 2000s. He's somebody that you would probably recognize if you looked him up. But Thieves was one of those films like Three Colors Red that just it caught me at the right age when I was like getting more interested in contemporary European art house cinema, and it's kind of disappeared really. I mean, Jonathan Rosenbaum was a fan of Thieves, and I remember telling him like how I remember he was one of the few people that championed. I think Roger Ebert also liked it. Like it had some support, but it was one of those films that I think the studio didn't really know what to do with it, but it was a Hollywood studio, not like an indie, so it wasn't given a whole lot of priority. And I think I have a DVD-R through like Sony, I think maybe put it out. But Andrei Technay was a director that every now and again I'll check in with him. He did Wild Reeds, which was kind of a well-known film for its time.
I think I might have seen that one. That looks familiar. The cover art looks familiar.
Yeah, I mean, he did a film called The Witnesses I like with Emmanuel Béart. He did a film called My Favorite Season. Even a couple of years ago, he did a film called Being 17 that I remember being pretty good. He's one of those like French directors like that, he's been around forever. He's got a million films, and, I don't even know how many of them never even had a US release. It's like he's just somebody that he's not a hip young director, but he's, anytime I check in with his films, they're always really solid. And Thebes was just one that kind of caught me at the right age, and I've always kind of had a soft spot for it. And so I thought I'll put it on the list.
I'm going to check out this director's work. It's interesting. He did a movie called Alice and Martin with Juliette Binoche.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some interesting titles on here. Oh, Rendezvous.
Yeah, well,
I think I've seen Rendezvous.
Yeah, Rendezvous is kind of, I think, the film that really launched Juliette Binoche.
Yeah.
I mean, that or one of the Godard things that she was in. But that was like a key early film for her before she did The Unbearable Lightness of Being,
Right.
and then got kind of better known in America. And, my favorite season I remember really liking, I haven't seen it since the 90s, though. I mean, Thieves I just rewatched just to make sure I wasn't like inflating it in my memory because of nostalgia. And no, I still find it really kind of absorbing. I mean, it's, again, like Mona Lisa, it's like one of those films, it's like on some surface level has a crime story, but it's primarily about relationships. And, it just always kind of stuck with me. And it's one that people have completely forgotten. And I always kind of hope that some label like Criterion, or I don't see Arrow doing anything, but maybe even Kino Lorber, like somebody like revisiting and rescuing these films, because they, are almost totally forgotten in America now.
Number 76 is still my favorite Jonathan Demme movie. I can't believe I got to see it on the big screen with you and Paul Thomas Anderson introducing it. That to me is, it feels like a lifetime ago now. But,
yeah,
the idea of like, I'm going to get on a plane and hang out with a really cool friend and cinephile of mine, but also I'm going to walk around New York and visit a cat cafe and then end up at the movie theater with, oh yeah, we're going to just have a quick Mediterranean dinner before we see the movie. And who's walking past the window? And I'm waving at him. I just went, and he waved back. It was so nice because he knows, okay, yeah, those must be a couple of cinephiles there, and they know who I am, so I'm going to be nice and smile and wave back. But the first time I ever heard Paul Thomas Anderson's voice was in the commentary for Hard 8, which I got the DVD of. And one of the first things he said in that commentary was how this movie was very influential for him, and that's why I sought it out. And it's Melvin and Howard. I think it might have been one of the first things he talked about in the commentary, where he said, if you just get two people in a car and figure out what the story is between these two people, then you've got a first act. And then your second act can be whatever you want it to be once you establish who these characters are in the car as they get to know one another. And that's exactly what happens in Melvin and Howard. And I think it's one of those that just, appeals to my sensibilities. It's might be considered a little quirky to some degree, but never in a way that I think isn't grounded by Demme's like humanity. Like he really cares about his characters. He really wants to make them fully dimensional and engaging, but also make them flawed and imperfect and showcase like, oh yeah, they really can screw up or they really can say the wrong things. He's very considerate about the way he tells his stories and presents his characters in just about anything, even in something like Silence of the Lambs. I think he does, and some people disagree. But Melvin and Howard is a masterpiece. I love it. I love thinking about it. I want to watch it now. It just puts me in a good mood. I love Mary Steenburgen. And there's just nothing, I couldn't find anything really wrong with this movie. I love Jason Robards as Howard Hughes. I think it's just a great idea that he ran with and was very successful with. Other people can make arguments for other Jonathan Demme movies, and I wouldn't necessarily think they're wrong. Like, certainly Something Wild is another movie that could have made a list, but this one is just going to always have a special place in my heart. So it's great. It's a great movie about, being in a marriage, managing money, figuring yourself out, all those things.
Well, I appreciate that you're bringing up all the films that were on my list of shame so that I can, still talk about them. Because, Melvin and Howard is a great film, and Jonathan Demme is a director that is not on my list, but only because I couldn't squeeze him in. But I love this film. I love most of his films. And I like, all the different eras, because he's somebody that goes through some real changes over the course of a very long career. I mean, I like everything from Caged Heat to Ricky and the Flash. I mean, I like most of his films quite a lot, and I almost thought of Handle with Care, aka Citizens Band. I thought of
Sure.
Something Wild. I like a lot. I really like Silence of the Lambs a lot. I mean, I know that that's a real famous movie that needs no introduction, but I think that film is really perfect, in a way.
Unless you ask
I mean,
Nick DiGilio or Jonathan Rosenbaum, who think it's atrocious for reasons I don't quite get. But I guess I can see somebody having that read. Their take on it about Ted Levine's character. I don't know. I don't experience that when I'm watching it.
Yeah, well, sure. I can understand the objection that people have with a lot of films I like, including that one. But yeah, I mean, doesn't bother me when I watch. I like it, but I understand the arguments against that one. I mean, it was controversial when it came out.
Sure.
I mean, I remember that one always being, a little bit problematic. Even back in 1990. But yeah, no, I like Rachel Getting Married and Married to the Mob, and I don't know if he never made Rachel Getting Married.
I even
like
liked the Manchurian Candidate remake. I actually like that one too.
I've never seen that or Beloved. I haven't seen everything he's made.
Beloved is so weird, man.
Yeah,
God.
And there's a couple documentaries of his I haven't seen. I don't think was it Cousin Bobby or Storefront Hitchcock. There's a couple things I haven't seen yet. But no, I think quirky Americana, but not Lynch Cohen quirky, is something he used to be kind of identified with, back in the time of Melvin and Howard. So that might be the most well-rounded film for me of his, but it's hard for me to pick a favorite. I mean, he was definitely somebody that left behind a really rich body of work, and it's I'm glad he had his like blockbuster type hits, but the sleepers are what I treasure most with him. My number 76. Now, this is a director that we've talked about, and at the time that we did our top threes, I went with a different film. I think I told you that my top favorite with David Cronenberg is always changing depending on the time of day and the weather and all that. And today it's The Brood, 1979, which is my favorite of the horror type movies that he did. That's like a proper like creature feature type movie. I just think it's easily his scariest movie, but just one I rewatched so many times. I mean, it's what I love about Dead Ringers and what I love about Crash and what I love about Videodrome is kind of different. And I've actually had an increasing amount of love and time for The Dead Zone, but but The Brood, it's just one of those movies that I can put on any time, and it just captures my attention right away. And it's just a creepy, cold, compelling little movie. I think most people probably that would like The Brood already know of it. I mean, it's got the Criterion Collection seal of approval now too. And I mean, it, and I think you also share my feeling for it.
I do. It's another that the more I watch it, the more I love it. And I would still say The Fly is my favorite. I think it's in the top 200. And maybe it is because it's one of the more accessible ones, and it also makes me cry at the end. But when it comes to, I think, what Cronenberg's strengths are, they're all on display in The Brood. I mean, I can make a case for a lot of Cronenberg movies, and certainly Patrick and I talked about I have guilt for not loving Crash or certain movies that I think are universally beloved, to where I'm going to keep watching them and hope that one day it just clicks with me. Because I
wouldn't say that's universally beloved.
Well, yeah, you're right.
There's plenty of people that don't like Crash.
That's true, but like cinephiles that I respect, and a lot of them have been on your show, or I've heard about their love of the film on Twitter or any number of sites, and there's something about it that I think keeps creeping up into me, where it's like I could see one day just, okay, I'm in the right mood, I'm in the right frame of mind, maybe I'm stoned, who knows? It'll just happen. But The Brood is something that I think by the second viewing, I'm like, oh yeah, this is actually one of his very best films. And we did a whole episode talking about him, and that's a very good one. And I cannot wait to watch his new movie. It's probably it might be in my most anticipated of the year. There's certainly a lot to look forward to, but a new Cronenberg movie with Kristen Stewart. Good Lord.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Crimes of the Future. Yeah. No, my number 75 is another Canadian auteur that also directed Elias Koteas as well, but Adam McGoy. And I have always had a soft spot for Calendar, 1993, kind of a smaller film in between his more kind of slick and mysterious The Adjuster and Exotica. Calendar is a kind of almost it's like him and his wife are two of the three lead characters, and it's about a man visiting a series of churches in Armenia with his wife and a tour guide, and Agoyan is kind of on the outside because he has a language barrier, and it's kind of about the disintegration of the marriage of the characters, and I've talked about this one with Al on the Adam McGoyan episode of Directors Club. I was happy to see that when I looked it up on the Criterion channel this week, that the Janus logo is preceded. So it sounds like Criterion have it now. So maybe they'll put it out on Blu-ray and people will reassess it. But I don't know if it's the film I would start with if you're new to Agoyan's work. I would say Exotica or even The Sweet Hereafter is probably like a more accessible beginning point. But I think Calendar was one of the ones that made me a fan. I mean, and it still feels quite separate from the rest of his body of work because it's dealing with his maybe, I don't know if about ambivalence, but just kind of like his awkward relationship with his roots. In a way that's like, there's a little bit of like the clever game playing that he is always kind of fond of, as far as like you need to kind of deconstruct what's going on in a series of framing scenes with him and various women that speak in various foreign languages on a date situation that goes wrong. That might be a little bit arch or too clever, but it doesn't bother me. But as far as like a film that is emotionally direct, I find this one is something that's always kind of stuck with me. And maybe I saw it in an impressionable age. I mean, I think that's definitely true with a couple of these. It's like I have they were films I saw in my early 20s or late teens and, just hit me at that right age. But I mean, I can't help it. Like that's how these things work sometimes. And Calendar is one that I know Jonathan Rosenbaum, speaking of him earlier, he was also a fan of Calendar in a way that he was less so of like slightly more detached or experimental-ish kind of narratives of his. But that's my number 75 is Calendar.
I'll have to see that one. Like I mentioned with you, The Adjuster was, again, I use this word a lot, but kind of an enigma in a good way. I think in the end, Sharon and I both walked away from watching it being satisfied, even though we didn't connect with every little thing that goes on in that movie. But in terms of Elias Koteas' performance, and certainly, is it Maury Chaykin? Is that?
Yeah.
There's a lot to really delve into with those stories that he's telling in that movie. And it's just, but it kind of I didn't understand why certain things were done or said. And yet it didn't bother me at the same time. It was more of just like, go with it and see what happens. And maybe it'll all add up. Maybe it won't, in a way that like, I think a lot of people experience with Lost Highway. Like you mentioned, it's definitely his kind of like more Lynchian approach to storytelling with The Adjuster.
Right down to the music.
Yeah.
The music sounds like Angelo Badalamenti
totally
with like
does.
a world music, with a world music influence. Yeah. No, I think if you ever listen to any audio commentary by Adam McGoyan, he will frequently explain away those ambiguities in ways that, like, I'm sure he has very mixed emotions about that format, but he can't help himself, I think. But he does actually, there's intention behind most of his choices in a way that Lynch, it's a little more unclear when he's just kind of going with a feeling.
Sure.
And he certainly, even if he has ideas behind it, he will never explain them. Egoyan, I think, is similar in that the behavior and imagery can be a little surreal, but it's, for better or for worse, thought through in a way that I don't know that Lynch films are. But they scratched a similar itch for me at the right time of my life, and I still always pay attention to Adam Egoyan, even if I've kind of haven't loved anything he's made in a long time, but I still like following what he does.
Understandable. A director that won't be contributing anything anytime soon because he's dead is Stanley Kubrick. And 75, what a perfect place to take a break. Because what else can you say about a film like 2001: A Space Odyssey, right? I mean, come on. Everybody knows it. Everybody loves it. Anybody who's seen it on the big screen is probably think it's a religious experience when they see it. It's a flip of a coin in terms of which Kubrick film I love the most. It's either this or Eyes Wide Shut. But of course, Dr. Strangelove is another all-timer. There's things to love about everything that Stanley Kubrick has contributed to cinema in so many ways. But when you see 2001: A Space Odyssey on the big screen in 70 millimeter, you feel like William Hurt in Altered States or something. It's like you're transformed. you don't know what you're feeling and experiencing. It's just overpowering you in ways that few movies can ever do on a visual level. I mean, I think it's one of the most striking and visually stunning achievements in the history of the medium. So, I don't think anyone's ever going to argue that. I just when I watch it, I'm like, oh, I don't need drugs. This movie is the experience of being on something that you can't always explain, and you can't figure out every little piece of the puzzle, but it's still, I can see why it's some people's favorite movie of all time. It's unlike anything that's ever been made. The first time I saw it, I went, what the fuck is this? I don't like it. And I was younger too. I mean, because I'm like, I want Close Encounters, or something. And when I watched it, I was like, this is not that. But even people like Spielberg love this movie, and you can see why and how it's influenced generations to come. But I think it's going to likely be my favorite Kubrick movie, but at the same time, I think Eyes Wide Shut is more rewatchable and pleasurable to watch. That's why I go back to it more.
Yeah. I don't know if I have a favorite Stanley Kubrick movie. I think I like all of them. I mean, I'm not counting the Killer's Kiss and earlier kind of stuff so much, but from The Killing on, there's not one I don't like. I mean, Barry Lyndon and Clockwork Orange are ones you didn't say, and The Shining. I mean, those are Full Metal Jacket. I mean, he's every one of his films has its devout fan base, and I totally get it in every case. Paths of Glory. I mean, every one of them.
Oh, that's another one I love. Yeah. No, there's like I said, nearly everything he's ever done, there's something to be in awe of when you're watching it. And for me, the reason why it's on here is really because of seeing it on the big screen in 70 millimeter. I mean, watching it at home is amazing too, but really, this is if somebody's like, well, if I'm going to go to the movies, even during a pandemic or something, as long as you're safe and smart, this is it. This is the movie you should go out of your way to see on a big screen in a theater with the sound blasting. So.
Yeah, I've never seen it on the big screen, so I'm sure that would definitely be, a powerful experience. But one day I'll see it. I think the only ones of his I've seen on the big screen are The Shining and Eyes Wide Shut, and maybe one other one I can't remember if I saw Dr. Strangelove that way. But I mean, he's Stanley Kubrick. I mean, was that your biggest episode of a director, or was it Paul Thomas Anderson?
I think it is. I mean, honestly, I think some of Brad and Al's episodes like Bergman or Kurosawa might have surpassed it. I want to say it's weird.
Oh, wow.
Like ever since Libsyn changed to the new version, have you seen that where it's like 5.0 now? The numbers have gotten weird in ways that surprised me. Like some of them don't seem accurate. I've read online like they're kind of weird about keeping track of stats in a way that makes me wish I'd gone with another service early on, but also I don't want to change things because I discovered what happens even when you just want to upgrade your website in Squarespace. Like it can become a shit show and not intentionally so. It just happens. So that's why I don't want to leave Libsyn. But no, yeah, it's definitely one of the more popular episodes. And it's a great place to transition because we've done 25 and we got 25 more to go. So this is where I'm going to insert music from 2001: A Space Odyssey while we take a break. I have a movie, once again, that I wasn't crazy about at first. In fact, Patrick and I had an argument about it alongside Andrew James. I think it might have been for the Soderbergh episode. But it's a film I've grown to absolutely love, and it's Martha, Marcy, May, Marlene. Not a lot. I think I was more... It's almost like Inherent Vice, where I watched it and I went, that was good. Pretty good. And then, 2 or 3 viewings later, I'm like, oh, no, I love this so much. What was I thinking? And again, it all depends on your time and place and your mood and whether your brain is ready for it or not. And maybe it does take a couple of viewings for you to really warm up to it. But I think actually Patrick would agree, or he would approve of both this choice and my choice for number 73. But really, any movie that confronts post-traumatic stress head on is something I will immediately respond to because I know many people who have been through it or who deal with generalized anxiety as a result or triggers or any number of things. And again, I know that trauma is used as this blanket term nowadays to like describe anybody who's been through something. But I don't know. I wasn't sold initially on the back and forth, past and present editing style. Maybe it's because it had been done a lot by that point. But I think it's essential to telling this story about a woman who is triggered. And when those triggers happen, we get to learn about why she has these triggers because of something that happened in the past. And it's really about someone who was gaslit and brainwashed and sexually abused while living in a cult and commune of sorts. And really any movie that deals with that subject matter about cults to where, again, book idea or future podcast idea covering movies about that subject would be endlessly interesting to me. It unnerves me. It makes me feel a lot. I love the ending now, whereas the first time I was like, that ending sucked. It was a cop-out. But that's not how I feel at all now. Elizabeth Olsen's performance is one I wish would have gotten more recognition in the same way that I kind of feel about Amy Adams in Arrival. Like they're just, you watch those performances and you kind of go, yeah, give them all the awards because they're absolutely stunning in both films. But I'd rather see her play these kinds of roles again instead of being in Marvel land. But hey, God bless her. She's making money and, making a lot of people happy with being in that WandaVision show, which wasn't bad, and it's one of the few Marvel things I watched that I was kind of like, okay, I can see the appeal of this, until it becomes another Marvel villain versus superhero, climax. But God bless this director, even though he's made only 3 movies or something now at this point. And hey, what can you say about John Hawkes? He's somebody I'm like, what's he doing lately? Because I don't feel like I've seen him pop up as much as around this time. He was in a lot of things, but he hasn't. It's almost like he's laying low a bit now. But
there was some movie he did. Is it Too Late?
Yes, that one I really liked.
Really liking.
I remember the use of the. I remember the use of the Nick Cave song in that movie. made me very happy.
Yeah, and I think Marcy May Marlene is a great film. I think maybe that title somehow hurt it.
Yes.
but no, I think it's a great film. I also have an affection for those kind of cult brainwashing kind of movies. I one of my big regrets is that Mike McPadden and I did not get a chance to record the podcast we were planning on doing on Ticket to Heaven and Split Image for Crackpot Cinema. And Split Image, even though I think it's probably a less successful film than Ticket to Heaven, I do like Split Image an awful lot. I nearly had it on my list for today because I do have that's a much pulpier, star-studded take on the kidnapping of a young man and brainwashing and in the family's attempts to rescue and deprogram him. But the boy from Split Image, who they're trying to capture and reprogram, is played by Timothy Hutton, who is the star of the film that is my number 74, Ordinary People, 1980, Robert Redford.
Oh, that's a great movie.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a really absorbing tearjerker type film. I'm a real sucker for those kind of dysfunction in suburbia melodramas. I know that they are not like a especially cool type of cinema, but and I know Ordinary People, for years was like, oh, they robbed Raging Bull from the Oscars, But I return to Ordinary People every so often, and it's always it always hits the spot for me. And so I don't know what I mean. It's for people that haven't seen it. It's about a family being kind of torn apart as the after one son has died and another has attempted to kill himself, and how the family kind of deals with their dynamic trying to move on. And Donald Sutherland and Mary Tyler Moore play the couple, and Judd Hirsch plays the therapist that they send their son to, or that the son goes to. And it's just a great tearjerker. I think can't have too few of those in my book. So that's my number 74.
How did Donald Sutherland not get nominated too? That's one thing. Like, everybody else got nominated. I'm just like, is it because it's the less showy performance? I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen it, so I can't really comment. But
there's a new Blu-ray coming out soon on that one. I think very few weeks or whatever. I know our friend Lee Gambin was talking about doing a book on Ordinary People. I don't know where he stands with that, but he's. I know that people do. It does have its supporters, and it's like a type of like literary film, like films drawing on like literature that things like Diary of a Mad Housewife, or even a later film on my list that deals with like domestic situations from the novel and applying them to cinema. I wish we had more of those. I know it's kind of like a I don't know. I mean, like that certain kind of like middlebrow film. It's it seems to be like, I guess a lot of it has moved away to cable and streaming in miniseries form, which is fine. Mm-hmm. But maybe that even serves it better if it's more character than plot. But it's a film I think is underrated now. It used to be this Oscar sweeping kind of hit, but I don't know if people, I don't have people, how many people discover it now or not. I mean, if it's a thing that young people would seek out because it's like a melodrama, family melodrama.
Just as a side note, when we're done, remind me in case I forget. I don't think I will, but speaking of Lee Gambin in a book, there's just an idea that I wanted to throw at you and see what you think of it. Not something I want to talk about now in the podcast itself, but afterwards. Just remind me when we're done. Okay. Number 73 is The Duke of Burgundy by Peter Strickland. Oh. And you know how I said earlier, or at some point, that I want movies to kind of feel like dreams where anything can happen, even if it's random and unexpected. How about a bunch of moths just covering the screen at one point when mainly we've been focused on the sort of kink dynamics between two women in a relationship in this really kind of seductive film. Even though there's not a lot of like on-screen sex. There's moments, certainly. There's a lot of intimacy, obviously, but when things like that sequence happen, even if it's like an homage to Brackage or whatever, that's kind of when I get excited about filmmaking, where it was like, oh, wow, what's this? This is not something that I expected to happen, but I'm glad it's here. And I think like critic Glenn Kenny wrote about how it harkens back to the days of cheap European sexploitation, which is something I'm not familiar with in the way that you or probably your supporting characters guests are. So I don't know if that's accurate per se. I mean, like there's comparisons to Franco, Jess Franco or whatever, but I just went into this and processed it as like this incredibly unique and original take on the relationship, whether if it's codependent or not. Again, something like Phantom Thread covers this, but it covers just like these complicated feelings that arise when two people have sexual needs and they need to be fulfilled mutually, and the power dynamics that ensue as a result of that. But it has this amazing score, this gorgeous cinematography, and Peter Strickland's attention to sound design is really remarkable. It's up there with some of the all-time great filmmakers who really make sure that sounds are prevalent for a reason, and that they, it's again, like I think of David Lynch again when it comes to sound design, but like Peter Strickland really does that effectively in all of his movies in different ways. He's got a new movie coming out. I can't wait to see it. It looks twisted and crazy, like in Fabric. So, but I mean, Duke of Burgundy just at least is more satisfying on an emotional level. I think people who have been in these types of relationships can understand where these characters are coming from, and he creates a lot of empathy for both of them. As much as I love Todd Haynes' Carol, and I put it at the top of my list that year, really, I think we should have just all had a collective number one pick for that year, because the Duke of Burgundy, certainly after 3 watches now, is an all-timer.
Yeah, and it's funny because like if I did it all over again, I don't know if it would even stay my number one, because that's the same year as Eden and Love. But I mean, it's, and Ho-Ha also, the Lisandro Alonso film. I love that one also. But yeah, no, I mean, Duke of Burgundy is, I mean, one of my favorite films of these years, these recent years. I mean, I think it's my favorite thing that Peter Strickland has done, although I do like Catalan Varga a lot, and
sure.
In Fabric and Barbarian Sound Studio are certainly very fine as well. I think Duke of Burgundy just knocked my socks off when I saw it in New York, and he was there to show it. And I didn't really go in with any special expectations. I think I'd seen Barbarian Sound Studio and liked it well enough, but I think that he just kind of took a giant leap forward with Duke of Burgundy. And I think, it feels like maybe the way things are now without video stores and with like the way streaming kind of has kind of replaced it, that I don't know if it's better or worse for films to find their audience like that. I mean, I don't know if the cult, would be bigger now if people were discovering it like in cult sections or staff recs or whatever like that. Because I know people love it. I mean, but I never hear people really talk about his work the way I would expect. And I don't know if that's just the circles I travel in or what, but or if there's not, I mean, maybe the new one will just galvanize the cult. And I've heard rumors about In Fabric joining the Criterion Collection. I don't know if they're true or not, but
I'm all for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, somebody was sharing links, but I have no idea if they're accurate. But I mean, we've talked about this one on Directors Club before. I mean, I think it's, great film. As far as Glenn Kenny's comment about European sexploitation, I know that Daniel Bird feels like differently on that particular topic. I think he sees more Fassbinder in it, I think is what he told me. But I think it's, one of the most interesting films of that year for sure, and one that everyone should check out if they haven't already. My number 73 is a lot less obscure, although it was not a hit in its day. But it's by a director that I think I hear more people make fun of this director than most directors I like. But Tim Burton and Ed Wood would be my number 73.
Yeah, that should definitely be on my
1994.
list too. I do love that movie. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's funny because it's kind of like there's only a handful of films in his body of work that kind of fit into this category. I mean, and I think it's more successful than Big Eyes. But I think that it is kind of a Tim Burton movie for people that don't respond to Tim Burton movies. And I gotta say, I like most of his films. I get every criticism of them, and I don't know that he's necessarily making his great work in the last 15, 20 years. I mean, compared to his initial, run of hits, but I still think that he has such a, great eye for striking visuals that even the lesser films I still kind of like. And this is, the beginning of the Scott Alexander and Larry Karaszewski kind of offbeat biopic kind of thing that they do. And so, I mean, that's fun for that reason as well. And, it's a great use of Johnny Depp. It's probably one of my favorite Martin Landau performances. I mean, the whole cast, I mean, it's an embarrassment of Patricia Arquette and Bill Murray and Sarah Jessica Parker. I mean, everybody in it is fun. And, I mean, I've seen it, so many times that I don't even I assume that most people listening are familiar with it. I mean, it kind of found its audience on home video. I mean, it's, what can you say about it? It's weird because I was actually familiar with Edward D. Word Jr. as a kid because of Plan 9 and Glenn or Glenda, and because of those Michael Medved kind of books, talking about him and So Bad It's Good. So I actually had sought those out as a kid because that they were supposedly and unintentionally funny. But I do kind of like them for real. I like those movies. So I think it's kind of a sweet, maybe not totally accurate portrait of how Ed Wood was in real life. And it certainly, doesn't get into all the softcore pornography that he got into as a director later on. And it's a very sweet Disney version of the Ed Wood story. But I mean, it's so charming. I can't ever get tired of it. So that's my number 73, Ed Wood.
That's a fantastic choice, and one of those movies too that just captures the art and the joy of making a movie, even when it's bad. It's Martin Landau in that movie. Good Lord, he won Best Supporting Actor, and rightfully so. Yes. I just think. I wonder if it is just because it's Tim Burton that I kind of went, I don't need some Tim Burton movies on my list. I don't really care about him anymore. But back then, of course, I loved Tim Burton.
Well, I mean, I nearly put Pee-wee's Big Adventure on my list. I think that film is legitimately brilliant.
Oh no, it is. It is, and it should be on my list too because it probably is still my favorite, to be honest. It's a toss up between that and Ed Wood, really.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I mean, I went with Ed Wood, but I mean, Pee-wee is also pretty great. And, I mean, there's things to like about most of those early films. Beetlejuice has got a lot of great ideas. I think Batman Returns has a lot of great ideas. Edward Scissorhands.
Oh, that's right. Thanks for reminding me. I have to watch Batman Returns soon. I haven't watched it in a while.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes.
All right. Number 72 for me. Speaking of Carol, my choice for 72 could have been Even Strangers on a Train or The American Friend, but this is one of those movies that really gets to me the more and more I watch it and I think about it, from a director whose work I don't always love, and that would be Anthony Minghella's The Talented Mr. Ripley. Featuring my favorite Matt Damon performance besides The Informant, probably. Really, everyone in this entire cast is on fire. I think Jude Law was even nominated for it, but you could have nominated Philip Seymour Hoffman too. They're both amazing supporting characters in this film. And of course, they're great actors, but just what they bring to this story is charisma to the max. And just Philip Seymour Hoffman's choice at one point to just play with these piano keys while he's kind of taunting the Ripley character and hey, what's going on with you, sir? You're up to something and I'm going to figure it out. That whole scene is just, pure gold. I think movies about people who struggle with identity and maintaining some sort of intimacy with another person to where they feel, it's like Miami Blues, to where they feel the need to con other people is really interesting on a psychological level. Because this is essentially a creepy character study about a sociopath who can't help but lie his way through life. And, to the point of just taking on other identities. Again, like Miami Blues, which is in my top 200. But you never know what to expect from this Ripley character. There's a reason why he probably made many appearances and became like Patricia Highsmith's go-to character throughout several books. But I'm not sure if it does anything unique in the way it tells the story, but I just get swept up in it in a way like I might get swept up in a sleazy, erotic 80s thriller, but this is more artful and delicate because it's coming from, the guy who made The English Patient or whatever. But it's way more interesting to me. And yet I know this character is a despicable human being, but we're still drawn to him because he's Matt Damon. And it's almost like he's addicted to becoming someone that he's not because he's so dissatisfied with who he actually is. And I don't know, it's one of those movies that I bet psychologists really appreciate because it does try to create some empathic perspective and response to the sociopath. And though it might be a tad long, it's never boring. And the first time I saw it, I thought it was pretty good. But now I think it's another masterpiece, really. I love going back to it, and I love Patricia Highsmith's writing. So I think The Talented Miss Ripley might be my favorite Highsmith adaptation alongside Carol, I think. But then again, I love Strangers on a Train and The American Friend, too. So clearly I love what she does.
It's hard for me to pick with that lineup, which is my favorite. I like that movie as well. I haven't seen Talented Miss Ripley. I don't know if I've seen it since it opened in the theater. I mean, I saw it opening night. Was it Christmas? I think it was Christmas or Thanksgiving. Yeah. I saw it on a holiday at night with my brother, and I went into it with no information about it. I didn't know it was like anything about that character, and I remember really liking it.
I feel like it should come out on another release, and people will rediscover it and realize that it's kind of amazing.
Yeah, I bought the Blu-ray last year, but I haven't had a chance to watch it again. So I'm excited to see it again. I remember liking it. I just saw Ripley's Game for the first time last year. We were talking about John Malkovich earlier today, and that's a movie that I think went straight to cable after being on the shelf. But that was a film where John Malkovich plays Ripley, and it's pretty good. I know Roger Ebert was a big.
Oh, I remember that too. Yeah, one. I think it was okay. Yeah. I don't know if I loved it, but it was pretty good.
Yeah. I would agree. I think he got a little carried away, but it's decent.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
My 72 is filmed by Werner Herzog. Went with Stroke Check from 1977. This is kind of a bizarre comedic drama thing. I don't know what you categorize it as, but it's. Have you seen this one?
Not in a long time.
Yeah, the film that turned me on to, I'd seen Aguirre, The Wrath of God, but the film that kind of was the film that made me a fan was The Enigma of Caspar Hauser, which is the film that introduces Bruno S. And this was the other film that they made together, and this is the one where he's a kind of a street performer who then goes to Wisconsin with this kind of odd little group of people. Like he goes with a woman, a prostitute that he knows, and an odd neighbor, and they relocate to Plainfield, Wisconsin, and so it's like a fish out of water comedy, but done in that very specific Werner Herzog 70s kind of style. And
there's like a dancing chicken at one point, right?
There is, yeah. I mean,
it's yeah, I remember a few things.
Yeah, well, that dancing chicken, I think part of the mythology of late singer of Joy Division, Ian Curtis, is that he was watching this when he killed himself.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
But this one, I think because I have a weakness for Americana films from non-American directors, like their kind of perspective on it. Like I'm thinking of Man Who Fell to Earth, or even Paris, Texas, I guess.
Totally.
But this is kind of Herzog's kind of entryway in because it's his first American film and has that kind of curiosity and like peculiar kind of quality to it. And I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to pick a favorite Werner Herzog movie. I mean, I like Heart of Glass. I like Aguirre, Wrath of God. I like Fitzcarraldo. I like Nosferatu. But yeah, this one is one I think is most fun to return to. And it's such a weird vision of America. I just love it.
I should watch it again because it has been a while, and it's like one of those I saw when I don't think my brain was ready for it. Again, that's a recurring theme here on this episode. But I certainly love Rescue Dawn, Bad Lieutenant, Grizzly Man, Fitzcarraldo. Some of the documentaries I haven't seen, besides Grizzly Man, of course. Like, he is definitely one of those that I probably should see more than I have, because anytime I've seen a Herzog movie, I'm like, well, this is pretty great, and weird and twisted and unusual. And I think Rescue Dawn might have been his most accessible movie, if I'm not mistaken.
Certainly the narrative films. Yeah. I think it's so strange, his career, as far as like to go from art house kind of German new wave figure to like almost kind of a B-list celebrity in this country. Like, as far as like, he's famous, here as like a kind of lovable eccentric along the lines of a David Lynch or a Crispin Glover. But,
sure.
But as a filmmaker, I think his documentary work is way more
celebrated,
widely seen and celebrated. And like, seems like Grizzly Man kind of opened up a whole new, not that he was his first documentary by far, but it opened up a whole new career. I mean, when I saw him interviewed on stage with Jonathan Demme interviewed him, and he's another director who has like this other weird side career as a documentarian, same way Spike Lee does, same way Scorsese used to. I mean, Scorsese used to make a lot of documentaries. He still kind of does, but I mean, it's not like he is known for that, and it's such a different skill set. That it's just curious how Herzog has like almost two different kind of phases of the career. One, he's better known as a narrative filmmaker with a few documentaries. And I don't remember the last fiction film I saw of his, but he's also somebody that seems to imply that there's a fair amount of artifice and fiction in the documentary work. So he's a little coy when it comes to that kind of thing, like how much of it is actually not real. Which I don't know. He's not like the kind of political filmmaker that people would like try to expose what's true and false in his work. But I don't know. I mean, he's someone I almost underrate because, I haven't seen a new film of his I loved in a long time, the way I love his old stuff. But he's definitely a special figure. And I think, people will come to grips with that filmography when he's gone, because it's a massive amount of work. I mean, so many interesting documentaries and shorts, and beyond the things with Klaus Kinski and all that. But Strocek, I know that David Lynch is also a fan of it, and David Lynch doesn't name a lot of films that he likes, but he does like that one. So I think that's kind of funny. And Strocek is also, I think that's the same area where like Ed Gein is originally from. Like, so if you had that morbid curiosity of famous serial killer Ed Gein, you can get a sense of what America was looking like, the time that he was around.
Yeah, the next two on my list, again, I don't know if I'll go in depth over, but 71 is the newest addition on my list by far, because it's a film I only saw for the first time a month ago, and that would be my new favorite Jane Campion film, Bright Star, which I won't say too much about because I talked about it on the Campion episode properly, but I just watched it and went, I don't know why it's working for me. It just kind of is. And it's another reason why I love movies. I can sort of sit down and watch something that I go, I don't know if that's going to be for me or not. I have no preconceived expectations outside of, well, I love Jane Campion, but I don't know that much about John Keats and his life. I don't know if I'll find it interesting. Maybe this is going to be a stuffy biopic or whatever. And turns out it's not. It's a Jane Campion film through and through. The cinematography, the sort of incredibly raw performance of, I think it's Abby Cornish, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's who plays. Yeah, it should be. Especially towards the end when she has a breakdown. I mean, there's the way Campion shoots two people falling in love and then slowly realizing together that it may not last. It kind of makes sense that Paul Schneider is in this. Because in some ways it reminds me of a period piece take on something like All the Real Girls without the weird David Gordon Green levity throughout. But hey, Jane Campion loves cats. She knows where to place the camera. She just knows how to shoot intimacy with great detail, whether if it's focusing on the way two people hold hands or even just the poetry itself, I find kind of beautiful. And if you're not into period pieces and poetry, maybe you won't like it. And I totally understand that response, but it's also one of the most unabashedly romantic movies I've seen in a while that hit home. It got to me. It's a beautiful portrayal of love and loss. I was overwhelmed by it. And if you want to hear me talk about it in greater detail, listen to the Jane Campion episode that was just posted not too long ago.
Yeah, no, that episode definitely sold me on the need to revisit Bright Star. I haven't seen it since it came out. I did see it, and I remember liking it well enough, but I don't remember anything at all about it. Even though I think even people at the time that All the Real Girls came out, they're like, I don't know about this Paul Schneider guy, but I've always liked him. Whenever he pops up in something, I'm like, cool. Even in something like Elizabethtown, I'm like, all right, Paul Schneider's here. Great. And then in Bright Star, I really do think he might give his best performance, honestly. Well, I think it's on. Is it on? I think it's on Netflix now, so I will have to.
And the Criterion Channel, I think.
I think you're right. Yeah,
it was recently, at least.
Yeah, because I looked into it. There's no domestic Blu-ray, but there is a Blu-ray for it. But I haven't seen it since it came out, and I'm overdue to do a deep dive into Jane Campion. My number 71 is directed by Philip Kaufman, and it's a film that I think I first saw it in high school, and I've always really admired this film. And it tends to get overshadowed by some of his more epic films, but it's The Wanderers, 1979 kind of gang youth comedy drama film. But
another one I haven't seen in a long time, but I really do like it.
Yeah, no, I think it's it's not a very plot heavy film, so I don't know what to say about it. But it's about like an Italian American teenage gang and just like growing up in the early 60s, you know, and they kind of fights and love and loss and, you know, kind of adventures of this group of kids. The same year as the Warriors, and I think the Warriors had attracted some kind of violent kind of reactions from actual gang people that showed up in the theaters and created problems. And I think the Wanderers might have had its distribution hampered a little bit by this phenomenon. But I think it's a very sweet and funny film. Great cast. I mean, Linda Manns is in it, and Karen Allen, and Ken Wall is probably the best known of the male characters in it. But I don't know. It's super fun. Anytime you show it to anybody, people always are really into it. The Blu-ray actually has this like preview cut that has scenes that weren't in the version I grew up with, and that make it an even richer film than the version I had known for many years. I thought, it was kind of shocking to get an even better version of a film that I already was, quite fond of. But if you haven't already seen it, The Wanderers is wonderful kind of coming of age, youth comedy.
It sure is, and I'll revisit it soon for sure. A movie I don't need to revisit soon because I've seen it 9,000 times is Back to the Future at number 70. Again, it's like one of those movies that you probably could just lump into, like you mentioned, Godfather, It's a Wonderful Life, or whatever. Like, what more can you say? It's a classic. Everybody loves it. If it wasn't on my list, that would be weird. Because, it probably even should be higher. But it's like, my dad took me to this in 1985 at the age of 7 at a theater in Dalton, Illinois. Sold out crowd. Might have been opening weekend. And life has never been the same since. That was basically like, I'd seen Ghostbusters the year before, and certainly like I had a couple of favorite movies at that point, like Cloak and Dagger, Last Starfighter, but then Back to the Future, especially in that sold out crowd, it made me realize what movies are capable of, and allowing me to have my very first like shared experience with my dad about a movie, just like we love everything about it. It's just funny thinking back to the fact that like his favorite comedy of all time is Used Cars. And I don't know if at the time he knew it was the same director or not, because they're not advertising this movie as from the director of Used Cars. But he loved the show Taxi, so obviously he knew that Christopher Lloyd was kind of this great sort of comedic actor. And then I loved Family Ties, so that's probably the reason why I went to see Back to the Future. And that was it was just like, yeah, similar to how I've talked about before. Everything that I love about movies is in this movie, and it's a perfect piece of escapist entertainment. I don't need to talk about it. Everybody's seen it. They love it. And if you don't, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, no, I love Back to the Future also. It's not on my list, but I've seen it many, many times. And I also saw it in the theater with my family, and saw it a lot on home video growing up. And it's the film that first turned me onto the work of Crispin Glover, one of my favorite actors. And I don't have anything more to add on it. It's it's a great film. My number 70 is Demon Lover Diary, 1980.
Oh, I thought you were going to say My Demon Lover with Scott Valentine. That would have been a perfect connection there, because I brought up Family Ties. No. All right, okay.
That would have been a great segue had I made it, but I've actually never seen that one.
You don't need to.
No, but Demon Lover Diary is this film that documents the making of a mostly forgotten 70s horror movie called The Demon Lover. And, it's this woman, Joel DeMott, who later made a movie called 17 that I also really love, but which you kindly, I think, sent me a copy of.
Yeah, that's number like 110 on my list.
Yeah, wow. It's a great film. Yeah. But Demon Lover Diary, it makes for an interesting companion to something like American Movie, which is also about people trying to make a horror film. But this is much darker and funnier, because it's just this squabbling dynamic, and people are unprepared and unskilled for the job. And the director never went on to make another film, the director of The Demon Lover. And but it's just like romances ensue, and like like just little mini fights. And Ted Nugent shows up at one point because they're in his house and he's a character. And there's something about it that just the first time it was something I had tried to see for years, and then I just found it on YouTube one day after because I'd heard of it, but it wasn't like I didn't know that it had like a legit home video release. I can't remember how it even wound up on my radar. It was like a bootleg circuit kind of thing, but it just always struck me as very satisfying. I just rewatched it again this week to make sure I felt, so strongly about it. And I still really love it. It's still very, it says a lot about how a lot of these low budget horror movies were made, and just like the circumstances and like the crazy things people do to get these things realized, hoping that it will open the door to a career in movies that may or may not pan out. I think it's on YouTube now. It comes and goes from YouTube, but definitely worthwhile. I don't think anyone involved in it is like pushing for it to get released. So I don't know that we'll ever have a legit home video release. So see it however you can. One of the guys involved in it, Mark Rantz, later got involved in home video. And otherwise, I don't really know the story behind a lot of people involved in it, but it's, I don't know. It's just one I really like a lot. As far as like films about filmmaking, it's one of my favorites.
Yeah. I'm looking at the copy on YouTube right now. It's very pixelated. It's not high quality. It seems like it'd be very difficult to watch and understand everything that's going on. So I would like to see a better version or a better transfer of it. If there's one that exists, maybe we'll see. But I've always wanted to see it. I know you've brought it up before, so I'll catch up with it. 69 is Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite Sam Peckinpah joint that I absolutely need to watch again as soon as possible, because it kind of sits in my brain in like these weird fragments to where like I can't cite specifically why I love it the way as much as I do, because I mean when we talked about it Peckinpah in the episode, that was the epiphany of, oh, this is one of my favorite movies now for sure. But I'm kind of more, this is one of those picks where it's like, yeah, I should have watched it before we sat down to talk about it, because I want to remind myself why I love it so much, even though I'm fairly certain that it would be around this point on a list of favorites, because Warren Oates definitely gives one of my favorite performances. If I'm just going off the top of my head, it kind of reminded me at the time of something like The Counselor, or at least tackles like some of the themes of Cormac McCarthy's work with this weird blend of romanticism and nihilism and just like, again, self-destructive natures within these incredibly flawed protagonists. But I remember there's certainly a scene that might even been improvised where they talk about their marital prospects together. And I just recall like this film having a purity and an intensity, this insane blend of people being raw together, combined with some action and this feeling of like a hitman character more or less being displaced in the world. But my memory of it is kind of fuzzy to where I can't fully recall every little thing that happens. Like if you ask me for a plot synopsis, I can't even do it right now. But it's another that probably could go higher if I watch it again soon, and I very well might, because I know I love it for sure.
Yeah, we talked about this one at length on the Sam Peckinpah episode of Directors Club. I mean, I wouldn't be able to give you it's not really like the kind of film that like I could give you a plot synopsis of it either, because it's just like a surreal journey.
Yes.
I mean, not surreal like there's not surreal, not like in that they break any kind of laws of reality, but just kind of like a lot of odd episodes across, you know, the character's kind of journey. It's not like a traditional, you know, thriller in any respect. But no, it's great. It's my favorite Warren Oates performance, and it's my favorite Sam Peckinpah would be Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid. But I get why there's a devoted cult following for Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia. It is one of a kind.
Yeah, Ebert said that it's some kind of bizarre masterpiece, and that's probably how I feel about it. Like it's such a heavy movie at times, but not in a way that's overwhelming. And I think a lot of people, like, I could definitely see, like, if the head of, like, the creator of Breaking Bad, Vince Gilligan, wasn't inspired by this, I'd be shocked, because lots of Breaking Bad kind of finds this strange, again, I don't know, surreal, like you said, is the right word, but it's just, it finds like this sort of tone poem quality, this mood piece in like really despicable, violent acts, and people sort of wandering aimlessly through these episodes, like you mentioned, that I think is very effective.
It's definitely like it's a rough film in places. It's not a gentle.
No.
It's dreamy, but it's not. It's a dream. It's a dream with some real pungent kind of moments. Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, people were baffled by it when it came out. I think Roger Ebert was definitely like in the minority sticking up for it. But I think now it's one of those films that has probably like its own very strong, separate kind of cult following from the rest of Peckinpah's more famous Wild Bunch, right? The High Country kind of, you know, Western hits, or even Straw Dogs. I mean, I think the following for Garcia is, you know, I mean, because it's more cultish than his other stuff.
And Roger Deakins cited this film as a visual inspiration for No Country for Old Men, which makes complete sense. I can totally see that.
I never thought about that, but you're right. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
My number was it 69 is Sullivan's Travels, 1941.
Oh, a classic, of course.
Written and directed by Preston Sturges. And it's funny because I talking about Ed Wood and how that's kind of like a maybe not the most typical example of what people love about Tim Burton. And Sullivan's Travels is kind of that way with Preston Sturges. I mean, it is a sharp dialogue-driven kind of comedy, but I think that it, if you compare it to something like A Lady Eve or Christmas in July or Hail the Conquering Hero or Palm Beach Story, like this is a little bit more serious like at least the second half of it. Like it's trying to deal with real issues, but it's also talking about why films that are strictly light entertainments are like important. Like they're as significant or more significant than films that deal with serious subject matter. So, I think I told you the story. I'm not going to name the actors, but I had an experience where some people that were celebrities from a television show came to my video store right after 9/11, and they were feeling kind of guilty about doing this kind of light entertainment, and they wanted to go join the Peace Corps, do something meaningful. And the director that was directing them on that episode of the show they were working on said, you guys need to see Sullivan's Travels because this will maybe shed a light on what you're doing that actually has, maybe some value. I'm paraphrasing how he put it, but I lent them my copy of Sullivan's Travels because our store didn't have it, but yeah, and they got it because it is a film that people need these things to forget their troubles sometimes, and light comedy is often taken for granted in our society. I mean, even still, you think about the number of times something light and comedic gets Oscars or things of that nature. Cannes Film Festival is not going to give something to a light comedy for a prize. And Sullivan's Travels, is about a director who wants to make a film called Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, which the Coen brothers later appropriated the title, something about socially relevant themes. And along the way, he comes to learn that what the people, that are really struggling need is to laugh and to forget their troubles. And so it's kind of a... kind of a defense of the light comedy that he specializes in. But it was a film that I sought out because Danny Perry wrote about it in the Cult Movies books. And even if, there are things I love about Lady Eve is probably like the ultimate film of his. As far as like his greatest film. Christmas in July, I love a lot too. I like things that he wrote but didn't direct, like Easy Living. There's a lot to enjoy about Preston Sturges as a comedy director. This one, I just have a sentimental attachment to it for what the role it played in my life. But
that makes sense.
And it's the best use of Veronica Lake in a movie. And it's great. I wouldn't say anything that Preston Sturges did up until a certain point is worth your time as a director, especially. Great McGinty is great also, and Unfaithfully Yours.
Oh yeah,
and,
that one's good.
Yeah, he had a lot of good stuff. I don't know what happened. He was hot until he was not. But this is my favorite of his. It's a classic. I don't think I'm sticking up for an underdog here. it's probably the most acclaimed film, but it's atypical. You should start with this one if you're curious, but all those other comedies are equally worthy of your attention. But yeah, that's my number 69.
That's a great choice. Another one I should revisit at some point in the near future because I do love it very much. It's another great director that has done so much in the past that it warrants you can do a whole episode on that filmography.
I forget the name of it off the top of my head, but there was a television movie about the life and career of Preston Sturges
really?
that's included as a bonus feature on the Criterion Collection edition. I believe it's that one. So it might even be online. I don't remember the title off the top of my head, but it's a pretty great little story. The story of his life and career, and it's a weird kind of just plummet from genius to mediocrity. He was like one of the first like writer director stars. I mean, even before Billy Wilder.
I see that. Mm-hmm.
Like he was unusual in that way.
Yeah.
I mean, we take it for granted at a certain point, like the new Hollywood and those writer directors, but that was less common in Hollywood. And Preston Sturges was one of the first.
Yeah. I remember recently I was like, I need to go back and watch Lady Eve and then All About Eve. Because it's been a long time since I've seen both of those movies. And I remember loving them. And I need to, like, there's definitely like some classic comedies of that era. And certainly Sullivan's Travels is one of them that, I saw maybe 10 or 15 years ago and just haven't gone back to, even though I know I love them. So there's a lot to appreciate. That's probably a director you could consider for the future and explore with someone like Sergio, because I'm sure that he would have a lot to say about all these older films of his.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. And the film I was trying to think of was called Preston Sturges, The Rise and Fall of an American Dreamer, and it looks like it is on YouTube.
Oh.
So
Okay.
Worth your time.
That sounds interesting, yeah. Very different movie for me. Number 68 is Drive from 2011.
Ah.
Surprisingly divisive. It's interesting too, because like I remember when it might have been for the, gosh, I can't believe I remember things like this, but the De Palma episode when we did the What We Watch segment and Peter brought this up and Patrick and I hadn't seen it yet. And I was just listening to Peter describe it and going, yes, please, must see this movie right now. Because it just, when it came out and I even saw the trailer, I said, this is exactly everything I'm hoping for in a cast. Like, this is a brilliant idea. Like, hey, let's just create this homage to Walter Hill's The Driver with the perfect cast for me at the time. Because I was like, Ryan Gosling rules. Carey Mulligan's one of my new favorites. I miss Albert Brooks. Let's put him in as the villain. And then I was in love with Breaking Bad. So yeah, let's throw Bryan Cranston in the mix here. It's just, it reinvigorated my love of synth pop, and I really do think Albert Brooks nails it as this villain without ever resorting to cliches. It's like, I think about that death scene where he kills his friend, in the garage, and it actually makes me sad, like maybe it's because we spend time with these characters and we know maybe Albert Brooks actually didn't want to do that. Like, yes, he's a raving psychopath that'll just stab somebody in the eye in a restaurant, but I think deep down he didn't want to resort to that kind of violence just to clear his name and, basically save his life. It's like, it's either him or me, and I gotta, take care of business here. And so he does it, and yet I think he feels complete remorse. And I think it's kind of a smart move of Refn, Nicholas Winding Refn, to include a scene of him thinking about what he's just done. Like, he puts his razor blade back in that case and then sits there and has a drink. And you actually kind of feel sad, even though he's the villain. And I wasn't sure how I felt at first about the way that final confrontation was shot, because it's really removed. It's at a distance. It's like they've had this quarreling fight in the parking lot and you see somebody get stabbed more or less, and you don't know. I guess you do know what happens to Albert Brooks, obviously, but the way it was shot, I was kind of disappointed when I first saw it, because you actually want to see them really go at it and have some sort of really intense cathartic confrontation, but you don't get that. And that's actually kind of like subverting your expectations of a final battle between the hero and the villain. So I think every choice made in this movie was kind of audacious for me at the time. Unfortunately, I don't really like most of Nicholas Winding Refn's subsequent work, unlike I know you do. But this just did everything right for me in ways that few movies have done since. And what can you say about that song, Real Hero, Real Human Being? Like that.
Let me stick in my
Yeah,
head
it
now.
is. Of course it is. Because that's like, it's played so much in that movie to the point of you have to laugh every time it's on. Yeah, this just works for me. It really does. A lot of people don't think it holds up. I think it does. So
I think it does too, and I'll probably buy the version that's coming out later this year from I think it's from Second Sight. But I like all of his movies.
do you like Fear X?
But yeah, I do like
Wow.
Fear X. Yeah.
Okay.
There's
some I don't like at all. Clearly, like even Only God Forgives. I'm like, ugh, nah, not so much.
Yeah, I like that too. I mean, I like Neon Demon a lot, and I like the Pusher trilogy, and I like Bleeder and
I like
Bronson.
Bleeder.
No, I mean, I get why Drive is his most likable movie. Although when I saw it in a multiplex, the audience hated it. But I live in the sticks, and they I think they thought that they were getting Fast and the Furious, and they get this very stylized tribute to the driver. But no, I mean, Drive is I think is a lot of fun, and I don't know if I have a whole lot to add about it, but yeah, it's good. I've seen it before. I'll see it again. My number 68 is Mouchette, 1967, Robert Bresson, and
showing at the Music Box tonight. Actually, I believe
you should go see it.
Yeah, I should.
It's have you seen this one before?
I don't think so. Bresson is somebody, like, obviously I've seen Pickpocket and a couple others. Mm-hmm. Not this one.
I think you'd like this one. I mean, I don't think you would like all of his movies, but this one, it's about like this alienated teenage girl in this rural French village. And everyone in her life is just awful. I mean, she's dealing with like a kind of a troubled home life. And then, there's like various aggressive, awful men in her life. And, her classmates are terrible. And, but it's done in that calm, minimalist style that Bresson has that is unique to him. Although, everybody from Hal Hartley to Eugene Green, has a style that kind of reminds me of Bresson. But I mean, he's somebody that often worked with non-professional actors. And, I think he's the one that referred to them as his models or something like that. Like he's using them and positioning them in ways that are like, not naturalistic a lot of times. I think Hal Hartley feels like Bresson played as comedy sometimes to me, like that same kind of thing, but done as deadpan comedy. But Bresson films don't have a lot of humor to them, but they're, I don't know. I mean, within the first few minutes that you're watching one of his movies, because they all have that same kind of weird, kind of minimalist, elliptical kind of style. But Mouchette, I think, because it has that troubled teen angle, is a little bit more accessible to me. I mean, I like a lot of his films. Pickpocket is, perfect. And I like Diary of a Country Priest. I like Gentlewoman, L'Argent. I still haven't quite gotten that Lancelot of the Lake movie he did, which is like this King Arthur thing, but like really experimental. But I think Mouchette, you can see it on the Criterion Channel. It's if you don't see it in theater in Chicago tonight. But it's just one. I think it's my favorite of his movies, and so I won't spoil anything, but I would recommend it.
Yeah, actually, it's playing at 2 p.m. now. I thought it was playing tonight. It's actually playing at 2 p.m. today, but it's also playing Thursday the 24th at 7. So I think I can go then. They're doing this crazy thing called Highs and Lows, where they show like, I missed it, but last night they showed Billy Madison and the Phantom of Liberty, and they're showing like Dumb and Dumber and Y Tu Mama Tambien, and Angus and Mouchette. There we go.
That's funny.
I could happily sit through Angus. I have a soft spot for that one. So
Yeah,
I'll go.
I like that one too.
I'll go to that. I think I can go to that on Thursday, the 24th.
Oh man, that's a double bill for you. I haven't seen Angus in a long time, but yeah, Mouchette is not like Angus, but it is good.
What else is good? We got more movies here at number 67, The Long Goodbye. We're getting to the point once again where there are movies I've talked about at length. But, there's... Besides Three Women, I think the other movie that kind of sold me on my love of Altman, certainly it could have easily been Nashville or McCabe and Mrs. Miller, but for some reason it's his take on Philip Marlowe with The Long Goodbye. When I watched it once again, I went, oh, so now I see how Paul Thomas Anderson was very influenced by this director in terms of making these kind of random, unexpected choices, like having this opening set piece where our detective character is out in the middle of the night looking for cat food and just like kind of following him and establishing his character that way. Like these detours that he takes in all of his films are really interesting because you think at first it is a detour, but it's actually saying something about the character and you're learning about him through his actions, even if they seem random. And again, like we talked about Elliot Gould at the start, this is the movie that made me go, well, actually, no, my dad showed me Silent Partner probably before I saw The Long Goodbye, but this cemented him as one of the all-time great character actors along with California Split. And this is a great private detective movie with a fantastic ending. There's just every little choice he makes in this film works for me. I love going back to it. I love private detective movies and Elliot Gould and Robert Altman. So it's how can you go wrong? It's simply one of the very best films of his career, in a career that had a lot of amazing works of art, and some of which many consider to be masterpieces. So Long Goodbye is here.
Yeah.
Hooray for Hollywood. That's gooey ballyhooly Hollywood, where any office boy or young mechanic can be a panic with just a good-looking pan.
And any shop girl can be a top girl if she pleases the tired businessman.
Hooray for Hollywood. You may be homely in your neighborhood.
My 67 is a film that got knocked by all three of the hosts of your 1990 Directors Club episode. But it is a film that I treasure. It is Metropolitan, Whit Stillman's debut film.
That's okay.
Yes.
No, I can understand that. No, I get it.
I do love that initial trilogy of films about the his preppy heroes and their various adventures. I mean, Metropolitan is it edges out as my favorite, but I could just easily say Last Days of Disco or Barcelona. And Chris Eigeman is in all three of them, and he's my favorite actor in those Whit Stillman movies, but even also the early Noah Baumbach movies, which I feel like owe a little bit to Whit Stillman. I think I mean they deal with Metropolitan deals with like this kind of preppy group of like young people that are involved in this like debutante society, like going to like these dances and like these kind of parties, and it's not a culture that I have any firsthand knowledge of, and they're probably not very likable as people in many ways, but it's very funny. It's a very witty film. I like it the way that I like certain kind of Woody Allen films, and this is like doesn't have the same aspects that people don't like about Woody Allen movies, I guess, so much. But I think that it's just a comfort watch movie for me. I mean, it's I've seen it so many times, and I don't know. It's just dialogue-oriented, witty dialogue-oriented comedy that I like, and I think there's a good Criterion set that has this and the other two films in that trilogy, and I think he's definitely like a love it or hate it kind of figure. I mean, I know I had friends in college that like despised his movies, and I get it. I mean, we don't really have class discussions the way other countries maybe do, and so I don't know if it's a class thing. I mean, I remember he getting paired against Kevin Smith back in the day, and because Kevin Smith was resolutely blue collar, and these are upper West Side types, or Upper East Side rather, I guess. But it's I don't know. I mean, it kind of goes, it's sense of humor is a personal thing. I mean, for me, these are funny movies. I mean, so I'd recommend it.
Yeah, I'll take. It probably isn't in this exact same category, but again, Kicking and Screaming Noah Baumbach is more my sense of humor. And I don't know, and it's not like I hate Whit Stillman or hate Metropolitan necessarily. I just didn't vibe with it. I think I like Barcelona more, if memory serves. Again, I got to refresh my memory on that, but I was really surprised how much I liked Love and Friendship, to be honest, because I wasn't crazy about the Greta Gerwig one.
Yeah, Damsels in Distress. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, I like Love and Friendship a lot, but yeah, the early films are always going to have a special place for me.
No, I totally get that.
Yeah.
Number 66, I won't talk about this one very long at all. It is Richard Linklater's Waking Life.
Yeah.
I've told this story so many times in the past about the circumstances of me watching this movie and why it means so much to me. I totally understand why people don't like it, and they just go, "Oh, it's a bunch of pretentious philosophical conversations," and people don't want to listen to that. They're like, "Oh, this is just not my thing." But I mean, come on, like you've seen Slacker, you've seen Before Sunrise. At this point, it's kind of like, why not just have a bunch of people have conversations in a movie? What's wrong with that? And these are interesting conversations and really deep existential ones that are totally the kind of things I like talking about with other people. So, but again, seeing it with Mulholland Drive as my father was passing away slowly in hospice, it's kind of overwhelming to think about what this movie has to say about death and dying in the end. I don't know. And I can't even be objective about it. If there's flaws in this movie or moments that annoy people, I would not argue that whatsoever. So it's fine, but it's on my list, and maybe again could very well be higher.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was surprised it didn't come up the last time we did this, but I know the story, with your how you came to see it, and it just, even if I didn't know that, it just seems like a film that I would assume you would resonate, with, because of just the nature of it, just being like so heavily philosophical. But yeah, no, I haven't seen it since I saw it in the movies. I've always been kind of, I respected it, but it's never a film that I felt like returning to for fun.
No, that's what I get that. I understand you too, because it can make your brain hurt in certain moments. It's just a lot to process. It's almost like something you could probably listen to as a podcast, but you'd have to pause every once in a while. But also, I guess Linklater's new film is rotoscoped. That's coming out this year. I've heard that. It might even be premiering at South by Southwest. I'm not sure, but I'm curious.
Yeah, he's not on my list today, but I like his work, almost all of it, a lot. So I'm definitely always curious to see his next film. My next number 66 is probably not a great film, but a film I've always had a lot of affection for, and it took over my life for a couple of months recently. So it feels like extra important to me now, but it's The People Next Door, directed by David Green, which is a kind of a domestic melodrama about a family that is their life is turned upside down when the teenage daughter takes a LSD and has a bad experience that kind of drives her into a kind of almost like a catatonic state. and I've always kind of found it a compelling film. It's Eli Wallach and Julie Harris play the parents, and it's got people like Hal Holbrook and Cloris Leachman in supporting cast. It has a feeling of like kind of message heavy television of the 50s in a way to me, and but it's shot by Gordon Willis, the cinematographer behind things like Clute and The Godfather and Annie Hall and Parallax View and all these like kind of different like stylistically bold films of the 70s, and so it has an interesting tension between things that are like almost kind of stage playish, but like with a real genius artist behind the camera. David Green was coming off of I Start Counting, which I know has had a resurgence in attention, and he would go on to do things like Godspell that have their own kind of cult fan base. But People Next Door was one that I think I had seen it just out of curiosity. Like it had like the video box for it had no description on what it was actually about, which is like the title. It was rated R and it had like Eli Wallach having his face painted by a woman. I'm like, what is this movie? And I've just always really been drawn to it. And I did the audio commentary on the Scorpion releasing Blu-ray, which is still available if anyone wants to see it. It's just I think anytime I've worked on one of these kind of things, it's like it becomes part of my, my history. And this is a film that like I really like did nothing else but absorb it for a while, and it just changed the way it plays for me. I mean, I've always kind of liked it, but now it's just important kind of thing for me. So.
I just imagine that after you do a commentary, you literally become James Woods at the end of Videodrome and absorb the VHS tape into your stomach at the end. It's like,
well, it's funny because like I mean, sometimes when you're done with it, like I can't stand to look at that film again for a long time because it's just like I've just gone through so much like time thinking about it. Like I haven't gone back to Fade to Black since working on that, even though I've loved Fade to Black for many years, and same with Hell in the Pacific. But yeah, People Next Door I can still kind of settle into. It's just got some catchy songs and a great mood, and
I liked it. I definitely liked it. I wouldn't say I loved it the way you do.
Yeah, well, I don't think anyone I know does, but I mean, I'm definitely biased, but it's my list, so there you go.
Of course, that's what this is all about. And 65 is American Movie. You brought it up earlier. It's a perfect documentary.
Oh, yeah.
It really is. It's kind of this rare documentary that combines this, incredibly likable, mostly charismatic, I guess, subject, with this kind of elegant structure. And really, it's just about a guy who wants to make a movie or two, I mean, starts off with him wanting to make one movie and then sort of transitions into him having these big ambitions to make Coven. And Mark Borchardt is just one of those memorable movie figures, whether it's a documentary or otherwise. It's just... You meet him, you witness what he feels and what he wants to do, and you're automatically 100% with him the entire way. Even if I guess now, and according to Colin, who's interacted with him more and talked with him on several occasions when he's actually made appearances at the Critics Film Festival in the past, he's not a big fan of talking about this movie as much because he was an alcoholic at the time. And going back to watching this movie or even talking about it is kind of painful. So if you meet him, don't necessarily be like, I love everything about American Movie and you're so amazing in American Movie. It's you're likely to create some awkwardness in how he might respond to that, because this is such... Again, an intimate look at a human being at a certain point in his life that if he's no longer that person, it could be very hard for him to watch or talk about. And that's interesting to me, too. It's like this is capturing possibly a very different Mark Borchardt than the Mark Borchardt that we get today, mainly due to his recovery. And yeah, I just think it's one of the best movies about making movies and having the passion to do it and the drive to do it no matter what. Even though I might just make a bad movie. Who knows? I'm just making a movie because I love movies, and that spirit is infused in every frame of this, and it's just a joy to experience and very funny, very, very funny at times. So it's one of my favorite documentaries for sure.
Yeah, no, it's not on my list, but I did think about including it. I mean, I've seen it many times as well, and I agree with everything you just said. I didn't know too much about what he got up to in the years since then, but it's one of those films like video store staples. It was just one we always had on in the store, after a certain hour, just because he was such a compelling presence. And even I love the that kind of melancholy Mr. Bojangles on acoustic guitar kind of scoring that he has. And I feel like that film, I could be wrong. I have the DVD for it. I don't know how easy it is to see right now.
I think you're right. I
feel like it might have receded from view for a little bit. So hopefully,
did it pop up on the? I want to say it popped up on the Criterion Channel, and everybody was going cuckoo about that.
It may. Maybe.
I don't think even he tweeted about it, but other people were, and I think that's kind of what because I interacted with him on Twitter, and Colin was the one who wrote me the email saying about, just don't go on and on about American movie, even though we all know it's great. It's just it's become a sore spot a little bit for him to talk about. No,
I get that. Yeah. No, I mean it's a fantastic movie, and if people haven't already seen it, they need to check it out. My number 65 is a film that you've already talked about many times on Directors Club, and it's Broadcast News, 1987, James L. Brooks. I think one of the most perfect comedy dramas of that decade. Great ensemble. I love everybody in it. It's my favorite Albert Brooks performance. I love Holly Hunter in it. Joan Cusack is hilarious in it. It's my favorite use of William Hurt, probably. I mean, as the hymn.
That or Altered States are my favorite William Hurt, because Body Heat's good too. But no.
Yeah. I mean, I like him in a lot of things. I'm not knocking his other work, but that's such a good use of him. And it kind of feels like a part that Robert Redford would do if he was like more willing to kid his image. I mean, it's just a completely satisfying, well-oiled machine of a comedy satire kind of movie. I mentioned Tootsie earlier, and I kind of put it alongside something like Tootsie. Maybe it's a little more serious, but it's the same pleasures to me. It's just like, a group of like likable character actor, movie star types, like, having a great script to work with and, really running with it. I don't know what more to say about that one, but yeah, I mean, hopefully everyone has already seen it, but if not, go watch it. It's perfect.
One of the most perfect and intimate moments ever. And it's just like the rhythm of it, everything about that sequence of them doing this emergency broadcast about some sort of political thing happening. And Holly Hunter is talking into William Hurt's ear at the right times and saying the right things. And Albert Brooks is getting drunk at home and calling in with other details. That gives me goosebumps. Like that's kind of like the Billy Wilder thing where I'm just like, it's perfect writing, perfect editing, perfect acting. Everything about that sequence it's a home run, everything that happens there between all three of these people, because they're essentially in a love triangle together also. Yeah. But they're also great at their job. I love that.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like it reminds me of what I like about like certain Howard Hawks or Billy Wilder comedies from the 40s and 50s, but like a updated for the 80s. And I just feel like there's not enough movies that kind of pull off what that film does. And it's easy to take it for granted because it's a light entertainment in many ways. But I mean, it's so well executed. I mean, it never gets old for me. Even the score, I mean, everything about it, I think it's my, I mean, that and in terms of endearment, I think are my favorites from James L. Brooks.
Oh,
but
sure.
I mean, yeah, no, it's not much more to add about that one.
What do you do when all your dreams come true? Keep it to yourself. There's so many lines. You could just recite that entire script practically at this point. That, and obviously I've talked many times about that movie, and certainly that incredibly memorable scene where Albert Brooks and Holly Hunter sort of confront their true feelings. That's as good as it gets. Well, no, wait, it's his Broadcast News. Not As Good as It Gets by James L. Brooks. That's a different movie. Getting loopy. 64 is not a loopy movie. It is probably the only Lucky McKee movie I absolutely adore from start to finish. May, from 2002. Starring Angela Bettis in one of my favorite horror performances of all time. A movie that I actually discovered because I don't know what else I was probably seeing a band while Scott Weinberg and Eric Childress were at South by Southwest, and this wasn't playing at South by Southwest. It was playing at a movie theater in Austin, and they were just like, let's go see this movie called May that people seem to be talking about. And when they walked out of it and said it was one of the best horror movies in a long time, I eventually caught up with it, and I was kind of floored. I was amazed by this. I mean, Angela Bettis does essentially play like a version of Carrie, in terms of being awkward and not being able to connect with people and experiencing loneliness while living alone. And the idea of her trying to make this perfect friend by piecing together things she loves from other people is a great take on the Frankenstein idea of, I mean, it's a creepy movie. It's essentially, again, about another sociopath, psychopath, who gets completely unhinged. It's a great transformational performance when she actually starts going from shy, awkward, quirky, eccentric girl to basically a serial killer, going around and putting body parts in her cooler. It's and then again, like I hadn't seen Dare Fan yet. This seems like kind of in that same wheelhouse in terms of, like movies about awkward people who are trying to make connections with their object of desire, and they really, really can't. And despite trying as hard as they do, there's something in them that is motivating them to keep trying. And even though they're not going to succeed, they figure out some other way to consume this person that they're in love with. In the case of Dare Fan, literally. But May is a very special film. I keep hoping Lucky McKee is going to make another May, but I don't know. Maybe it's just this is the only one that's going to stick with me the way it does. It moves me. It's a horror movie that truly moves me at the end.
Yeah, I haven't seen May in a long time. I really liked it at the time, and so I definitely get why it's on your list. I remember liking it. I had not seen it though in a long time, and the last thing I saw of his was The Woman, I think.
Yeah,
Patrick
and I saw
interesting.
that, and we were like, didn't entirely work, but it tried.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
I mean, I think about it all the time. I mean, I think about it more than May, even if I don't know if I would recommend it as casually as I would, May. But and I remember liking The Woods. Okay.
Oh yeah, that was okay.
Yeah, I remember it looking really good. So yeah, I'd be curious to see all those films again. I haven't seen anything he's made in a long time, but he did stand out among horror directors when he first emerged on the scene. I know that he's had some battles. I mean, certainly like some of The Woods had distribution kind of issue of some kind, like it was being held up for many months or even a year or more. But May, I mean, was one of the, I feel like that's like around the same time as like Ginger Snaps. Like there was a couple of horror cult movies that seemed to emerged right on my radar, like right away when they hit theaters. That look, I don't know, it was a weird time in my life when those films were coming out. I love the horror genre, but it's I tend to watch a lot of older horror movies. Certainly then, and so that those were like rare things that were like not arriving like in every city, but like I would hear about them from friends, like, oh, you got to go to this city and check out this new thing called May or this new thing called Ginger Snaps. And yeah, I mean, I definitely see the connection to Carrie. I mean, obviously Angela Bettis played Carrie in the TV movie version also, but
oh yeah, with Patricia Clarkson as the mom who was in the woods. It all kind of ties together.
Yeah. And I nearly had Durfan on the list also. I love that movie. But my number 64 is also another story about a young woman that murders people. We've already talked about it a few times. Is Miss 45, the 1981 Abel Ferrara movie. And we've already talked about this one a lot. We don't have to keep talking about it. But Abel Ferrara, I think I've loved him for, since I was a teenager, with Miss 45 probably being one of the first. I forget now if I saw this one or Bad Lieutenant first. But I definitely, those were the first two things I was aware of seeing an Abel Ferrara movie, and then King of New York and Thriller Killer and so on. But, doing he came up all the time on supporting characters over the years and probably will again. But, so he's a filmmaker I've always really had a lot of affection for. Doing the deep dive for our episode really gave me even renewed appreciation, because he really had blown me away with Tommaso, not that, 2 years ago now. And I just was amazed that he still had, things that I thought were among his best work still to come, like with something like that. And then, getting a chance to talk to him briefly for this podcast, was a definite highlight of
no kidding
my podcasting career. But this 45 is, it's satisfying as a grindhouse film and as an art film. Like, it has ideas and things to say, but it's also just thrilling and stylish and quickly paced and absorbing from start to finish. And it's deserving of its cult reputation as a masterpiece. But this 45 is my 64.
Splendid choice, sir. 63 is a movie I've talked about at length as well on the Francis Ford Coppola episode. It's obviously I love The Godfather, and obviously I love The Godfather Part 2. And obviously, The Conversation is still my favorite, but Apocalypse Now is here at 63. And, it was my dad's favorite movie, and my initial assessment of it was, I love it up until we get to the Marlon Brando stuff. Like, I even told him that. I was like, I don't get it. I don't necessarily connect with this movie once we get there. And I don't know what he's doing. I mean, like, some things I didn't understand what he was saying. I didn't vibe with how this movie wraps things up initially, and I've warmed up to it more. The more I've thought about it, the more I've read about it, the more I've talked about it. And yet I understand people having reservations. It is kind of episodic in its structure, but it's an adaptation of Heart of Darkness, so it makes sense. Going from place to place and having this character deal with what they're dealing with. It's but it's also one of those I don't actively revisit all the time, much like 2001, just because it is a heavy experience. It's a lot to take in. It's not necessarily fun because, war isn't fun. But, the performances here, I don't know. I think if I were to make a top 10 favorite supporting performances, Robert Duvall might be up there. It's just one of the best things I think he's ever done, and not just because of I love the smell of napalm in the morning, just like the fact that he's just walking through, ignoring every explosion around him, and, Charlie don't surf, that all that stuff is just, it could be the highlight of just the movie itself, but it serves as something profound in his character as somebody who's just like adapted to the chaos. And that's clearly what Francis Ford Coppola did. He adapted to the chaos of everything, probably had a nervous breakdown. Hell, Martin Sheen had a heart attack. And certainly the documentary about Apocalypse Now could also be on the list, right? Because it's phenomenal.
Oh, yeah.
But
Heart of Darkness is amazing, yeah. Or Hearts of Darkness.
Yeah. So, I mean, what more can be said? It's a special film. It's on here a lot because of my dad's response to it and him loving the Ride of the Valkyries moment. And not in like this gung-ho way. It was more just like, this is what people do in war, and this is horrible. Yet at the same time, they're using this opera, this glorious, beautiful piece of music, while they're essentially killing people and burning villages and destroying lives. And there's some weird dichotomy going on with that choice. And I think it's a chaotic film in ways that I find endlessly interesting. The end.
Yeah, no, I mean, Apocalypse Now is legendary for a reason. I mean, I it's not one I revisit a lot, but I was impressed with it whenever I do. I mean, I've got nothing more to add on that one.
Theatrical cut only. That's my opinion.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you on that. My number 63 is The Ice Storm, 1997, directed by Ang Lee.
That's another great one.
And I mean, this is just, I think, one of my favorite American films of the 90s. I think it's, we talked about Last Picture Show and Ordinary People and things like, I mean, that kind of small town Americana melancholy. I'm just a sucker for it and when it's done well. And this has one of the great ensemble casts of that period in Hollywood. I mean, everyone is, Kevin Kline, Sigourney Weaver, Tobey Maguire. This is still the film I associate Elijah Wood with the most, and Christina Ricci and Joan Allen. And it's sad, but it's also hilarious. It's a really funny movie as well as a melancholy movie. And Ang Lee's got such a perplexing career to me. I mean,
you're right.
Yeah, but this was always going to be my favorite. I mean, whatever, nice things I could say about everything from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon to, Life of Pi, and even the early comedies like, what is that one film? Was it like the
Eat, Drink, Man, Woman?
Yeah, like I like his early stuff too. I mean, it's kind of underseen now because it's like he had such a huge career from maybe from Sense and Sensibility on. But now the Ice Storm, I think it's I know I'm almost out of words where we've been doing this a little while now, but yeah, it's one of my favorite American films, and it's I've got no notes.
We're getting there. It is getting to that point where it's like, what else can I say? It's getting late. No, it's not getting late. It's just we've been doing it for a while. But 62 is A Simple Plan by Sam Raimi. One of my favorite movies of the 90s, probably. Again, I know people have had some arguments about some of the acting. Maybe some moments from Bill Paxton or Bridget Fonda are a little over the top or whatever, but there's no denying, this is a movie that after Fargo, it kind of made sense that some people walked into this movie expecting Fargo 2 or something, and it was kind of marketed that way, more or less, or real heavy emphasis on the snow. And of course that makes sense because it's a winter setting. But very similar to Fight Club, when I just sort of read the book almost in one sitting and then sat down to watch the movie, and it didn't disappoint. I didn't automatically go, well, the book was better. In this case, I thought the movie was better than the book because things play out very differently in the book in terms of it going over the top. I think there's certain choices that the author makes that I think who adapted. I wonder if the author of the book. I want to check to make sure that I'm not incorrect. If the author of the book adapted the screenplay, I should see if he did, because that would be interesting. I believe so, according to IMDb. It's almost like he made changes to the screenplay that perhaps were flaws in the book, or at least just did narrative choices that surprised me. Because when I saw this, I had the book in my head, and I said, okay, I know what's going to happen next. And when that doesn't happen, I was kind of like, oh, okay, well, now I don't know what to expect from this movie, which is a great feeling, because up until that point, I did know what was happening with every character and expected certain things. Let's just say that in the book, Billy Bob Thornton's character is dispatched way, way sooner. And I think that once they cast Billy Bob Thornton in this movie and also sort of realize that the heart of this story is really the relationship between these two brothers, they realized they had to keep they had to keep his character in until the end, because that's the big payoff. That's like the big emotional moment, really, is Bill Paxton having to shoot his own brother the way he does. And it's still one of the hardest times I cried in the theater. It's just a sad movie. It's like a modern day Treasure of Sierra Madre, kind of, where these people have all this money and power suddenly, and they have no idea what to do with it, and they're completely misguided in their decisions and choices, and they keep doing the wrong things, even though they think they're doing the right things. It's my favorite Bill Paxton performance. Might be my favorite Billy Bob Thornton performance. And it's directed by one of my favorite directors, Sam Raimi. So what can you say? It's an amazing piece of filmmaking. A Simple Plan.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think Simple Plan is that's probably my favorite Sam Raimi film other than the first two Evil Deads. And but I think it, I don't know. That's one I haven't seen in a long time, so I can't really add too much to what you've just said about it. But it's my favorite Billy Bob Thornton performance for sure.
Yeah, and a great kind of subtle score from Danny Elfman. Very haunting, very eerie, very different.
Yeah, I in my head I put it alongside things like Affliction.
Sure, I can see that.
But from that same time, just like that kind of winter character study thriller. But no, I know that's a long-term favorite of yours, and I was expecting it on the list. I was gonna rewatch it again, but I haven't. But no, I do like that one. My number 62 is The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp, 1943, directed by Michael Powell and Emmerich Pressburger. And
good one.
Yeah, I like a lot of Powell and Pressburger films. This just is, I think, the one I return to the most often. But there's plenty of films to choose from. A Matter of Life and Death and Black Narcissus are also up there for me. But yeah, this one, it's a World War II era, like romantic, kind of epic in a way. It's Roger Livesley, who's in a bunch of Michael Powell movies, and he's this general at the beginning, and it's kind of a flashback film, really, like about his life and like how he came to the position he's in. And it's both, story of his friendship with two of the other central characters, and also like a romance that didn't quite happen for him, that he kind of fixates on. But it's a political film in that it's a different kind of propaganda film. It's basically like, I think the ultimate message is like, you can't be a gentleman in war when the opposition are Nazis. They don't play by gentlemen's rules. So it is a propaganda film in that way, but it's just a funny, kind of technically virtuosic kind of Technicolor, epic. I think it's just a very satisfying, structurally interesting kind of movie. I think. And have you seen this one?
Not in a long time. It's another that I really would like to rewatch for sure.
Yeah. No, yeah, no, I think that this is one I blind bought because of its reputation when it came out through Criterion, and I've always kind of had a real soft spot for it. But most Powell and Pressburger movies are eye candy at the very least, and a few of them are pretty. I mean, something like 49 Parallel is really intense, but this is just my personal favorite. It's a good Sunday afternoon movie, but that is my number 62.
Yeah, I definitely want to revisit it. It's been a long time. For sure. It's kind of one of those I kept hoping would play at the music box. Like they were playing the Red Shoes quite a bit for a while there, but it could still happen. I definitely, obviously, what can you say about a lot of the films that they made together, like Black Narcissus and Peeping Tom. Well, Peeping Tom was just Powell, wasn't it? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, Peeping Tom is just Powell.
Right. Yeah.
But
Matter of Life and Death. Yeah. A lot of good stuff.
Yeah, I Know Where I'm Going is also really good. Yeah, I mean, they're consistently great. I mean, there's so many gems in their filmography. And this is just, I mean, one that I personally respond to the most. But I mean, Red Shoes, I mean, is probably the most famous for a reason. And Tales of Hoffman is pretty interesting too, that opera film that he did. But
didn't see that one.
No, it's I don't know. I assume this is on Criterion Channel. I don't know. They handle a lot of those Powell and Pressburger titles, but it's definitely worth a look.
As we go a little quicker, I'm just going to recite a long monologue from this film. Not long. I shouldn't say that. You'll figure it out, possibly. I'll just quote it. It's that thing when you're with someone and you love them and you know it and they love you and you know it, but it's a party and you're both talking to other people and you're laughing and shining and you look across the room and catch each other's eyes, but not because you're possessive or it's precisely sexual, but because that is your person in this life. And that's really all I want out of a relationship or just life, I guess. It is my favorite Noah Baumbach film, Frances Ha.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that is my favorite of recent American comedies. I think it's it was a nice surprise because I mean we talked about Noah Baumbach on the last time we did this, and Kicking and Screaming is a sentimental favorite. But I mean, as far as like recent American films, I mean, Frances Ha is way up there for me. And
yep,
yeah,
I completely
study female friendship. Yeah,
I love it.
I like that it's not a. Yeah, I like that it's not a romance film. That it's a friendship film, and it's my favorite thing. Greta Gerwig. I like her movies as a director a lot, but I mean, this is my favorite thing that she's been involved with so far. I mean, and she's a co-writer of it, but. It was a nice surprise because when I heard that he was making that film, I'm like, oh, well, I don't know. I don't know what I went into expecting because, Greenberg kind of felt like, I mean, the logical last step of like these increasingly grim, like midlife crisis type of comedies that he was getting into after Squid and the Whale. And this was just like a really energetic, rebounding kind of movie. And still, I think one of his best. Be amazed if he can top that one, really.
Now his next one is a Don DeLillo adaptation, so we'll see.
With a White Noise. Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, I like all of his movies so far. Me too. My number 61 is another just comfort watch movie, but it's Grosse Pointe Blank from 1997, George Armitage.
That's another good one.
I mean, John Cusack was a actor that I paid a lot of attention to in high school because of his early comedies like Say Anything and Sure Thing and Better Off Dead. And I haven't followed everything he's done in recent years. And, in some ways I feel like his career is a little bit, I don't know what really happened that like, at some point after the 90s and early 2000s, like it seems like he's doing a lot more work just to keep working. I don't know what his life, career kind of trajectory is all about sometimes, but he's definitely made a lot of films that, made a huge impact on me. Even things like being John Malkovich in High Fidelity, I'd include in that. But Grosse Point Blank feels like my favorite thing he's done because it feels like the comic timing of something like Say Anything, but for something a little bit darker and more edgy and sarcastic. Like it feels like it comes from him, even though he's not the primary writer and he's not the director, but it feels like his most personal film in a way. And I don't know. I think it's just very funny. I like the music in it. I like the chemistry he has with Minnie Driver. And, George Armitage, I like Miami Blues and other things he's made, but this is like, just expertly done comedy, Hollywood comedy. And I do remember when my family tried to show it to my grandmother and the line about shooting a hole in someone's brain and fucking the brain hole or something like that. Like some really like outrageously profane line, and my grandmother just like looking like, someone had died. But yeah, it's late 90s, this probably is nostalgia pick, but I can't help it. It's one I do like a lot.
I can totally understand that. I can totally understand that. And it's something that I do enjoy it, not to the same level, but I do enjoy it.
Yeah.
I'm not, there's no reason to talk about number 60 at all by just, all you have to do is say the title. That's it. That's all you have to say. And it probably should be higher, and it probably is a lot higher in everybody's list. It's a movie called Goodfellas. Ever heard of it?
Yeah, I know that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I got nothing to add. It's great.
Okay, good. I'm not going to talk about it. It's great.
Yeah.
Done.
My number 60 is River's Edge, Tim Hunter, and it's one of my favorites since I was in high school. I still find it totally engaging. It's my favorite Keanu Reeves movie. It's my favorite Crispin Glover movie. I love troubled teen movies, and this is, one of the great ones, and great supporting part by Dennis Hopper. I don't know what really to add about other than that. If you don't know what it's about, it's like the alienated, burnout high school kids, and a guy in the clique kills one of the girls, and they're so alienated and apathetic that they don't really immediately react to this information, and drama ensues. It's based on a real case. I don't know how much it deviates from the facts, although I remember one of the women from the band L7 was involved in the real life case.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. Huh. But River's Edge, I mean, it's one of those films that used to be like a fairly high profile cult item for Generation X. And I don't really know that new people are coming along to it as often as my generation did. I mean, it was a video store perennial. And, I think this is the film that made me a Crispin Glover fan. I mean, I knew him from things like Back to the Future, but this is one of those performances that either makes or breaks the movie for people because it's so bizarre. But I think it's a sentimental favorite, but one that I watched it again a couple months ago, and it still holds up. I mean, the director of it wrote Over the Edge, which was on my list last time, and that's an even better teen rebellion movie. But this one still, holds up for me as well. And River's Edge is number 6.
He has a thing about the word edge, apparently.
Yes. Yes. But I wonder what he thinks of Postcards on the Edge.
That would have been weird if he wrote that.
Yes.
But it's pretty wild to have Dennis Hopper and Crispin Glover in the same movie. That's a treat. It's a treat of weirdness from both of them. But
I'd like a Coffee and the Cigarette style short film of their conversations.
No kidding, right? That would have been amazing. Yeah, I want to see behind the scenes of that, of them hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, Serge, I did an episode on the work of one Mr. John Sturgis. Again, it's one of those titles I think, because of my love for it, it definitely should be higher than it is. But at the same time, I'm not going to go on and on about this one either, because I talked about it a lot, and I continue to talk about it a lot, and it is Bad Day at Black Rock, with an amazing cast of villains and the great Spencer Tracy as John J. McCready, who gets off a train into this little town called Black Rock. And then once he's there, things happen. It's an amazing work of art. I watch this and I go, it makes complete sense why so many filmmakers cite it as a favorite or talk about his commentary or just point at all the amazing choices it's made throughout. And it's also really tight at 80 minutes, and yet it feels complete, and it's one of the all-time great stranger comes to town kind of Western scenarios, and yet it also has a mystery at its core, and it's very satisfying from beginning to end. It's great. Masterpiece.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time, but I concur. I remember that being like a perfect movie. I got nothing to add on that one, but I agree.
Good.
Number 59 for me is Ali, Fear Eats the Soul, 1974, Rainer Werner Fassbinder. And I had All That Heaven Allows on my list last time. And so this is a kind of a loose remake of the Douglas Sirk melodrama, but instead it has an elderly woman, and she falls in love with a much younger Moroccan man, and so they kind of scandalize their social circles in this relationship, and but they go about trying to make it work, and it's a good introduction type film to Fassbinder. It wasn't the first one I saw, but it was probably the film that really made me really understand the appeal of his work. I mean, I'd seen Marriage of Maria Braun and Bitter Tears of Petra von Kat before, and then this was the one that kind of made me a fan, I guess. And I've enjoyed, I think, every Fassbinder film I've seen. I've seen many of them. Not all easy watches, and I mean, one of my other favorites that I nearly had on the list is In the Year of 13 Moons, which is a more depressing movie, I guess. But a lot of them are pretty heavy films, but this one is just stylistically, it's such a gorgeous looking movie, and it's so because it has that kind of Cirque melodrama framework. It's you can't really go wrong with it. I mean, I love what Todd Haynes does with this storyline as well in Far From Heaven. I once made someone do a triple feature with me of All That Heaven Allows, Ali Fears the Soul, and Far From Heaven. By the end, she was really weeping. I don't know if it was because of the movie being sad or just, that story being told 3 times in a row. But I don't know. I mean, I really kind of debated on which Fassbinder to go with, but this is, for sentimental reasons, the one that I get the most immediate pleasure from. So I went with that one. But yeah, if you haven't seen it, it's a fantastic movie.
I completely agree. That's definitely my favorite from him that I've seen.
Yeah.
Another one that I don't necessarily have to go on and on about because everybody knows it's a classic. I was talking about voyeurism and eavesdropping. Who better to tackle both of those than one Alfred Hitchcock with Jimmy Stewart and Grace Kelly in Rear Window. 1954 masterpiece. I love everything about that movie from beginning to end. So there's just some classics. There's titles on here that every cinephile at this point in their life has seen it probably multiple times. They know it's great and they know why. So I don't need to tell them.
Yeah. And I don't have a lot to say about my number 58, but it's a film that blew me away when I saw it in the theater as a repertory screening in college. And every time I go back to it, it's like, it's perfect. Is the Conformist, 1970, Bernardo Bertolucci.
Oh yeah, that's a great choice.
I mean, it's eye candy. It's got like interesting kind of character study. Jean-Louis Trintignant, he's so charismatic and everything, but he's great as the, kind of maybe closeted fascist, kind of about to commit this murder. And we get to see like the backstory of his life. And I don't really want to go like into a plot synopsis of it, but yeah, it's as an exercise in style. I mean, you can see how so many American films kind of drew from it, especially like The Godfather. But I just, yeah, I mean, it's just, moody eye candy, and just engaging as a thriller. But I don't have a whole lot to add about The Conformist, but just that it's, one of the perfect films. I know that Paul Schrader always watches it for inspiration before starting a new project, and I think choice, you can see its influence on something like American Gigolo and things like that. But yeah, I just watched it again this week, and it still holds my attention, even though I know all the bits that are coming, and builds to some great thriller sequences. But it's, I mean, I don't know, it's one of the great classics. And since I just mentioned Fassbinder, I can even see like it pointing towards that kind of style of like that really chilly modernist kind of European film. I mean, I like some of the earlier Bertolucci films like Before the Revolution, but this is where he really kind of gives in to like the pleasures of cinema in a big way. And it's just gorgeous, experience. And I mean, I like some of the films he did later. I mean, Last Tango in Paris, I guess, is always going to be controversial, but I like that one a lot too. And even things like The Dreamers, I think, are a lot of fun. Stealing Beauty, but Conformist is a special film, and one that every person should see at least once if they're serious about movies.
Amen to that. Bertolucci is a director that should be covered on this show. 57, another masterpiece. Second favorite film from Spike Lee, Do the Right Thing. Come on, do the right thing. It's Do the Right Thing. And it kind of irked me. I talked about it with Mariah. Like, there's a segment in Brainwash, that documentary, where that filmmaker was like, I don't know, that scene with Rosie Perez is, mm-hmm. I'm kind of, it's sexy. It's, I don't know. I think that it's consensual, of course. So it doesn't really ring as creepy to me. And nothing about the movie feels superfluous. And there's just things that happen in this neighborhood with people that you grow to appreciate, even if they're just, sitting on a lawn chair and just hanging out. Like, every character is distinctive. But everybody has a voice, no matter who they are, even if they're only in one scene or something. It's like, this is the origins of empathic storytelling at its finest. And once you get to that final moment of throwing the trash can through the window, you are absolutely distraught at how things are playing out, because this happens all the time, and it continues to happen all the time, and you get really emotional in ways that I think only Spike Lee can do with grace in some of the chaos that takes place in this movie. And certainly things like what's happened recently with George Floyd, you'll go back and you watch this movie and they resonate even more strongly. Just knowing, the power dynamics that continue to prevail with the police and their response to minorities, and it's awful. And this movie really opened my eyes to racism, because at the time I was living in white suburbia and I really didn't think much about it. And so when I saw this movie, I was like, oh shit. We really haven't changed much as a species. Yeah, at least the white race, it's like, this is awful. It's awful that this keeps happening, but at the same time, there are moments of true connection and understanding and compassion that makes this one of the all-time great movies about race in every way, shape, and form. Spike Lee is a great director.
Gotta give us what we need. Hey! Our freedom of speech is freedom of death. We got to fight the powers that be. Fight the power. 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 We got to fight the powers that be.
Yeah, no, I mean, Do the Right Thing is a I mean, I think at this point acknowledged as a classic, and in many ways, I think it's probably the film that I think. No matter how many great films he makes, people are always going to point to that one as like his masterpiece, and it's hard for him to top it in the minds of people. If he makes a Malcolm X or a, Summer of Sam or a Bamboozled or whatever. I mean, I think and it's funny that we talk about this right after The Conformist, because I think of them both as such a like having having finally developed the skill set and the resources to make something that's like an explosion of style. That even though it's dealing with serious subject matter in both cases, and tough kind of themes, they're such joyful experiences because of you feel the joy behind the camera, I guess, in both cases, so, in terms of like camera movement and color and music, and they're very rich kind of in similar ways to me, even though they're very different subject matter. But no, I mean, Do the Right Thing is, I mean, that was my first exposure to Spike Lee. I caught up with his earlier films later, and I think we talked about him a little bit last time. I mean, I like the messier ones most, like Bamboozled, and even Jungle Fever I watch a lot, even though it's got some real problems. But Do the Right Thing I think is perfect. I think I told you I watched it once with the actor that plays the kid in the butt t-shirt. Who nearly gets hit by the car.
Right.
He was a newscaster in Wilmington, North Carolina. He came over to my apartment. We watched it. He did live commentary for me in my apartment.
That's insane.
And,
wow.
Yeah.
That reminds me of the time when Nick DiGilio actually went to a screening of Under Siege, and Gary Busey hung out with him and was giving him a running commentary in the theater. Oh, it was my decision to come up with the dress. That was my choice to do that. That was I can't imagine hanging out with Gary Busey for a night the way he did, and it's kind of crazy to hear about that story.
Yeah, no, I can only imagine. He was at a horror convention I went to once, and he's a big, larger than life presence.
No doubt.
My number 57 is a film that has probably come up on Directors Club before. American Werewolf in London, John Landis, 1981.
Oh, that should be on my list too. Urgh! Should have thought of that.
I mean, everybody knows this one. It's one of the great horror comedies. It's my favorite thing that John Landis has done. It's maybe my favorite Griffin done. After Hours is, I mean, obviously, like probably neck and neck. But I guess not counting Chilly Scenes of Winter. But yeah, no, I mean, it's a great werewolf movie. I mean, and there's not a lot of great werewolf movies to my mind. But when I was younger, I was more Team Howling, in those debates. But as I got older, I'm like, no, I'm giving this the edge because I love these characters so much. I love the atmosphere of it so much. And Jenny Agutter, and I don't know. I mean, even if the ending kind of feels rushed, the ending of The Howling also feels kind of rushed. So it's kind of like not even like a
yeah, that's true.
Not like a big unfair advantage one with the other. I mean, they're both important to me, but I'm giving this one the edge. And I don't know. I mean, I've seen it so many times, and I still it's still one of the most entertaining films to me. And again, like everyone knows this one, so no more to really add about it. But yeah, American Werewolf in London is my 57.
Yeah, I'll never, whenever I hear Moondance by Van Morrison, I'm always like, I'm thinking of American Werewolf in London now. There's like certain songs. There's certain songs. Yeah. The use
Blue Moon.
Yeah. Bad Moon Rising. It's like there's just the choice of songs in this movie. It could be seen as like completely on the nose, but in a way that's really funny. But I think it's just easily my favorite John Landis movie. Like, I know people love the Blues Brothers. I get it. I wouldn't argue that. If people love the Blues Brothers, that's not a movie that I'm going to say, what the hell is wrong with you for loving it? It's so weird. That's a movie I should love, and I never 100% have. And it's one I kind of, again, feel guilt about, but it's fine. It's fine. I don't dislike it.
I like a lot of his movies. I mean, I like Coming to America and Trading Places. And
yeah, those are good. That's
I
weird.
mean, but I mean, it's definitely like, no contest with the American Werewolf in London for me.
Since I did this earlier, and it's kind of funny that this director's work showed up very closely together, I guess I'll just do this again for number 56. I'm nostalgic for conversations I had yesterday. I've begun reminiscing events before they even occur. I'm reminiscing this right now. I can't go to the bar because I've already looked back on it in my memory, and I didn't have a good time.
I mean, obviously, I know Kicking and Screaming
Okay.
by heart. So yeah,
Can we talk about Chris Eichmann?
Chris Eigerman? Yeah,
Eichmann? Yeah. Oh, one of the great characters in all of Noah Baumbach's movies. A great actor who just, whenever he shows up, I'm happy. Like, he showed up on the Gilmore Girls for a long stretch, and I was just like, can we just follow him for a while? I just love the way he delivers lines, and especially in this movie.
Yeah, no, he's amazing. I mean, that movie, I mean, I talked about it on the last time we did one of these, and it's I mean, it's one of my favorites.
Yep, that's why I'm not going to talk about it a whole lot, because everybody knows it's amazing. And if you haven't seen it, you better. Quotable.
Yeah.
Endlessly quotable.
My number 56 is one that I can't casually recommend, and I remember seeing it on the big screen with the director in attendance, and the woman I was dating at the time, every few minutes, something would happen where the audience broke into spontaneous cheers and applause because they loved it so much. And she would turn to me with a look of absolute bewilderment because she thought it was awful. And everyone thought it was awful at the time. But I always have loved this. It is Music Lovers, Ken Russell's movie from 1971. There's a very demented Tchaikovsky biopic with Richard Chamberlain and Glenda Jackson. And actually makes a pretty interesting companion to The Conformist, in that both films are about what we presume to be closeted gay men who enter into these kind of marriages of convenience with women that they don't really feel like a sexual desire for, and the dramas that ensue. But The Music Lovers, I wouldn't say it's a better film than The Devils, and probably not nearly as accessible as something like Altered States. But I mean, for me, Ken Russell, he's a very specific flavor that you've got to be in the right mood for, I think. And the thing with The Music Lovers is it's just so delirious and extreme that I grew up with Ken Russell movies like Lair of the White Worm and Altered States and Gothic, and like his 80s and 90s kind of work. And I forget at what point I dipped into his 70s heyday. I had no idea what to expect, but he specialized in these a lot of studies of artists, whether a lot of composers like Listomania and Mahler and this, and or sculptors like Savage Messiah, or things like even something like Tommy kind of taps into that energy, the Who movie. But Music Lovers, it's just unhinged from beginning to end. Like, it's such a crazy. If you took the most manic aspects of Fellini, Zhuavsky, and Baz Luhrmann and shook it up in a blender, that's The Music Lovers. Like, it's completely garish. It's completely garish and excessive, and I find it so compelling and invigorating. Richard Chamberlain is quite touching as Tchaikovsky. Glenda Jackson plays the woman who marries him in this loveless marriage, and she's amazing. She had been in Women in Love, which was kind of his commercial breakthrough. Ken Russell has got such a weird career because he was this kind of rising star in British television, doing all these kind of composer biopics, and this kind of feels like a cousin to those, but like done by an insane person. I mean, it feels like it just feels kind of wild and over the top. It's on the Criterion Channel right now.
Okay.
But I recommend it with caution because I can understand every bad review that it got, and it got mostly bad reviews. Like Pauline Kael I mean, everybody was just vicious about it. And I avoided his films when I was growing up because everything I ever read about them was extremely negative. And I get why they're over the top, and this is very over the top. But I think it's funny, and it's scary in places too. It's definitely not timid filmmaking. I would compare it to something like Zhuavsky, but this comes right around the same time, really. I mean, that Zhuavsky was kind of emerging. I mean, they kind of come about at the same time, and it's not quite as extreme as it gets as far as like the performances, but it's close. I mean, there's a lot of histrionic acting and ranting, and a lot of camera wildness, and you know, I don't know what to, you know, you can already tell from how I'm describing it whether or not this is, you know, for you, or you gonna go run from it. But I do love The Music Lovers, and I do love most Ken Russell movies from this period quite a lot. The Devils is probably where you should start if you're new to Ken Russell, and see if you like that, because that has the horror element, and Oliver Reed is amazing in it. And it's got the sets by Derek Jarman. It's the Devils doesn't, need my recommendation as much. I mean, people know that one, but this one, I've always got a soft spot for it. And so that is my number 56.
I'm going to see it eventually. Ken Russell's more of a blind spot in terms of I've only seen The Devils and Altered States, and another one. There's got to be another one.
Lair of the White Worm? Salome's Last Dance?
Was Hugh Grant in this one that I saw? Was it Gothic? Maybe I saw Gothic.
He's in Lair of the White Worm.
Okay. I'm getting them confused in my head. I know I've seen, it's either Lair of the White Worm or Gothic. I can't remember now.
Yeah.
But
you ever saw Crimes of Passion with Kathleen Turner?
Yeah, I think I did, but I don't remember it. It's fuzzy because I think there's a lot I probably rented and don't remember specifics, but I'm curious. You've piqued my interest enough. I mean, maybe it'll drive me crazy, but
it might.
I'm curious enough now.
Yeah.
Another one I don't need to talk about a lot. Another Wes Anderson movie. It's my second favorite after Rushmore, and that is The Royal Tenenbaums. Although, again, flip a coin, right? For me,
I'm
anyway.
the same page.
We all know why I love this movie. I don't need to go on and on and on again about this one. Gene Hackman is playing my dad. No, it's just, like this ensemble. I know. I can see okay, we don't fully get to know every single character, and they're not fully dimensional. That's kind of Patrick's argument, I guess, more or less. But I don't know. I love spending time with everybody in this movie, even if they're narcissists. And for the most part, it's just it's my type of melancholic comedy, and it has these strange, surreal touches, like Owen Wilson's character.
Yeah, no. I do love the Wildcat. Yeah. No, this is one that my friend John and I quote all the time to another. I mean, it's definitely a close second to Rushmore for me. Also, I mean, I like every film of his. I mean, I just showed somebody French Dispatch 2 weeks ago, and I like all of them. I mean, I can't help it. I know he's a very divisive filmmaker among some of my friends, but I like all of his movies.
As well, you should.
Yes, and my number 55 is a film from Louis Malle, and he has a lot of different types of movies I like. I very nearly was going to talk about My Dinner with Andre, but I've got a real affection for a film called God's Country that is a TV documentary he made in 1985, where he had gone to Glencoe, Minnesota in 1976 and interviewed the townspeople. And then I guess he didn't quite finish the film and then returned to that town in 1985. And what he found was the mood of the town had shifted. Like the economy and Reaganomics and just the way that things impacted like farming communities had turned everything darker. And I won't get more specific than that, but it's just an Americana, like small town portrait from a director that, like we talked about, people like Herzog and Demi, like, kind of mix and match between documentary and narrative features. And his career as a narrative filmmaker includes many great films. I mean, he always kind of gets outshined by, Truffaut and Godard and Chabrol and some of his, contemporaries from the French New Wave. But Louis Malle made a lot of good stuff. And
no doubt.
I know that Vanya on 42nd Street, gets a lot of love on Directors Club. And I mean, I got plenty of affection for that. And for, I'm trying to think what my favorite would be, but I guess my Dinner with Andre probably, but God's Country is one that I think I forget why I even rented it. It's on Criterion Channel. I mean, it was part of an Eclipse box set that they did. And, I've just always had a soft spot for it. It's likable characters or likable real people. But I have a weakness for small town American stories, and this is one that I think more people should check out. So that is my number 55.
Wow. Number 54. I think Patrick and I have talked about this. I don't know when, but man, it's tough. Like, part of me is like, I know Lawrence Arabia should be way higher on the list too, but I'm going with David Lean's Brief Encounter for obvious reasons, because it was one of those discoveries. Maybe it's 6-7 years ago. Might have seen it. I can't remember if I saw it while I was in Michigan or not. I might have, but I was floored by it. Written by Noel Coward. It's one of the most romantic. I think even The Guardian put it as like their number one romantic movies. Even though it's like a sad, melancholic romantic movie.
Very sad. Yeah. No, that's a great movie. I mean, I thought about it as well. I mean, you could put that alongside things like In the Mood for Love. I mean, it's that level of that caliber of melancholy romance for sure.
And the Rachmaninoff score, there's just great performances. It's a great movie about desire and whether or not you should follow through on it or not. Clearly influenced a lot of movies I love, possibly even including, Before Sunrise. I think movies about people who may or may not connect, even if they clearly feel a longing or a desire towards one another. Yeah, I'm all about that. I'm all about, like, maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't, but we should be grateful that we at least had this connection, even if it's temporary or doesn't last for whatever reason. I think that's a great way to think about romance sometimes, is that, well, even if it didn't work out, that's okay. At least we had these moments together and we felt something at some point in time. So that's what that movie captures for me. But again, it's very sad.
It is very sad. I think with David Lean, I think I prefer his smaller scale films like this to, the epic canvases that he was maybe most famous for, at least in America. I mean, things like Bridge on the River Kwai and Dr. Zhivago and Lawrence of Arabia. And that stuff is, I mean, I'm not knocking it, but I prefer, personally, for my taste, something like Brief Encounter. And the even the Dickens things like Great Expectations and Oliver Twist are also pretty good. So my number 54, I do have a fascination with Death of the 60s kind of material, and talk about things like Last House on the Left. Kind of that's a big part of what always drew me to that film, was that kind of loss of innocence and the end of the idealism of 1960s. I find like a compelling theme. And, one of the things they always point to with that, as far as symbolic things, is the Altamont Festival. So Gimme Shelter from 1970, directed by Albert Maysles, David Maysles, and film. Charlotte Warren, is, I mean, I think it's such a compelling document of a moment in time, and it captures some great music and performances. Tina Turner is like electrifying in it. And, it is like a snuff film, I guess, in a way. I mean, you do catch a murder, on screen in it, but it is a heartbreaking and moving document. I'm not even like necessarily like any kind of like, I mean, I like Rolling Stones fine, but I'm not like coming to it from like as a hardcore fan of that band, but as a cultural document, I just find it to be, I mean, it's, famous. I mean, it's not like I'm, shining a light on some unknown film, but it is a film that I watched even again only a few months ago, and it's just a powerhouse of a movie. I can't think of a better, bleaker concert film. I mean, I don't know that it expresses the joy of something like Stop Making Sense, but I think as far as a something that captures a feeling in cultural time. I think it's the best music documentary of that type. But yeah, it's number 54. Yeah, Gimme Shelter.
Great choice. Number 53 is the very opposite of that, and I talk about endlessly rewatchable movies, and this one I go back to every couple of years or so often because I love spending time with all of the characters in Wonder Boys.
That is hilarious because that is also my 53.
We did it.
Finally.
We have a match. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Out of all the movies in the world, out of all the numbers.
Yeah.
There we go. We did it. Now the whole podcast, we don't ever have to talk ever again. No. This is just pure joy, right?
Yeah. No, it is. It captures what I liked about being a college student.
Yes.
Somehow. Like because I was an English major, and so this feels like very familiar territory to me.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And the way that Tobey Maguire knows all those celebrity deaths is like how I know movie knowledge sometimes, and it's just like, I get where that character is coming from. I don't think I'm quite as sad as he is, or I certainly can't. I can't like just sit down and focus on writing the way he can and just like churn out a great work of art, but I get like his, I get his emotional state at times throughout that movie. It's very sad. Like his character starts out very sad, like he cries at the sight of a Marilyn Monroe dress, and I would do the same thing. And like kind of just wandering around trying to connect with people no matter what age they are, whether they're a professor or not, whether they're, someone like Katie Holmes in this character or Robert Downey Jr. You just talk about this cast and the endlessly quotable dialogue that they share.
Yeah.
And easily my favorite Michael Douglas performance. It's just, it's one of those movies that is like a warm blanket. Like it just makes me feel good when I watch it. And it's a great movie about writing.
Totally. Yeah, no, I love that ensemble cast. I mean, I mentioned the Ice Storm earlier, and it's, it's another Tobey Maguire, Katie Holmes, collaboration, and another adaptation of a novel. I mean, this is the Michael Chabon. That one is Rick Moody, but this is a lot. And they're both like winter movies to me. I mean, I guess that one is more autumn, and this one is more winter. But I mean, Wonder Boys is one of the great, American comedies of the 2000s. And I think that it's the best Curtis Hanson movie. I mean, a very odd career, but I mean, everything from The Arousers to 8 Mile. But Wonder Boys. I mean, not to name drop, but Katie Holmes and I talked about Wonder Boys one time, and she told me that Robert Downey Jr. called the release of this film an abortion. Like he just felt like it was completely botched, and they tried twice to put it out.
I remember that they re-released it like later in the year or something.
Yeah, and they could not get this one to sell. And when I worked at a video store, this one was always rented. This one and Almost Famous, since I mentioned Almost Famous earlier, was like two films that like just did not find their audience in theaters, but like were like the perfect video store rentals because like an accessible comedy with all movie stars, and not an art eccentric kind of, challenging kind of thing in the slightest. I mean, it's just strange to me that this did not reach a major audience, even to the degree that like LA Confidential did. But it just, I don't know. I mean, it's got a great soundtrack. I mean,
Oh yeah.
it's just I think that this is the best for me, the best Tobey Maguire performance.
Yep.
And but I mean, and Robert Downey Jr. I think really steals the movie. I mean, he's so heartbreaking in it, but funny. I don't know. I mean, I show Wonder Boys to people, and it always goes over well. I don't know why, but it feels like the kind of film that could disappear at the same time, because it just feels like I don't know. The studio never really pushes this one, like, and the audiences have never really glommed onto it. I know Roger Ebert was like ecstatic over it, and even he couldn't really talk audiences into showing up for it. I don't know why. But,
I would have happily nominated Michael Douglas for an Academy Award. Really, like I just not, it's because it's not like the usual Michael Douglas we get, and
No.
He's also, again, kind of one of those likable narcissists to some degree. I mean, I don't know if he's that like disengaged from other people, but he certainly smokes a lot of pot and just gets lost in his gigantic, ridiculously overlong novel to the point where he's not being completely real and genuine with the people in his life at times. But he's kind of one of those characters that's like lost in his own head until a certain point where he sort of changes things, and the relationship between him and Tobey Maguire is just wonderful. No pun intended. Wonder Boy's wonderful.
It's just it feels like it feels like a film drawn from a novel, but not in a bad way. Like it's just sharp writing and sharply observed characters. I don't know. I think it's. I'm glad we agree on this one. It's our mutual number 53.
Yeah, and I think if people, if you haven't seen this, seek it out. I think it's on streaming now. I want to say it is. I want to say, like, it was one of those movies on Twitter that people said, "Oh, this is on streaming. You better go watch it," because it's one of those people should rediscover right now.
Yeah, I think it had.
That's on Hulu. Wow. Oh, it's on HBO Max too. Okay.
Yeah, and you can rent it. I mean, it had like a Blu-ray. I forget if it was a BDR or an actual Blu-ray, but I mean, it is. I think. It's hard to call a film that like won Oscars and got 4-star reviews like underrated, but it does feel like underappreciated, given like how strong it is.
Yes. 52 is another movie that I think at one point was in my top 20, top 30. Dipped down. It shouldn't have. I think even it was one of the few comments I got on my Letterboxd list of favorite movies where like, what happened?
Oh, I know what it is.
And it should, it should be higher. I love this writer. I love this script. I love every line of dialogue. It still might be my favorite Mark Ruffalo and Laura Linney performances in You Can Count on Me. Mm-hmm.
I would agree with that. That's my favorite film for both of them, and I think everything that Kenneth Lonergan has done is like great. Honestly, I like Manchester by the Sea, and I like was it Margaret? I think they're all great. I wish he was more prolific, but I mean, can't argue with his consistency.
Yes, great. Might be my favorite brother-sister relationship, maybe in any movie. Maybe. It's at least the one I can see being closest to mine in terms of like, not saying like I'm the screw up brother that goes to visit the sister, but I don't know. There's just, I could see like moments of tension mixed with like compassion between, like the fact that they're brother and sister, they actually do care about each other, but they also get it on each other's nerves. That's really the dynamic I have with my sister. It's like, we do care and we do love one another, but yeah, we're very different too. So it's just, it moves me more and more and more. And yeah, it gets me choked up in similar ways that his other two movies do. They're all just incredibly well written with very memorable characters. It's just, the Nothing can be said about the moments that he has in all of his films that like include the Casey Affleck, Michelle Williams scene. You know, there's nothing more powerful in that whole year maybe than that scene, but there's moments like that. Yeah, there's moments like that, and You Can Count on Me as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have a hard time picking my favorite. I mean, Margaret, I think is kind of a staggering film in many ways.
It is.
I mean, they're all really good. I mean, yeah, I saw You Can Count on Me twice in the theater when it came out, and I definitely have a lot of fondness for it. It is my favorite Mark Ruffalo performance still, although I do like him in a few things. But that's a great film. My number 52 is a film that I would acknowledge has flaws, but is a film that I have a lot of affection for. And I've talked about it on podcasts at least once before, maybe more than once, I can't remember. But Dark August, 1976, directed by Martin Goldman.
Oh, right. I saw that recently. That's right, didn't I? Yes, I did.
Yes, you did.
And I liked it.
Yeah, I talk about this one on Genre Grinder.
Right.
And I've been... I made a stray comment about it on Pure Cinema, and Brian Sauer has been singing the praises of Dark August on his podcast, which to my endless delight.
Great.
But I described it as kind of like a masculine cousin to Let's Go Jessica to Death, as far as like a character like leaving behind their past in New York to kind of start over in kind of a rural New England kind of setting, and uncanny situations emerge that kind of prevent them kind of moving on to a happy new chapter. And this is about a man who is leaving his family behind to start a new life with a younger artist that he has fallen in love with, and he's traumatized, haunted by this accidental, this car accident where he has killed a girl, and the grandfather who survived that girl has put a kind of a hex on him, and so it's a kind of a supernatural thing, but it's an approach to the themes of witchcraft that is a little bit more open-minded than you typically get in a horror movie. And it's just a study of midlife crisis melancholy that is maybe it has some scary scenes, and it is a horror movie overall, but it's as a melancholy character study is what I most prize about it. I love the music from it as well. It's just a film that I think because I have a sense of discovery with it, like it's something I found at random on YouTube one night, and I've loved it for years, and now it's like, got this Arrow release through, the American Horror Project, and more people are discovering it. I think it might be on Shudder now or one of these streaming sites. So it doesn't, I wouldn't say that it's flawless. Like I feel like it might be, doesn't have the strongest ending that it could, but it's something that's kind of haunted me for years, and one that I just couldn't leave it off the list, even though it isn't a perfect film. I just have a lot of affection for it. So that is my 52 is Dark August.
It's a good choice. I'll watch it again sometime, see if it becomes more strong in my mind in terms of being a favorite, but I certainly liked it. I certainly liked it a lot, actually.
I think what I said to Gabe Powers about it was that it felt like to me like if Sidney Lumet made a horror movie, because it feels like it has that New York character actor like level of acting, and like a middle-aged character, like it's older characters, like it's not like a teen horror kind of thing. Like it's adults trying to get to the next stage of their life in a way that like Let's Go Jessica to Death is too, but like even a little older than that. But it's I definitely recommend it as a little sleeper for 70s horror movie buffs.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting in that, some things that happen and that you're kind of like, huh, interesting. I didn't expect that for sure, but I'll have to think about that one some more. A movie I don't need to think about and don't need to talk about because good Lord, have I talked about it enough. Again, favorite director. You talked about it last time. From 1999, probably my favorite movie from that year is Magnolia by a guy named Paul Thomas Anderson. That's it.
Yeah,
I mean, come on. Everybody knows how much I love it, how much I love that director. It possibly could be higher. I've said that a lot this time around, but it's just an all-time classic for me. It's something I think about constantly. It's a great,
still his best movie for me. So I love it too. It's my favorite movie in '99. I've talked about it on a couple of podcasts, including the last one we did of this, and also on Fresh Perspective. And I do like that one quite a lot. And my 51 is House of Games, 1987 directorial debut by David Mamet, starring Lindsay Krause and Joe Mantegna and Ricky Jay. And David Mamet was somebody that was really important to me in the 90s and early 2000s. And I still pay attention to what he does, but especially in his initial flurry of films as a director, up to maybe The Spanish Prisoner or State and Maine. I just find his films funny. I love the rhythm of his dialogue, like the cadence. It's so distinctive. It's as distinctive a style as Hal Hartley dialogue to my ears, and I go for it every time. I mean, I don't know if it's his best film. I mean, Spanish Prisoner is pretty strong also, but this one just,
that one's a lot
I
of
think
fun.
this one has just got like that performance from Joe Mantegna. It made him a movie star justifiably. I mean, he was someone that came from the stage, and as did Mamet and Ricky Jay. But I like it as a crime thriller, but it's funny. I mean, it's a funny film, and so many great lines, and but stylized in a way that's like a little odd. Like I remember every time a David Mamet film would come out in the movies, like Spartan or Heist or whatever, like they would always market it like a normal thriller, and I'd always go to the movies and like I'm just waiting for audiences to like realize they're in a David Mamet land, where it's like when it talks like that, it always would make me smile, because you could feel the tension, because it is definitely not naturalistic. But and I didn't include. I could have easily said Glenn Ross in terms of the Mamet kind of film that he wrote, and what was that?
Homicide is probably my favorite.
Oh, that's really good too.
Yeah.
James Foley was the name I was grasping for. James Foley was director of Glenn Ross. Yeah, no, I mean, The Verdict, the Sidney Lumet film. I mean, there's a couple of things. I mean, even The Untouchables for De Palma. Like, he wrote a lot of films I enjoy, but I mean, my favorites, House of Games is the first one that comes to mind. And if you like, I assume people have seen that one, but if you haven't, it's like, great con artist thriller. It's just fun. I don't know.
It definitely is. I think a lot of people, I don't know if I agree. Kind of harping on the performance of Lindsay Krause, but I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I mean, I get there. It is a very stiff kind of performance in ways, but I think it's directed to be that, and I love her in it. I mean, I've got no problem with her mannerist kind of performance in that. I mean, I like her in things like Between the Lines. Like, I mean, I know that she's making choices to do it that way in House of Games, but no, I wish she was in more things. I mean, I feel like she didn't get the same boost from this that Joe Mantegna and David Mamet did, which is a shame. But yeah, no, I think if someone is coming new to David Mamet, I think Glenn Ross is probably the best introduction to his way of writing. But as far as films he directed, I mean, to me, this is like the great entryway point.
Yep. And yeah, Spanish Prisoner is one I've gone back to a lot and enjoyed because it's fun, more or less, and it's great to see Steve Martin in a dramatic sort of con man kind of role. And that one of the final lines delivered by that police officer. Well, I guess it's back to the range for me then. I don't know. I just love the delivery of that line.
Yeah, I like Rebecca Pidgeon in that one a lot.
Yes.
She's fun.
Yes, absolutely. And
Yeah,
State and Main's another one I think is really fun to revisit too.
Yeah. I mean, I think even Oleana, is a fascinating movie. I mean, that one is a little more divisive, but I do like it. And I don't know. I mean, he's somebody that I used to be really big on. I have multiple David Mamet posters in my parents' attic somewhere. But yeah, House of Games, definitely rewatchable and fun thriller. And I'm not even like a really big con artist type thriller person necessarily, but I like his because I like the dialogue so much in them.
Oh yeah, it's definitely one of his best scripts, and he's an amazing writer pretty much every time. It's a great pick. I almost feel like it. Did I not put a David Mamet list in my top 200? That's weird. That doesn't seem right. It's like, that's why I'm glad we do these things too, because I'm like, oh yeah, duh. How could I forget that? House of Games is a great movie. Homicide's a great movie. It's like, that's another one of those cases where flip a coin, because I love them both pretty much equally. So it's hard for me to say for sure, but hey everybody, guess what? We're done. I said this was going to be a lot shorter than the last one we did, and it ended up being exactly around the same length. I don't know how we do this.
Well, I don't know.
I really, I'm kind of amazed. Like, we go close to 7 hours again. Even though last time, I guess we did go through the favorites of 2020 very quickly last time. So,
yeah. Well, I think that makes sense, because we went through that about half an hour, I think, and then we took a break, and so we took a little break here, and so it's comparable.
Yeah, it is. And I don't know if we'll go back and do more and more of these. I don't know. That seems silly at this point. People should just go to my Letterboxd list if they want to see 100 more favorites, like E.T., Daisies, Never Let Me Go, What Happened Was, Miracle Mile, Rolling Thunder, Take This Waltz, M, True Stories, Step Brothers, I Heart Huckabees, McCabe and Mrs. Miller, Blood Simple, etc., etc., etc. I'm not going to keep going through the whole list. That'd be silly. But there's certainly a lot of titles that I'm like, oh, I wish I could have put this in the top 100. Why didn't I? What's wrong with me?
Yeah, I mean, I had Lulu and Valley Girl and The Thin Man and Mary Jane's Not a Virgin Anymore and Sex Lies and Videotape and Groundhog Day. This is Spinal Tap and Some Came Running, Drugstore Cowboy, Fat Girl. I had a lot of ideas that didn't make the list, but
yeah, that always happens. It's ridiculous. Like, even like I said, 200 movies is still not enough for my list of favorites, because it's I know it's probably not entirely accurate to say, like, let's look at Letterboxd and go, what does it say on my profile? I've logged 4,589 films, and I'm sure I've seen way more than that. Like, I haven't logged every single thing I've ever watched.
Oh God, no, I definitely haven't. I mean, I didn't log anything for a couple of years.
Right? So, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, how can you really guesstimate the number of movies that you've seen, and how do you whittle it down to even just 200? Or 100, like we just did. Thank you, Bill. Holy crap.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we did it. This was a blast. I have titles I need to see still from your list, and I have no doubt that other people are going to jot down titles. And, this is, again, a Patreon exclusive excursion that I'm glad that you were a part of, and you'll be heard from more again, especially come summertime.
Yes, no, I have quite a lot of podcasting in my future this year.
You do. You have a lot of projects in general.
I do. This is going to be a crazy year for me. But no, this was fun. I apologize if I was starting to like lose my focus after hour 4, but
yeah, me too. It always happens. Like, especially once we get to like the top 10, I'm just like, all right, let's go, let's do it, let's get done. My brain stops working, and then plus, you need to eat and get some sustenance, and I do too. And everybody, please visit directorsclubpodcast.com, and thank you for being a part of this Patreon madness and indulging us for close to 7 hours once again about our favorite movies. And thank you again, Bill.
Thank you for having me. All right, thanks for listening, everybody.
We did it. I don't believe it. I can't believe it.